Chat, how the flip are we flipping doing? Excuse the French. Not my French, but excuse the French. I speak on behalf of them. I'm not French, though. Welcome, everybody. Mimic Blades, welcome. Angel Days, welcome. Witchy Willow, welcome. Evergrim with the 11 months. It seems like every stream you're subbing. Umbra, welcome. Malamizi, welcome. Nick Jade, welcome. Also, Umbra, thank you for the GOAT trophy on YouTube. I don't know what that is or what that equals, but thank you so much, genuinely. Void, welcome. I saw your comment the other day. Welcome. Secret Plays, welcome. C8W, welcome. Henry, welcome. As always, chat, if you're wondering right now, you're like, is this going to be one of those streams? Is it going to be one of those? It's going to be one of those. So, sit down and prepare, chat. And let's play some frickin' Axton on some frickin' Borderlands 2. I didn't open the thing. You know what's crazy, chat? Today, there's plenty going on. The Steam sale is today. The Borderlands 4 Takedown came out today. The new Dead by Daylight 10th year anniversary is out today. And here I am slaving away at work. Like, you guys realize what I sacrifice? Ricars, welcome. Also, for a long time, for the past like 12 streams, I'm like, man, my freaking these blue light glasses are always so like cloudied up, right? Oh, hold on, one other thing. I was like, they're so cloudied up and like it's hard to see through them, and like my microfiber's dirty, so I can't clean them. Water, chat. Use water. Life hack. I am at Xenocat. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are doing Tediore Axton today. What did we leave off on? This is what we got last time, chat. Baby Maker, Octo, bunch of junk. We are not including class mods in the Allegiance. We are not including class mods in the Allegiance this time. Astolfo with the 70 stream streak. That is insane. Thank you for showing up so much. I do appreciate you. Oh, will be welcome. Literally. Do you know how much I've sacrificed? Yeah, no. So I'm not doing the BL4 takedown until I do it with a little gas mask. And low-key, I don't care. Like, to be honest, if I didn't stream the game, I probably wouldn't even do the takedown. Because I would rather, with BL4, personally, I would rather just wait until a bunch of stuff comes out, so then I get hours of content next time I go back. But every time it's like, oh, the new raid boss, let me go back in for 15 minutes to get the drops. All right, I'm done. So it's all good, Void. It's all good. I came out of nowhere. You didn't know. I was on, I was out of town for a while. So Garden Warfare 2 with the summer sale. Do people still play that? Feels like they do. Isaac Bingo. Oh my gosh, Anthony Schmanthony. Anthony, every time. You just bring joy to my heart. We've been, a worker bee has been working on the Halloween streams, and the whole time it's like literally the only MF watching Amnesia. I was pretty much just doing a Discord stream to Anthony and Saint. Those were like the only two. But we were invested, chat. We were invested. Yeah, no, I'd honestly rather with BO4, I would really... Where did my turret even just... Okay, it didn't even spawn. I would really prefer it with BO4 if they would just be like, hey, here's a new raid boss and a new takedown and a new DLC. And it's like, awesome. I have so much stuff to mess around with. But every time it's like, here's a raid boss. Anything else? The raid boss. All right. Also, we have a... Chat, I forgot. We farmed the loot dudes and got a level 22 shock fastball. Yeah, we're good. It's all good. Skull Mercury, welcome. Brazil. We have a new Brazilian viewer, chat. The Brazilian viewers have always been my favorite viewers, okay? Gee, freaking Jab, freaking Rudy. They're all my favorites. Welcome to the Brazilian gang, okay? Am I going to get banned for asking if you're going to play the new DLC? Yes, you will get permanently banned. I will see to it, okay? My mods will work overtime specifically for you. This is the first BL4 takedown, yeah. Give it up on BL4. Besides, there are much better games to play. And many more games to explore in the backlogs. That is absolutely true. Chad, I love BL4. I really do. But I don't like the way that they do so many things. And let me tell you, bro. Let me tell you. I'll start the rant in a second. Yeah, no, Amnesia was sick. I'm like, I wish more people would watch this. Because it's... that was like one of my favorite things I've done. Me bullies, welcome! Gonna get ready with work, pull myself, buy my bootstraps, put in the hours, and earn the channel points back. That's right. Full-time job watching my channel. It feels like it. Sorry, my English? I don't speak. You're all good, bro. You're all good. Just know, I love you. Skull, I love you. Brazilian bingo? Oh, anyway, that's what I was going to say, Anthony. I don't think Isaac bingo is next. But I do think I'm editing the BL4 bingo. It is coming along. I think it'll be pretty darn good. Then I'm doing one more guess the picture video, right? One of the, but instead of doing Mick versus Gas versus Spowerade, because Spowerade retired, rip. We're instead doing probably, it's not set in stone yet, but probably Mopioid and Biznap versus Jolts and Cashew as duos. And then I think it's time for Terraria bingo. Or T-Boy bingo. One of the two. I don't know. Spow did retire. It's actually very sad. Wyatt, welcome. BL4 is good in some ways, but it really doesn't feel like BL1 or 2. Wish they abandoned the open world aspect. Gearbox is a company of half-baked ideas. Open world Borderlands, I truly believe, could be the future of Borderlands. But they did it so bad. Like, it might be, no offense, one of the worst open world experiences I've had in a video game. Like, it's like they took all the aspects of like open world, but just recycled like the open world of the maps in this game. We're like, that's good enough. And it wasn't. Molten Beast, welcome. All right. Also, we can do home movies now. Ooh, farming the Norfleet for Gage. Good luck on that. I wish you luck. We did that on our recent playthrough, and it was pretty bad. Love from Brazil. I'm not from Brazil. There's lots of loves from there. Yeah. What I will tell you, Zeno, is that BL4 is a really fun game. It was probably my favorite first playthrough of any of the Borderlands games. But after I played it, it's like a steak dinner.
You're not going without me.
And it's like, I'm satisfied. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Hold on. Read-only enabled. I need to reselect. Dead Space for $6? The remaster? Chat. If Isaac Clarke from Dead Space, not to give away the punchline, if Isaac Clarke, if he played games on his gaming computer with his mouse and keyboard, well, the mouse doesn't matter really, but the keyboard, and he played video games on his keyboard, games like maybe Overwatch, and let's say that if he couldn't jump in the games, Isaac Clarke couldn't jump in games like Overwatch or maybe other games like Team Fortress, why would you think why would that might be that Isaac Clarke could not play the games and jump in the games? Why would that be? Dead Space. Now let's say that if Isaac Clarke couldn't jump in a game like Overwatch 2, why might that be? Dead Space 2. Yeah, no, I agree, disappoint. The open world is not done in a good way. And it's done in a way where even though it's open world, every single playthrough I've done of the game feels the exact same.
Anything you shoot better involve naked flesh or explosions. Bonus points for
Great. Take that camera to opportunity.
Anyway, why would he not rewind? True. Sidekick damage. Chat, my nose always itches on one side. Today it's the left. I think it's my allergies. So, what I was really gonna say.
Cameras on? Good. I need you to snag an orbital drop beacon and some surveyor lures. I'll explain why once you've got them. Oh, and while you're at it, take out some engineers.
Was
This town is as good for your health as a bullet to the face.
something. You know, guys, when I went to Hollywood recently for the Pride Parade on accident, I'm an ally.
With those lures, you can trick those surveyor
I saw that one of the buildings still has a giant Borderlands 4 sign with like releasing September 12th. It's like, dog, it's been like 10 months. Live it down, okay? Yeah, no. I don't know. Yeah, Elden Ring has a very big open world. I think that it did open world a lot better, though. Meanwhile, the orbital supply beacon, I always forget where this is. It's the one over there, okay. But I feel like BL4 just doesn't do it in any good way. Because, like, a game like Elden Ring, you know, it's like, and all playthroughs feel different because there's different levels of difficulty and reward for each place you go to. So if you start in Limgrave, thank you so much for the follow, Job of the Cut. I do appreciate you. Yeah, it was IRL Borderlands advertising. But in a game like Elden Ring, you know, if you go through Limgrave just like the intended way, and then through like Lakes of Leonia, you'll have a very like linear increase in power. You get lower level smithing stones, you get kind of whatever spells, you know, kind of mostly, for the most part, weaker spells, weaker talismans, weaker etc. Versus you could start the game and immediately go to a place like Caelid, which will be extremely difficult. And will be probably pretty time consuming due to how difficult it is, and yet at the same time you'll get such good rewards for it that it's worth pushing through and doing it. BL4, every level or every area of the game is scaled the same pretty much after you meet Zadra, and they all followed the same like pattern. And none of them particularly has better gear unless there's something that you're like, oh, you know, I really like the Hot Slugger, so I want to go farm the Hot Slugger. But even that would require you to have played through the game in the first place to get it. But there's no amount of like, oh, I can upgrade my gear early if I go there, and then I'll be really powerful through the rest of the game. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like it doesn't work, and it's literally Gearbox with so many like chaos chambers are a thing that we're so close to being like really great, and then it's just no. So yeah, and it's like very thought out. It feels like with BL4, all of the open world like drops and stuff are like, sir, we've still got like 100 legendaries. Where do we put them? Just add them to random bosses. Draw a hat or something. Run from a hat. Have fun with your mangas. So chat, I have realized through my recent videos that I've been uploading, both the thing about the worst thing about Borderlands, the Borderlands games that I just uploaded, and a recent community poll that I did, that people, and I mean, I guess I should have known this already, people in life do not like thinking outside of their lived experience. Okay? Very much the it doesn't happen to me, so it doesn't exist type of people, right? Where it's like, you know, like imagine like a blue from Wonderlands that didn't get pulverized by me and Lil Gas Mask. And he's like, and then like the other blues are like, man, I hate blue racism. I hate the fact that like we're getting killed for the color of our skin. And then the blue that didn't get killed is like, I don't know what these guys are talking about. That's never happened to me, right? And I've realized that a lot of people on this earth are like that. And what made me realize that is all the BL4 stuff. Because the sheer amount of gaslighting I have received of people telling me straight to my face, they're straight facing it, I don't know what you're talking about with the whole BL4 performance thing. The game runs fine for me. Really? Really, is that true? Is that true? Because the other 90,000 people that play the game are telling me the opposite. but you don't experience it, so therefore it doesn't exist, right? I hate that. You might be Jabba, but it's okay. It's okay. Do I have map reloader on? And I think it's one of those things where it's like the vocal ones are the ones doing that, right? Let's see. I think it's what, F7 for quit without saving. Chat, we do have to farm an allegiance relic. I'm so sorry. This is going to take a while. But it is really honestly frustrating. Because it's like, I don't care how well you run it. It doesn't run good. And then like, there are people where I know they're playing it at 70 FPS on console being like, oh, it runs fine. Your version of fine is not fine, okay? And then on top of that, I think what part of it is, right, is the change of expectations. So I was thinking about it today, and it's very similar to a thing like Netflix, right? Originally, Netflix came out, and it was like $10 a month, so many movies, so many shows, right? It was the peak of everything good. It was the peak of streaming back when it started. And then they slowly raised the prices over time, right? And it went up little by little, and people would get mad at first when they raised the prices. It was like, it's $15 now, really? But then eventually you get used to it and you're like, man, $15 for all this? What a bargain, right? And then that continues on and on and on. And then eventually, like now, if you want the ad-free version that has 4K support, which most people at this point have 4K TVs, right, that they're watching on, because it's so cheap nowadays to get 4K on, at least on a TV, not on a monitor. But most people have 4K TVs. It's now $27, I believe, if you want to watch the shows that you could already watch, but now in 4K, right? And it's that thing where, like, it's the increase and your expectations get lower and lower and lower as time goes on for what you should be getting for the money, like, proposed to you, right? And it's the same thing with Borderlands 4. I think what's happening, because I'm having people that are like, oh, your system runs BL4 on 120 FPS. Why are you complaining? The game obviously runs fine. Or people going, I'm able to get 60 FPS on this and that just fine. The problem isn't whether I'm getting 60 FPS or not. The problem is, chat, I am on top of the line specs that I upgraded specifically for the game. There are, I think, on the Ryzen side, I think there are like, ooh, 2 Allegiance, but not Tediore. I think there are 2 Ryzen CPUs that would be an upgrade beyond like 3% difference for me. More RAM isn't going to do anything at 64 gigs. More isn't going to do anything. And the only thing I could go up to for my 5070 Ti is either a 5080, which is like a 10 or 20% increase, or a 5090, which is $3,000. With all of that, I am getting on all lowest settings with DLSS 120 FPS, and it struggles to do that, okay? That is not okay for it being the pretty much the upper echelon of what you can currently have in the market as a PC, and it's failing to go beyond what, like, there's no world where it should be like that, right? And to show it, right, BL4, cel-shaded cartoony game, it runs worse than Cyberpunk, the notoriously difficult game to run, and for no reason at all. Borderlands 4 runs worse than Cyberpunk. It makes it so bad. Secret plays, welcome. And so it's like, yes, if I was the same as these people and I was just eating it up, I was like, yes, King Randy, you made a perfect game. It's perfectly optimized. Then I could get over it and I'd be like, oh, I can run this game 60 FPS, no problem. But for like a $2,500 PC, I shouldn't be running it at 60 FPS, okay? I should be running it significantly higher than that. And this is a thing where, like, I think it's due to the existence of FrameGen and DLSS. Companies are like, oh, it'll optimize for us. We don't have to do that, right? We don't have to do the optimizing because they'll just put on DLSS. And what's occurred out of that is the graph, I would love it if it would let me in, the graph of like how hard games are to run per year goes up exponentially, right? Because in the past it was sort of just like, you know, it was like games get harder and harder to run. But I mean, for a long time, if you had like a 1060, that was good for like 10 years. This 5070 Ti, I don't think it's going to last 10 years. I really don't. Nowadays, games have done this thing where they go up, and it's like every game is infinitely harder to run than the last. So you look at, 10 years ago, buy a 1080 Ti 10 years ago, which was like the top of the line card, which was cheaper than the top of the line cards now, significantly less powerful than anything we have now, right? And yet a 1080 Ti was capable of running literally any game that came out in 4K 60 FPS or in 1080p like 144 or higher. Nowadays, you get the top of the line, and honestly, I think that the next games that come out like a year from now, I might not be able to run well. And it's ridiculous, and I cannot stand it. And so the people that are straight facing it to me going, I don't know what you're talking about. BL4 doesn't have performance issues. It obviously does. There are people on console who are telling me that they get 15 FPS and that it's unplayable. So many people that get crashes constantly. Blue screens of death happening constantly on PC. If you go to the Steam reviews for the game and go to the negatives, almost every negative review is about how bad it runs. I received hundreds of comments throughout the lifespan of this, or of BL4 coming out, between YouTube comments, chatters, etc., that have told me that the game doesn't run well. My girlfriend couldn't run it on release because she only had 16 gigs of RAM, and it was literally running at 20 FPS in combat with stuttering as well. We had to upgrade her PC just to play the game, and she already had a competent PC that could run pretty much any other game. It's obviously a BL4 issue, so I can't stand it. But I did feel gratified. I did a community poll recently, and on that, I asked if BL4 runs well. And what I should have done is does BL4 run well? Yes, I'm on console. Yes, I'm on PC. No, I'm on console. No, I'm on PC. Out of 4,000 votes, 80% of them, 79 technically, but 80% of 4,000 votes have all said no. They are not happy with the performance. And it was to the point where I was just full on getting gaslit. I was like, I guess this game doesn't have issues. I guess it's a me thing. But it's ridiculous, and it made me realize, and I've already kind of known this, and I've already seen it a bunch in comments and stuff, people do not live outside of their experience, okay? They'll be like, what do you mean Hyperius is hard? Just use the Pimpernel in the Norfleet. He's so easy, I had no trouble. It's like... Anyway, I'll start reading chat again. Secret Plays. Did I already say thank you for the follow? Thank you for the follow. Doesn't even run fine on console. It overheats my PlayStation every time. No, bro. It runs fine. It runs fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Siren 1v1. How are you doing? It is so good to see you. Are the Blues complaining if they're dead? True, true. Read-only check. Don't worry. We got it. Straight up real with you, TX. I know someone like that on the server, and I'm already 1 foot out of the server. My server? Give me a hint. Who are you talking about? 5090 top of the line GPU from 2019 can barely scrap 30 FPS, lowest possible settings, and I maxed out Doom Eternal. No, literally, it happened to Doom too. If you guys know, Doom 2016, welcome Alpha, Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, perfect games, okay, and perfect running games. You could run that on the worst piece of hardware and still get like 120 FPS out of that game. Then Doom the Dark Ages, the newer one, where they're like, we gotta push it to its limits, runs like crap, and it's so hard to run in comparison. And it's because they just didn't optimize, and they're like, well, we've got frame gen, we've got DLSS, so we just won't worry about it. Meme Brule, welcome. I would love to get a Tediore Relic. DLC is the worst example base game. Oh, you're talking about that. I'm going to skip over all the Elden Ring talk. I don't want to get too confused. I have a 5090, and compare BL3's performance, it's absolute dog. The game feels sluggish even without my upscaling frame gen, and my old PC just doesn't run it at all. Yep. But no. I don't know what you're talking about. Disappoint. My PC runs it fine. If you want proof that the game is poorly optimized and that they didn't optimize for the player, you can go into your game files right now if you're on PC. The game is about 116 gigabytes with all updates and DLC. You can go into your packs folder, and you can delete like packs, it's like packs 7 through 16 or something, and it will save you 40 gigabytes, okay? You will save literally 40 gigabytes of space. It will go down to a 70 gigabyte installation. Do you know how? Do you know what we just deleted in the game that took up 40 gigabytes? The other languages. That's right. So being able to play in Korean or Mandarin or Spanish, that was taking up 40 gigabytes of space for people who 99% of people are never going to need those languages, okay? They'll just need the one that they need, okay? Also, Cultist, I think it was working, but it was just being really weird. I don't know what that was about. Also, side tangent about the whole performance thing. So my RAM, 64 gigs of RAM right here, it went out and stopped working a while ago with my PC. Just one day, it just randomly stopped working. And then I RMA'd it and had to get replacement RAM, which, as you guys know, very expensive right now. Got replacement RAM, finally got the RMA back. I got it back on like June 3rd, and I have avoided putting it in because I just knew it wasn't going to work. So I did it yesterday, put it in, and it didn't work. And then in trying to make it work, it broke my other RAM, but I eventually fixed that. But let me tell you guys, I'm a PC elitist every day of the week, but I've heard so many people that are like, swap to PC, it's not even complicated, you won't have issues. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I think PC is the way. I think everyone should swap to PC. That said, you gotta set your expectations that at least twice a year, you're gonna have something where your PC just doesn't start, and you're gonna spend at least 1 to 2 days trying to fix it, okay? Yeah, BL4 is a well-oiled machine. True. Actually true. Oh yeah, and on the Netflix thing, it literally, chat, Netflix used to be the place to go. Now it has like 3 originals and like 4 movies. But it's like, if you want to watch movies, just get HBO. If you want to watch shows, get Hulu, low-key. I feel like Netflix is the worst of the current streaming services that are like the mainstream streaming services. You know that creator that glazes BL4? Oh, wait. 1 foot out of that server? Is that what you're saying? The server of the creator that I know? Because that would make sense. You are quite there. Aimless water. Hydrate. Thank you. You don't need to be tech savvy, but you almost are guaranteed to run into some sort of issues in which it will take you a while. I don't know what happened to my RAM Vulture. I'm wondering if maybe there's like some BIOS setting that changed overnight while I was like running my PC, and now it's just like impossible to run. But I literally spent almost 2 full days working on it, bought all replacement parts to check all of those things. I had bought a temporary CPU to see if it was a CPU issue with my RAM. Wasn't that. I had bought a whole new motherboard to see if it was an issue with my motherboard and my RAM. It was not that. I bought new RAM to see if it was just the RAM, and it was just the RAM. But the RAM is RGB and it turns on and glows. I don't know. It's really frustrating though. It's honestly been a horrific journey, and it's like, I only paid $250 for this, right? So I'm not upset about the fact that like I mean, $250 is a lot of money, but I'm not like, oh, I lost $200, I'm gonna die right now, right? It's the fact that if I want to replace my $250 RAM, because I bought that in September, it would now cost $850 for the same amount. It would cost $850 to replace it. Scared Lawyer Cat, welcome. So I'm thinking I might just download more RAM. Anyone know a good site or what? Maybe it's just my PC, but at least once a year, there's something that goes on where I'm like spending 1 to 2 days, and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna actually commit a war crime right now because I just want to work. And it's weird because whenever I'm working on someone else's computer, I love it. I love building computers. I love working on computers. I love troubleshooting computers. But when it's your own with like all your data on it, and especially when like your job, like all your footage and stuff is on it, it's not fun anymore. It stops being fun. Did I already say hi, King Monk? Welcome, King Monk. Enjoy your lurk. Monster Hunter Wilds is like the only AAA that tried to fix the optimization. I remember Monster Hunter Worlds when it came out. That was like, bro, you cannot run this crap. I feel like it still kind of runs not perfect, but I would imagine Wilds runs better. Yeah, I'm gonna beat my RAM to death. No offense. Want to be able to beat BL4 once because it's $70. It's great. It's great if you can run it, but what are you talking about? Like, the game runs fine. I have no problems with it. I get 30 FPS on max settings. That's enough for me. I can't even see over that. Yeah, pretty much hardware. But again, I am a PC elitist. I swapped to PC 10 years ago. I really didn't expect to like it as much as I did. I think I went back and played my Xbox I can only recall one time. I'm sure it happened more than once, but I can only recall one specific time, and I played Dark Souls 3 on it because I wanted to play on my save file, and then I immediately quit because I was like, ah, man, Tediore mag size, but we don't want that. We're looking for, like, our long-term relic right now. We're looking for mag size and damage. I mean, low-key, we could give it in, but... yeah, I swapped, and then I went back to BL3. That's all that I wanted... Or, sorry, DS3. And upon playing it, I was like, wow, this game runs like crap on Xbox One. And the load screens were all 30 full seconds, very consistently. And so I turned off the game and went back to my PC. And that was on like a really, really bad PC. And then I got like a 1060 for Christmas one year. And then my sister was like, graphics card? What is that? Like a code you put in to make the graphics better? It's like, you're a noob, aren't you? Run 123, by the way. And then I ran the game great. Because that was the thing. Back then, I started with a $50 PC. I paid $50 originally, put a new graphics card in. I could run the current games, okay? That was 2016. I could run the current games. Well, I think technically I made that upgrade in 2017 or 2018. But I could run the current games just fine. Nowadays, if you take a like $700 PC and get a new graphics card, you're lucky if you can run what's currently available, okay? And that's over exaggeration, obviously, and especially if you're looking for bargains. PC can still be very price effective, but it is getting worse and worse by the day, thanks to RAM and storage prices going up so high. Netflix got worse by adding the Borderlands movie? That might be true. But hey, if you want to watch it, go over there. Does anyone in this chat have BL4?
Yeah, if anyone has BL4.
Yeah, what I want you to do right now, even if you're lurking, if you have BL4 on PC, give me a 1 to 10 on how well it runs, in your opinion. And keep in mind how it would compare to, like, if you ran Cyberpunk, okay? For the cartoony game. Why did they not make Borderlands 4 just look like this? And honestly, I don't like how BL3 looks. I'd be fine, though, if Borderlands 4 looked like BL3. And BL4 has given me a newfound appreciation for BL3 because I'm like, you know what? They kind of did bridge the gap between cartoon and realistic. Yes! Yes! All right, 136 runs. But we got it. This is our new long-term relic. Tediore damage, 15%. Tediore mag size, 35%. Let's freaking go. Hard work pays off, chat. Hard work pays off. Kevdark, welcome. Anything to put in the bank? We'll put this in the bank because it was a cool find. And then we're probably not gonna use the Logan's gun for anything, but if later we want to do anything with a rocket, we'll throw that in, and then we'll also put in the Vault Hunter relic in Discord, and all the people who do not own it are the only ones replying. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Doom Eternal's a 9 out of 10. Yeah, I don't know what else they could do to Doom Eternal. Because there is a certain point, right, of, you know, you got to be realistic. Your hardware's not going to run it because it's such old hardware. But Borderlands 4, Randy specifically at the beginning was like, we got to be realistic, guys. Be realistic with it. And it's like, there's a like, I don't know, maybe you should optimize your game more.
This is it, everybody.
Head and skin? What head and what skin? Tediore skin, bunker drop head. Which head is bunker drop head? I could not tell you off the top of my head. You know what? We'll do Tediore value. And then what, do you know what the head is called? I genuinely don't know which head drops from bunker. If I think I have it. I'm pretty sure I have it. If I don't have it, I'll just do it. Is it Space Knight? I feel like it's Space Knight, but I could be wrong. Yeah, that's true. The color palette of BL3 also looks better. Space Knight. All right, perfect. This is the new drip, chat. Or would it look better with the other Tediore ones? I do like customer service quite a bit. Nah. No, we'll run that one. I think that makes sense. And you know what? How about whoever gets head of the day also gets name of the day? Oops. But yeah, chat, so that's my rant about people not understanding anything outside of lived experience. But it's actually, like, it's crazy, and I wonder how different the world would be if people could, like, acknowledge that. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. And on the worst of video, I got a lot more comments. I got a lot of really good comments, but a lot more comments that were along the lines of, I don't know what you're talking about. That doesn't happen to me. Or, like, just kind of coping about things, and it's like, you can defend your game without making a point that doesn't make sense, right? Like, I saw, there was a few people that were talking about how in, like, BL3, yeah, the story slows you down, but you don't need to constantly be fighting enemies every 3 seconds, you know, like you do in the other games. It's like, no, I don't think you need to either. But the thing is, BL3 prevents you from playing the way that you want to play. BL2, if you want to play fast-paced the entire game, you can play muscles. If you want to play fast-paced the entire game, you can play fast-paced the entire game. In BL3, if you want to play fast-paced the entire game, you can talk to Lilith. And then after you're done talking to Lilith, you can grab Wrench. And then after you grab Wrench, you can talk to Lilith. Hello, Puck. Welcome. Best way to farm bunker on Krieg? Probably Feel the Blood Tediore chucking. Either Feel the Blood Tediore chucking or... Well, are you going melee? Because I don't know. Well, you're just asking the best way. Honestly, either that or just full-on, like, Reaper bloodbathing and try to get a good blood explosion. But you can use, like, Gunnerang and get a Feel the Blood proc. And if it's a corrosive Gunnerang, you can just nuke that guy. But that requires farming. All right, let's grab that. Let's grab that. Oh, speaking of Gunnerang, let's go get a Gunnerang. Let's get a Gunnerang. I will use some quality of life for this farm, though, because it is so out of the way. So we're gonna just save quit at Rackman. I don't normally do that, but that is up there with the blockhead as, like, worst farm in the game. So we're gonna do that. Otherwise, it will... Like, if it took us 10 runs to get it, it would literally probably add an hour or so onto the stream, and I don't want to do that. Cold shoulder. Everything in Sanctuary 3 is so bad, and it is the worst hub world in the series. Like, at least it is more iconic than, like, the Outbounders or whatever, but it is designed in such a horrible way. There's multiple stories, not, like... The stairs aren't ever in places where you think stairs would be. There's not ladders in places where you think ladders would be. Half the NPCs are, like, up on the top, but normally on the other side, and then the other half are down below on the opposite side. And then the bridge, which is the #1 place you will be going in Sanctuary, is on the opposite side from the fast travel, which you would think that the fast travel would be at the bridge, I would think at least, but it is not. So do you think I should keep going directly into the enemies right now, or no? Kind of thinking it's working pretty well, actually. I was just thinking that. Sometimes I do forget that you can shoot Tediore weapons, because if you're shooting them, they're not that good. I'm not gonna lie. I think that there's a lot of people that I've realized, and this is that whole lived experience thing. They're like, Tediore sucks, bro. Or, like, they'll go on about how bad Tediore is. And what I think it is that they don't realize you're supposed to, like, shoot and reload them. I think they use them as actual guns. And in that case, yeah, they're probably the worst manufacturer. Other than maybe Bandit, depending on the gun type. But then again, Bandit shotguns are so goated, and Bandit rockets are so goated. It's just ARs, pistols, and SMGs that are not that good. Oh, we could farm blue. Not that we'd want to, but we could do that. Guess I'm just pointing that out for no reason, really. Yeah, I honestly don't think Ava's the worst. One person was coping out saying that the writing in BL3 wasn't bad. It's just Ava. Ava's bad, but the writing in BL3 is not bad. And it's like, if that's your prerogative, but I disagree personally. I would say that it's overall a writing problem, because think about the fact that when people are complaining about the game, they're not, and, like, the writing in the game, they're not usually just complaining about Ava, because Ava's writing, her writing isn't bad, okay? Ava as a character is very annoying and stuff. In my opinion, she acts kind of like a bratty teenager who has lost everything would act. in a situation like that, which is annoying because kids and teenagers can be annoying. But I don't think she was written poorly. I think the other characters were written poorly. I think they just wrote an annoying character. That's my opinion. In the same way that there are people who hate Tiny Tina because she's kind of over the top and annoying, and yet she's how an over the top and annoying kid would act. I don't know. I also got a comment today about how they wanted to like Wonderlands but didn't like it because everyone was gay. I was like, all right. Like if it was worded differently, where it's like, oh, I don't like it because it feels like it's like forced or something, I'd be like, I guess I could kind of see what you're saying. But it was like, what are you saying right now? What are you getting at? BB Snappy, welcome. Also, Hydrate, welcome.
Hydrate, welcome. My bad.
You know, I get lost in Sanctuary 3, so. We got Goof Juice today, by the way. I've got Red 40 and BBL on the way. I'll let you guys know how that is once I get it. All right, let us kill the Rackman. Yeah. Tediore is very underestimated. That said, like, it's not bad for shooting, but it's not good for shooting. Rip one life. There are a lot of people that do hate Tina, yeah. And here's another thing, okay? It made me see Ava different because they took it out of the game, but there was originally a funeral sequence for, spoiler alert, Maya, and in that funeral sequence, Ava seems to reflect and stop blaming Lilith so bad, and then they took it out of the game. They're like, the game doesn't need this. And it's like, wow, the character that is the most hated in the entire franchise is partially redeemed in that sequence, and you destroyed it. You took it out. But I'm counting it as canon, so in my head, it's like, all right. But I don't know. If you were a 13-year-old girl who doesn't have any parents, doesn't have any friends, is in a messed up world, and then, like, the only person you ever cared about died, and someone else, aka Lilith, had some part in that, how would you feel? Not necessarily that, like, it was actually Lilith's fault, but that there's, like, you know, when you're dealing with grief, anyone dealing with grief, but especially a child dealing with grief, will find any way to cope with it, any sort of reasoning, right? Something bad happens to you in your life, you'll look for a reason. Why would that happen? Why would that happen to me? What did I do to deserve this? Or who did this, right? And a lot of times, especially with kids, it's the who did this. It's finding a blame for it, right? Finding something to rationalize what happened. And low-key, I think she just acts normal, in my opinion. Hammerlock was gay in BL2, but he was definitely less apparent. I mean, I get what people say when they're like, you know, the games feel more woke. The games have always been woke. They're woke games inherently. I get what people are saying, because it does feel more like they really show it off in the later games, but at the same time, it wasn't enough to, like, have me be like, man, I don't like BL3 because Hammerlock's gay. It was like, wow, this whole segment is just them making out pretty much, but good for them, I guess. I feel like out of all games that have gone woke, quote unquote, I feel like Borderlands 3 does it in a totally fine way, and they've been woke since the start. Borderlands has always been a game where the characters have always been, you know, gay or bi or whatever. So. Also, Deadly Vapors, welcome back. So sorry. They do have the worst bullet sound design, true. Sorry, I've been talking and not reading any chat. She was she was a noticeable. Yeah, she's very noticeable. They made a lot of the story better, which I don't like. And then they were like, hey, the character that people don't like, let's make it a siren. And it was like, ah, man, you probably should not have done that. If she wasn't a siren, and if she would have had her scene where she, like, reflects and, like, kind of apologizes to Lilith, I think people wouldn't hate her. I think it would be a lot better, and you'd see actual character development. But I think the thing is, you see no character development at all. And chat, for the record, me going on the gay thing, you can't call me any sort of bigot because I went to the Hollywood Pride Parade on accident. So, you know, it is what it is. Okay. I want to say, people were like, the baby maker's not the best Tediore. What are you talking about? This is level 15. It's 10 levels under. Still potentially one-shotting if I get a little bit lucky. We just need to make sure we get a grenade every time, and then we should be totally fine. I don't know if, like, I have to stand a certain distance away for the trigger. We are going to map reload for this. Normally we wouldn't, but we will here. But yeah, there are definitely some games that are, like, they go woke, and it is a little much. It's very much obvious that they're, like, trying to, like, you know, talk down on you about it. I don't feel like Borderlands is one of those at all, though, in my opinion. Dude, I need to remember I have to wait. I've never really felt that with Borderlands, but there are some people. There are some people who do. It's like, all right, man, I guess. That's your prerogative. That's your prerogative. Oh, hold on. 331. Wow. And keep in mind, chat, the level 17 green Tediore was already one-shotting all the mobs. That does 86 damage. I'm now doing 331. Granted, that was 86 plus an extra 50% if it was matching elements. But I think this might actually do more damage to Rackman now. Ooh, it does. 1, 2, 3. That'll make it always spawn in my hand. Yeah, they did kind of... They hurt Maya for sure. For kind of no reason. Yeah, I don't know why they cut that. I don't understand it. Mordecai, however, had that Torg pistol, if you know what I'm saying. I don't know that I do. Ava should have been a playable Siren. Honestly, I would have been fine with that. People were thinking Vex was Ava for a long time because they looked pretty similar. There were definitely... I talked to some people who were like, that doesn't even... There's no way. And it's like, well, this is Gearbox, so they've definitely done worse things. That's a nice anarchist. They've definitely done worse things, and Loki, it does kind of look like her if she was aged up, you know, 8 years or something. Yeah, it was just a plot death for Maya. Rest in peace. Update about the server thing. Hopefully optimistic now that something is going to happen. What, is it my server or is it his server? Because if you're talking about the other person, I definitely know who the other person's server would be because I see you active in it all the time. Is it mine or theirs? That's my question to you. You don't have to out who you're talking about, but, like, which server is it? How's one go to Pride Parade on Axton? I was on a trip to California, and me and my girlfriend and my other friend were like, oh, we've never been to Hollywood. Let's go to Hollywood. Well, he had been to Hollywood. I'd never been to Hollywood. She had never been to Hollywood. And we were like, we'll go to Hollywood. We'll go see what it's like. First of all, chat, it's not what it lives up to be, okay? It smells like weed, cigarette, and urine the entire time, and occasionally fecal matter. It was by far the dirtiest city I have ever been in my entire life. The worst traffic I have ever experienced in my entire life. Yeah, it was definitely an experience for sure. I probably would never go back other than there's like a few places there that were like, oh, that would be kind of cool to go to. But we wanted to go just like see a few things. Turns out, oh my goodness. Okay, that's actually so good, by the way. Turns out the 14th is when they do the Pride Parade. And it's like the entirety of LA, the LA area is showing up for that. So there's a lot of people. There's been very few times in my life that I've ever seen that many people in one location. It was pretty bad. It really was. No offense to the gays, but I probably wouldn't attend another Hollywood Pride Parade. I really probably wouldn't. Yeah, I feel like with Gas's server, there's always, like, somebody stirring up stuff constantly and making everyone else want to leave. I've noticed that over the course of his server existing, but shout out to his server. Oh my goodness, it's so much better. Oh, also chat, in case anyone didn't notice, we got a new veteran comm. We were using the Expert Grenadier, which was giving us, what? +2 steady and 20% grenade damage. This gives us +2 steady. We lose the grenade damage, but we get more mag size and reload speed, which means we'll actually be getting more damage out of this than we otherwise would. Keep in mind, each of these run-ups would have been like 3 or 4 minutes if we were not using map reloader. I normally don't like map reloading, but I will make the exception for stream. Well, if I was off stream, I'd probably be using it. But, you know. Yeah, Vex Bex is emo Ava. Yeah, Axton's by. Granted, that was due to a bug. But then they were like, yeah, sure, it's canon. Who cares? Are you in the LA area, meatballiest? I don't see myself ever living there. Like, there are, because, you know, I think a lot about where I'll end up one day. I like where I live now, but there are benefits of other places. And what I found is, like, SoCal, pretty nice, honestly. Pretty darn nice. Like, down in the whole SoCal area, like, near the coast. Honestly, pretty nice. It's like, yeah, I could live here if it wasn't $1 million for a house. Literally, that's like the median, I think, is 1.2 million. LA, because I always hear about LA. People, every YouTuber that's ever moved always moves to LA. Gunner ring, level 22. That's the lowest level. Let's get another. Every YouTuber who's ever moved to California always moves to LA. All that you ever hear about California is in LA. Dude, it's horrible there. I would never move there. I think that's truly like, that's like worst case scenario for me. That's another lowest possible level gunner rank. Wait, chat, do you see what farm we're on? What's what is 9 plus 10? Chat, what's 9 plus 10? 6-7. Can we get a Cody Play Boo Boo 6-7 in the chat? A lot of my takes make people Who just said that? That's why I stay quiet a lot. I know a lot of... that's Sidesway saying that. See, that's what I don't get. People were telling me I don't have a backbone because I was like trying not to offend people on the Borderlands worst of list. And it's like, I definitely have a backbone. There's a lot of takes that I'll say that I know blatantly people will disagree with or call me an idiot for, but I'm standing on it. Ziba, welcome Ziba. I hope you enjoyed that epic meme. Lay epic meme. Yeah, no, I don't get it, Alpha. I think they weren't thinking about like what comm would be associated with what manufacturer when the game was coming out. Which, I mean, I guess. No, but that doesn't make sense why they wouldn't think of that. Well, wait, what level is this guy? Is he 24? Because if he's 24, then 22 would be the lowest he can drop, and he could drop a 25 as well, I believe, right? Yeah, you'll get the Nemvader very soon, bro. It's always the run. It's always the run right after when you got off, you know? So I say keep it up, and you'll get it eventually. And then there are the people that live in like desert, but like California desert, like Tacoma or whatever it's called. Is that what it's called? Temecula. That's what it is. Dog, why do you live there? I remember I had some people move here from California. They're not very nice people. Love them. And it was, I think it was 95 degrees one day. And they were like, oh my gosh, it feels so nice right now. It's like, it's not too hot or anything. And I was like, what are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, where we came from in Temecula, it's like 115. I was like, why would you live there, man? You don't live close enough to anything that makes California good. And you live in like the hottest part of it. I don't get it. I don't get it. But if that's where you are, shout out. Shout out. Yeah. Yeah, shout out. Literally. That's like crazy. More comms should be like Gauge, Tediore, or AR comm. Yeah, the rage bait comms essentially. Clear comms, clear comms. What mod are you using to spawn there and not go to the menus? Legendary. First of all, welcome. I hope you're enjoying stream. This is the BL2 map reloader. If I wanted, I could also press F7, and each of them would be essentially like a read-only. They're not saving any progress. That's a shock trooper? Yeah, it is a shock trooper, but not a good one. I was hoping for like +3 onslaught, but I don't think I can even get that right now. Cousin is stationed in the middle of California deserts, up to 120 in the base. I don't get it, chat. I don't get it. I think I just don't fully get the California thing. I think that it seems like, correct me if I'm wrong, Seems like back in like the 90s and early 2000s, they kind of peaked. But I don't know. There's like a lot of people that live in my state that have moved from California, and they're all like, man, it went downhill quick. It's like, seems like it. But I don't know. I don't know if that's fully true because I don't live there. So every day here in summer in Romania, I'm very sorry. Oh my gosh. That's the lowest possible level. Let's get one more, but this one is the bunker farmer right here. This is the bunker farmer. But I don't think it's bad that we're doing this. We never farm on stream, chat. It's so rare that I actually farm items, so why not do that? Nice shield capacity. Chat, we are at 11.67. Wait, 6.7, 11, but reverse. We put a play on it. That's crazy. Born and raised LA area. There's so much to do. A lot of beautiful places to visit. Hollywood is a tourist trap. No, like even like the other parts. It's not for me. It's not for me, is what I'll say. There we go. That is better. It sucks that it's 2 fur, because that... Well, unless I'm wrong. Hell Lord. Does 2 fur truly reduce the damage like it would? Because when you add double, it reduces base damage, right? So does this make it do less damage than it otherwise would? Yeah, too bad. We'll take it anyway. I don't really care. I just wanted something of a higher level. But we'll take that. And now we've got a good gunner ring, so we should be kind of goated. Now we can do an actual save quit. 38 runs to get that, by the way. If each run was a 3-minute walk up, that would have been really bad. I think I'm not built for LA. I mean, I could see why people would live there. But with the price and everything, I just don't know. Plus, dude, it's like the crime capital of freaking the United States. I know that it has like the highest amount of like carjackings, the highest like stolen cars, highest things stolen from cars. Just like there's like a lot of gang violence and stuff. I don't know. But there are a lot of things to do. I did notice that for sure. So it just kind of depends on what kind of person you are, I guess. Like, I get why people live there, but at the same time, like, to me, I guess that's what I'll specify. I get why people live there, but to me, I'm like, why would anyone live here? But not as a literal, like, there's nothing good here, because there are a lot of good things. And that's the things I notice most when I'm in California. I'm like, man, there is always something. There's always, like, somewhere to go. Like, if you could be in any location, and it's like, oh, I want Asian food. You look up Asian restaurants on maps, and there's 15 within 5 minutes, you know? Obviously, hyperbole. But does one shot, one kill have a magazine number prerequisite? Prerequisite! No, it does not. So, that's why the Infinity works well with it, because it just full on is 60% increased damage with the Infinity. Up to 120 with a comm. Or 130? NorCal, it's way different than SoCal. I've always wanted to, like, visit San Francisco, because they filmed Full House there, so I'm like, I gotta go. But, well, they claimed, but they didn't, really. But I've heard San Francisco is, like, really horrible, too. Pretty much, I hear that every big city of California is really horrible. And it's definitely a different culture than what I'm used to. A lot more goes on. Where I live, I've never heard someone threaten to shoot another person in well, I guess not broad daylight, but never heard other people threaten to shoot each other. Never seen random acts of violence. Very rarely ever hear sirens or anything. Every time I've gone, it's constant sirens. Multiple times where I'm like, yeah, we're about to die. I am about to be dead. So, may we rest in peace. Check the gunner ring, by the way. Watch this. Come back for the recoil. Boom! 50,000 damage in normal mode. Chat. This is what I'm saying about the gunner ring. Gunner ring is so good, and people don't understand it. They just need to learn how to use it. If you can kind of use it well. Loki, I don't even know how it did that much, but 36 damage, or 360 damage. I said 50,000 damage. Let me do another to make sure that wasn't like a fluke for some reason. But 57,000 damage. Chat.
The gunner ring's bad. The gunner ring's not good. The gunner ring's so bad because when Lil Gas Mask used gunner ring, it's not good.
50. Chat. My highest damaging weapon right now okay? My highest damaging weapon is a rocket launcher that does 2,000. Besides that, it is this pistol that does 600 damage. Ice did 50,000 damage in normal mode. Yeah. Yeah. Women fish me, fear want me.
Absolutely true. Founder, and welcome.
Thank you, Bound. I'm glad you enjoy those. My YouTube shorts, I don't know why. Sometimes they get around. I've had a lot of people that are like, yo, my mom gets recommended your shorts. I'm like, does she play Borderlands? They're like, nope. Like, all right. But thank you for that. I hope I'm glad that you enjoy them. I really am. The trick with the gunnerang chat, you kind of got to sweet spot it like it's a Dark Souls 2 weapon, okay? Like, if the enemy is too far away, like if I throw it from probably here, I don't think it'll hit the constructor. I think it'll rebound before the constructor. Oh, low-key it will, though. Oh, low-key it will, though. Typically, you want to be like here to here, and then it should get them on the rebound. That's crazy, because constructors are built with insane damage reduction. So the fact that I'm killing them so fast is actually very impressive. But, you know, there are so many people that slander this weapon. You just have to get like a good distance. If the enemy is too far away, it'll curve around and then often just full on miss. If the enemy is too close, sometimes it will also miss, or it'll blow you up, or it won't properly even make it to the target before blowing up. But I'd say you put the enemy sort of at like SMG range. Gunnerang does 1.5 times more damage per unspent mag on reload. Yeah, no, as a shooting weapon, it's genuinely not bad. People slander this all the time. They're like, oh, it's not good, or it's unusable. I think it's a solid A tier weapon with potential for S tier. I mean, this is one of the only 2 Tediore weapons, well, I guess 3 Tediore weapons, that's consistently been used over time for the raid boss kills. If you know, like, Veracitus used to be like an 8-second kill. Sadly, they bugged him out. But you could kill him with Avengers and Gunnerangs in like 8 seconds. Because, you know, found the real. Thank you for the Twitch follow. I do appreciate that. A lot of BL, though. Played since I was a kid. Learned a lot and still learning. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, if you like bingo stuff, if you like the bingo videos I've done, I've got a bingo video coming out soon. BL4 bingo. Also, the Gunnerang comes back to you, so you have to position yourself properly as well, which I think people don't do. I feel like whenever I see people use the Gunnerang, they're like doing that. And they're like, why is it killing anything? Like, because that's not how it works. Not how it works. You know what's another thing? I see a lot of people that are like, oh, the Gunnerang kills you. I could probably count the amount of times it's killed me on my hands. I think these are the same people that I've heard say that the antagonist slags you. I don't recall a time I've ever been slagged by the antagonist, okay? I know it's possible, but I don't recall that happening. War now takes 30 minutes of literal perfect sweaty gameplay. Yeah, it's really horrible. Scared Lawyer Cat, thank you for the Twitch follow. Again, I do appreciate that. I don't know what we're at right now, but I know we're nearing 2,000, which is crazy to me. Especially because it's only been like a year that we've been streaming on Twitch. This guy is entirely resistant to grenades. I think we're going to have to actually shoot him in the eyeball. It's kind of sad because Tediore guns I love, but Tediore as a whole is not that good, honestly. They make the worst grenades other than the fastball. Literally, the fastball is the only exception. They make by far the worst grenades in the entire game. They make by far the worst shields in the entire game. Torg's shields, Torg's one shield is significantly better, in my opinion. And they make some of the worst class mods in the game, too, so... Yeah, Tediore, really, it's just the guns. It really is just the guns. And the Allegiance Relic. The Allegiance Relic for Tediore is probably, in my opinion, the best Allegiance Relic. Followed by, what, Maliwan and... maybe Torque? Or, yeah, I think that sounds about right. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Bound. Isn't the only Tediore launcher that does grenade, isn't that the bunny? I thought that the normal reloads do launcher splash. I could be wrong about that. Hellord will know. Oh, Hellord proceeded to say it, yeah. It's very unintuitive. It is very unintuitive. We like take this to UVHM. I'll probably try this through the peak as much as I can. We might have to do a little bit of like Tediore B shield or something for Dukino's mom. That's always the thing. On all of the Allegiance runs, it's always, how will I beat Dukino's mom? Everything else is like, oh yeah, we got that in the bag. This is, how will I beat Dukino's mom? I don't know. I would like to take it all the way through, especially because it's on a character that I enjoy. Like, I've made so many Gage playthroughs. I think we've streamed 3 Gage playthroughs now. Never done the OP levels, because every time we get to the OP levels and I go, this sucks, I hate it. Yeah, Axton can throw grenades and fight for your life, and it's very nice. Plus, he's got Last Ditch Effort and Crisis Management. He's actually very good in fight for your life. Even though people sleep on Axton, I always hear people say he's the easiest to one life. Because he's just really consistent. He's very consistently like B tier. Pretty much everything about him is pretty B tier, other than Tediore Chucks. I would call Tediore Chucks like the one thing that Axton truly does better than every other character. Even better than Krieg. Krieg has a higher potential. You can go look at like sudden death mode. He has the quest to damage cap with white Tediore pistols, where there's one where, or sorry, white Tediore SMGs and green Tediore SMGs. There's one where he one-shots Dukino's mom with a green Tediore, by the way. One-shots Dukino's mom on Krieg. So the ceiling is higher, but it's sort of like the chopper. Krieg with Tediore is like the chopper, where it's like the potential of this is extremely high. That said, no, it's not actually... That's not actually a thing that you should probably do. That's right, Bound. You should apologize for that. How dare you be wrong in Twitch chat? Scum of the earth. Yeah, Tediore is just the way to go. I think as a kid, I also didn't get it. I think that's probably what it is. I think if you hate Tediore, no offense, but if you hate Tediore, I think your brain might not fully be developed. So that's probably what it is. You might be a blue, low-key. Kill the blues. Wonderland's version. Anything other than YouTubers and veteran seasoned players of BL don't exist, Lamau. You know, Chad, my goal since the beginning of this channel was to try and bridge the gap, so let me know what you think of that. Bridge the gap between veteran player, because, like, I know the game a lot more than, like, a casual player would. I would say that I know significantly more than, like, just a random casual. But at the same time, I'm not, like, super tryhard at all, and I play very casually. So let me know if you guys think I accomplished that, because that was literally my goal from the very start of this channel, was to try and hit the in-between. Because I noticed that most channels were either brand new players that didn't know what they were doing, or it was Jolt's dude doing the 8,000th playthrough of the game. Hydrate. Hi, Toasty. You know what's sad about the crack sash meme? The fact that it's not better than a normal purple Tediore shield. Would you recommend Melee Krieg or Hellborn Krieg for OP10? For the peak, Hellborn and Bloodlust. For playing at OP10, either one works. They're both really good builds. I've got 3 guides about it on my channel. First time playing BL2 as a teen and I didn't get the power of Tediore. Yeah, you don't get it when you're younger. What BL2 gun looks the best? I would say my favorite looking BL2 gun is probably... There's something about a perfect Herald without Torque Sight, but like a Jacob's grip, or sorry, Jacob's Sight explicit or Deepa with a Tor grip. It just looks satisfying, doesn't it? It just looks good. But I would say my favorite gun to look at is probably... I don't know, actually. I don't know. There's a lot that I really like. Probably the Baby Maker. I don't know. I love the Baby Maker's look, especially when you get it elemental. All right, let's check the damage. Damage check, chat. No! Why do I always get the weirdest bunkers? You guys can go back, watch all the VODs. Every time I get to bunker, he's always doing like the weirdest patterns. Hey, watch him post up like over on that corner or something. It's not. It is not. 0.98 triple Tediore purple. Crack sash is still over 1. Let's go. All right. Please don't move. And let's see what the gunner ring can do. Oh, I'm out of ammo, so hopefully those other ones reach him. Yep.
The gunner ring's so bad. The gunner ring's so bad.
I'm telling you guys, there are so many guns in this game that are so slept on, especially by the casual audience. The casual players that play this game don't understand the power of things. I've gotten so many people that are like, yeah, Borderlands 2 is fun, but you have to use the same 10 weapons. That's why I like BL3. That's wrong. I would be willing to say at least 80% of the guns in this game are viable, okay? With probably 20% of them reaching, like, the echelon of meta, right? Where it's like, yeah, you could realistically use this at any point on any character and it would be good, right? But a lot of them, I think people just don't try them, man. It's like the Gub. The Gub is memed on by Jolts. And so I think a lot of people are like, if you were to do a survey of the entirety of the Borderlands community, many of which watch Jolts, dude, they would tell you that the worst gun in the game, also we didn't have a game buff for Bunker Drop. What are my mods doing? You guys are getting fired. I think that, like, not the majority, but a very, very good chunk of people would say the Gub is the worst gun in the game. That's just not even true. The Gub is very competent. It's a very competent weapon. It's just a meme because it follows him around. Is that a Weisenheimer? No, that's Bandit. That's a Barfy. The Bandit Weisenheimer, pretty much. But yeah, I don't know. Let's go open the chests. I never open these chests. There are 3 chests in Bunker's Arena chat, in case you did not know. You can check it out on my YouTube short. Volcano and conference call. I do like the conference calls look as well. Big bulky barrel and the design of BL2 Butcher gets me. Oh, okay. I could do the Butcher too. Butcher, Baby Maker. I think I don't think there's any that are like, man, this is the most amazing gun of all time, like skin wise. But I think there are a lot for me that are like, yeah, this competes for #1 best looking gun. You can't kill things without the B. That's it. That's it. That's it. I don't like using the B shield. Well, sometimes I do. Sometimes it's fun. There have been times where off stream I'm just like B hawking because I haven't done it in so long, and I'm like, wait, this is kind of fun though. But what I will say is that while you definitely don't need the B for anything outside of the peak, they definitely balance the peak around the B. I think if they didn't, then they really were overestimating their players. I'm 90% sure that they balance the peak specifically with the B in mind. But when you're using the B and then swap off the B, you do feel like you're doing no damage. So I get where casual players come from that, because they're using a B and a Lady Fist and they're one-shotting everything, and then all of a sudden it swaps to how the game's like kind of intended to be balanced, and all of a sudden you don't kill that fast. So
consider this your final warning. No, consider this my final warning. Turn around and I promise I'll make it quick.
you know what's sad about the Logan's gun? Under optimal conditions, it's low-key an S tier weapon. And under suboptimal, it's an F- tier weapon. Like, it's literally probably the worst weapon in the game under suboptimal conditions, right? Like, I would say that the Infection is one of the worst guns in the game, right? And it's already not good against robots. But then if you use it against flesh targets, which would be suboptimal, it extra doesn't do much damage, but it could eventually kill most bandits. And it's still a tool, right? It's still building up stacks if you're Krieg. It's still healing you if you've got Life Tap or Able or a Moxie weapon or anything. The same cannot be said for the Logan's gun. The Logan's gun at its absolute peak, flesh targets on Krieg, potentially an S weapon, okay? It's so good, right? But you cannot kill loaders, and normally loaders can be killed with fire weapons. Like, you could easily kill loaders with a Heartbreaker because their crits don't receive the damage reduction to fire, so you're able to just crit robots and all of a sudden it's, you know, totally fine. However, Logan's gun can't crit, so you lose that. Yeah, it really is just another utility weapon at the end of the day. But don't underestimate its potential power, okay? Genuinely, the Logan's gun does have insane potential. But it's one of those that you have to make a build around it for it to be good. And it only works on, like... Honestly, I would only use it on Krieg. I don't see myself using it on other characters. You can use it on other characters. Alpha uses it all the time on Axton. Granted, Alpha, low-key, if you're still here, often will be like, oh, look how much damage this is doing, guys. As it's taking 38 minutes to kill a junk loader. And you're like, wow, yeah. Kind of like a gauge situation right there. But other than that, no character really does well with it. Some people do it on Maya, but if you do it on Maya, they don't receive the extra explosions because they're phase locked. Axton just kind of gets a lot of gun damage and fire rate, so that's pretty good. And can make the enemy stand in place with his turrets, so that is good. He does have some synergies with that. And then Salvador, he doesn't particularly have anything, but he is Salvador, so it's probably fine. Gage is definitely not the character you use with the Logan's gun. Oh, you know what? No, Zero. Zero actually is pretty competent with it. In my experience, Zero can do a good amount. I should remember that, like, I can shoot things. Oh my goodness. Nah, dude, if you're trashing on Tediore, oh, these guns suck. They feel so bad to shoot. They do feel bad. I agree with you. But check the damage, chat. Yeah, Zero, I would say Zero and Krieg are the only two characters I would use it on, realistically. And on both of those characters, it is a very competent weapon. It is, like, yeah, you can actually do things. Although I would say that on Zero, like a best possible case scenario on Zero, it's probably an A tier weapon. Best possible case scenario for Krieg, it is genuinely an S. If you have not used it on Krieg, let me tell you. Because you get Bloodbath every kill, huge Bloodbath value, huge fire value from his fire skills. You can set yourself on fire with it if you're not already on fire. And then let's get our ammo back. And there's some other things too that are good about it. There's other good synergies with Krieg. I just can't think of them right in this current second. But they do exist, yeah, trust me. But most of it is that he makes the damage of it insane, and every single kill with it increases damage, which that's one of my least favorite arguments that I see all the time in the Borderlands community. It's like, oh, this gun synergizes really well with Krieg. Every gun synergizes with Krieg because of Bloodbath. No, not every gun synergizes well with Krieg. The Unforgiven, yeah, you can make it do more damage on Krieg, but I wouldn't, and you can make it one-shot. You make it one-shot in OP10, thanks to Krieg's Bloodbath, and yet I would never be like, oh, the Unforgiven synergizes with Krieg, because it doesn't. It really doesn't synergize with him very well. You can just buff it. There's a difference between that and something like the Wanderlust or Logan's gun that genuinely synergizes with Krieg and genuinely provides value to Krieg that you don't get on other characters, right? And that's not just a bunch of random stats. True. Yeah, no, Eden, I'm always confused because there are a lot of people that I've gotten like comments about of people being like literally just saying Tediore is bad or Tediore sucks, and it's like, I don't think you've ever used Tediore. Because even up to OP10, which I think the people that are saying Tediore is bad don't play at OP10. But on top of that, I'm getting the cool thing where my frame rate is too high, so I can't go through the bubble, and I forgot to set up River Tuna. But I don't think the type of people that are saying Tediore is bad are the type of people that have made it to OP10. But even at OP10, Tediore is really, really good. So, I don't know. It is obviously better on Axton and Krieg, but I feel like you can use it on any character. I've even seen OP10 Gage builds that made me, like, surprised, okay? So it wasn't just like, oh, I'm using Tediore on Gage. It was like, no, it's actually doing damage. I'm actually very surprised about that. But it is significantly worse on other characters. Like, get Axton or Krieg on it, and whew, it's so good. And what's nice is on Axton, the things that are buffing it are things that you were gonna get anyway. 90% of the, like 90% of people that are playing Axton are probably gonna put points into Steady anyway. Are probably gonna put points into Ready anyway. Are probably going to put points into, you know, this and that anyway. And it all just works really well. Yeah, ammo is the #1 downside. Luckily, once you hit UVHM, little known fact, ammo drops become more common in UVHM. I called a little known fact because I didn't know that until a couple months ago. But that's what I was realizing, chat. For anyone that doesn't know, anyone that says like UVHM is too hard or you die too quick in UVHM, just so you know, if you play, the enemy damage doesn't scale, really, or increase, with some few exceptions, right? So if you're playing in UVH, like, sorry, let me restart from the beginning so then it doesn't sound incoherent. If you were playing and had, let's say, a antagonist, you're using a level 10 antagonist, you were level 10, and there was a rack that was level 10 as well, okay? Everything's level 10, you're using an antagonist. Let's say that rack takes 8 hits to break your shield, okay? Then you hit level 50 with a level 50 antagonist and a level 50 rack. It will still take 8 hits to break your shield. Then you go into UVHM, you hit level 80 with a level 80 antagonist, you're level 80, and the rack is level 80. It will take 8 hits to break your shield. And now you go up to OP10, and in OP10, your OP10, the antagonist is OP10, and the rack is OP10. It will take 8 hits to break that shield. And I think that's a big misconception, is that like the game kills you more in UVHM. I think the only things that really make you die more in UVHM, you know, in the OP levels, your health goes down quicker. That is the one exception to this rule. In all others, it doesn't. But in UV or in OP10 specifically, your health will die quicker. Let's do read only. Let's do a farm on this. But I think it probably comes more from the fact, we're just gonna take that actually. We're not gonna do read only. I think it more so comes from the fact that one, elements will kill you a bit faster, but the fact that things last longer because things are more tanky for the most part, and so they have more opportunity to fight back, you know? So it's like if the enemy has twice as long to kill you, then you will take twice as much damage theoretically. But the game doesn't actually get harder. And what I love about UVHM, UVHM is very divisive in this game, but I love UVHM because when played properly, you do more damage than you do in normal mode or True Vault Hunter mode. But if played suboptimally, it's definitely not like that. It's definitely worse. Is there any other Tediore weapons we can get right now? Or Tediore gear? We've literally gone every Tediore grenade mod because it's only the fastball. We've got our Tediore Allegiance. We can't... I mean, we could get the Cradle, but we're not going to do that, so don't even bring it up. And we could get a Crack Sash, but I'm not going to farm Tubbies right now. And then we get the Blockhead, and I think that's it, which we don't need.
Jack still needs time to charge the bulk. You just need to find out where this warrior is buried. There's only one place on
Here takes on weapons that aren't just anything not meta is bad and will never be used. Hearing those underused uniques get recognition is nice. I'm telling you guys, go through the list on Loot Lemon. 80% of the guns in the game are viable, okay? There's truly not many guns that are bad, because how many guns are in Borderlands 2? How many guns are in Borderlands 2, okay? What, a few hundred or something? And I'm gonna look real quick. The list of guns that are like not viable to the point where it's like you could make it work, but you need a build, right? Are like the Ahab, the Bearcat, sorta. I'm always on the edge with the Bearcat. The Bearcat has a lot of potential, but you do need a build for it. So let's say the Ahab, will say the Bearcat. I would say Boom Puppy, Buffalo, and Elephant Gun. Again, you can make them work, but I wouldn't call them like viable by themselves. Tulane, Dominator, Damn Cowboy, Evil Smasher, Landscaper, I'm really having to scroll to find things that are like not viable on multiple occasions. Probably Retcher. I would probably include the Retcher. It is kind of underrated. Like, it is capable of doing things, but it's not that good. I would also say Seeker. I think Seeker and Bearcat are on the same level. They can be used, but you do definitely need to like work around it. Stomper. and Wanderlust. And that is it. And the other like 200 guns or whatever there are in this game are all like viable or above. Ahab, though, I think the Ahab is the worst rocket in the game. I think it's truly one of those of why would you ever use it when you could just use anything else? Because it's really inaccurate, but you need to be accurate because it doesn't have splash, and the damage doesn't make up for how often you won't hit the enemy. Normally when you're using a rocket launcher, most of the times, unless you're doing like a rocket build, it's just for second wins, and it's probably the worst second winding rocket in the game, in my opinion. Over 9,000, welcome. Yeah, Evil Smasher struggles at all points.
Welcome to the Iridium Blight. Before Hyperion, this place was...
And since we farmed up so much XP getting the Gunner Ring, we are probably fine to just clear out the rest of the game right now. Guys, I've been on the quest. I've learned that the most stressful thing to shop for is a mattress. Okay? Because it seems like every mattress that you can ever look up is simultaneously the #1 best mattress in the world and the #1 avoid this mattress at all costs. Whatever you do, do not buy this, right? I've been floor sleeping for a long time, and for I think close to 2 years I've been sleeping primarily on the floor, and it's been great, but I'm getting kind of tired of it. I'm like, I should invest in a good mattress because you spend, you know, a third of your life sleeping on it. But it is so difficult. And like the ones that I've went and tried, I'm like, man, this is really nice. But then you look it up and it's like, dude, mine broke after 1 year. And you see so many things like that. But then it's like, think about all the people that got their mattress and enjoyed it. They're probably not going to leave a review. Most people that enjoy a product don't end up leaving a review, right? If everyone that enjoyed Borderlands 2 left a review, it would have millions of reviews. But instead it has like, I don't know, 30,000 or something like that. I have no clue. But not millions, right? And so the majority of people that will be giving a review will be people that were dissatisfied or were particularly satisfied by it. And so it's like, what do you trust? What do you trust? And it's so hard because literally it's like everything that I find where someone's like, this is the best one. And I've gone and tried other ones. Every single one where it's like, man, this is the best one. There's also a whole page of avoid at all costs. This is the worst thing ever. Don't use it. It will kill you and both of your parents while you're sleeping, okay? It doesn't matter if they're in a different house than you. They will die tonight if you sleep on this. And it's like, okay. And then you see so many things where it's like, avoid this at all costs. And then you see the other, you know, other group of people where they're like, this is the best mattress ever. I would never go back. I've had it for 15 years. It's perfect. And it's really bad. And I think what makes it worse than buying other things is that with other things, it's like, okay, is this the best controller? I'm going to lose $100 if I don't like this controller. But with a mattress, it's like, this is $3,000. So you really don't want to make the wrong choice there. Did you know that its damage is worse than a White Torg rifle with the same parts? I did not know that. At first I thought we were talking about the Ahab when I started reading that, and then I put together at the end of that we were probably talking about the Evil Smasher. I hope we're talking about the Evil Smasher and not the Ahab. Someone spread some blatant misinfo in my comment section the other day. He's saying that the 12-pounder is more damage than the Nukem. That's not true. Damage per rocket would be true, though. I did not try the new takedown. Me and Gas are gonna do it together once we get back. Even though I think neither of us particularly care about it. We both love BL4, but I don't think that we're like super eager to play it, honestly. Probably especially him, because he already has like 900 hours in the game. But anyway, so I don't know what to do, chat. It's low-key stressing me out. But I'm like, maybe I just gotta try one and just hope that they hold up to that like 10-year warranty. I'm like, hey, just get rid of this. I don't want this. But it's stressing me out. And then I'm like, maybe I just don't even need one. But I feel like I always get kind of bad sleep. I didn't used to. But I've noticed throughout my life, if I spend too long sleeping in the same thing or on the same thing, I tend to start to dislike it. But I'm like, would that happen with a high quality, like a really high quality mattress? Oh no. But I want to invest in myself and in my health because I feel bad all the time. So. Oh my goodness, Connor, welcome. Make sure to get a mattress protector for it. Yeah, I've had some mattress protectors that made it actively worse though, so I gotta get something decent. And then no, and then even like I was looking, there's like there's like the sleep pod whatever, and I guess like a ton of like really big people use it, right? They're like, this is all I would ever sleep on, and even that, I look it up and immediately I'm bombarded with like, all my sleepless nights on this piece of junk. This is the worst thing ever. Don't put your money into it. And it's like even the thing that's used by like the people that are like renowned for their sleeping ability or whatever, it's like even those are like never use this. And then what I think it is, what I'm starting to realize, I think there's a quality control issue in the mattress business, okay? Because every mattress, there's like hundreds of people that are like, this is great, we've had it for 15 years, works perfect. Best mattress I ever slept on. And then the other half, or probably not the other half, but the other like third of, there's like a third of them that are like, this literally died within a year and they wouldn't give me a return. And now I'm stuck with it, and like now all my bones are made of like paper mache due to what the mattress did to me. Like the mattress, I'm not gonna say that, but like this is a level 15 baby maker, non-elemental, still putting in this damage over 9,000. Just so you know. Also, over 9,000. This gunnerang does 362 damage. Guess how much it does on a reload to a robot. I want you to guess the amount of damage that this does on a reload to a robot in normal mode. Level 22 gunnerang, 362 damage, 32 mag size. Give a wild guess, any wild guess, how much it does to a robot. People are overdramatic. It makes it very hard. People are overdramatic. People, all in all, are very annoying. Oh, pandemic. Homing pandemic. Chat, where the gambas at? Surely there's a mod in here to start some gambas, right? At the very least, we got to do warrior gamba. That's where Meatballies will get all of his money back. Yeah, I'm excited for the Zane pack. I'm excited for all the BL4 stuff. I love BL4. I just wish that it ran better. Also, Twink says welcome. I thought there was a DLC in Africa for at least like 2 years. Are you talking about Resident Evil 5 right now?
My boys are gonna come in and steal the explosives. But the
Also, Iskago, welcome.
Take off those buzzers.
Yes, over 9,000. I want you to guess how much damage that gunnerang is doing. Corrosive, on flesh, or sorry, not on flesh, on robots. It's level 22. 360 damage. 32 mag size. Take a wild guess, okay? Take a wild guess how much it does, because people sleep on the gunnerang over 9,000. They tell me all the time that the gunnerang is not that good, or that Tediore isn't good, which is the wildest thing. Take a guess. Take a wild guess. In your wildest dreams, how much damage would that do? He's about to do the math and guess it like literally on the spot. 13k, 25k, 5k, 10k. Oh yeah, a lot of you weren't here for it. I'll wait for over 9,000 to give his guess, and then I'll let you all in on the company's secret. 17,000? No, it does 50,000 damage. Level 22 gunnerang does 50,000 damage because the gunnerang also has the bonus like 1.5 times. So anyone who says the gunnerang is bad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not normally the type to say this. That is a skill issue. That is actually a skill issue. Okay. What level are the robots? The robots were on level. Although, chat, how does it work in this game? Obviously, if the enemies are under-leveled, or sorry, are over-leveled compared to you, you do less damage. Does the same apply if you're over-leveled? If you're over-leveled, do they take more damage? I don't think they do, but I could be wrong. Veteran and skill tree. Here is the skill tree. Also, let's get... I kind of would rather just go sentry, because like we've already got a Tediore shield, so we kind of don't need the delay or rate. So we'll do sentry. Here's the tree, and here's our steady. I know, and people will tell me well, actually, people don't tell me this. I see it in comments all the time and stuff. They always say that the gunnerang is not good. They'll put it in, you know, some of the worst weapons. I think even Mick rated it really low in his pistol like ranking. And I think anyone who thinks the Gunnerang is bad is wrong. I'm sorry. I think you're just wrong about that. Granted, hey, against flying targets, not very good. But I do believe anyone saying the Gunnerang is bad is wrong about that. That's one of the things I will say.
They'll need those charges to blast open the path to the info stockade.
And here's the thing too. If you're using it like in later game, you've probably got lots of SDUs, so you don't even have to be that skilled with it. Literally just chuck it. You know? Posture check? I feel like my posture wasn't bad, but okay.
Got some slabs heading in for pickup.
Yeah, it's boosted by grenade damage. All Tediore chucks are boosted by grenade damage, so... And then on top of that, the Gunnerang has like an... According to... Was it Rokaris or Hellord? It's got an extra 1.5 times. Honestly, when Rokaris, you and Hellord just morph into the same when you give me information. You're not the same person, normally, but when you give me information, you're just the same person. In the same way that Dominic and Cursory are the same whenever they give me information. I'm like, yep, one of them. Where's Diego? Diego, if you're watching the VOD, where you at, bro? Roll up. Alright. Ready, Blight? Best suggestions for mattress shopping, going back to that, just lay down on them one at a time for 15 to 30 minutes each and let your body tell you what you need to know. Ignore online reviews. See, so from the beginning of time, ever since they started coming out with purple, something about it just looked satisfying to me. And I was like, that's what I want, right? And then I've sat on a lot of mattresses in stores. I hate memory foam, chat. You've heard me go on the rant so many times. I hate memory foam, okay? Like, you would catch me dead on memory foam, because if I'm sleeping on memory foam, either A, I'm going to die of achiness and pain, or B, I'm going to want to die from achiness and pain, okay? Cannot stand memory foam. But I've tried a bunch of different really like high-end memory foam mattresses. I was trying one that was $10,000 recently, knowing full well I wasn't going to get it. Look how nice that is. Look how nice that is. Wait, what's the side on it too? Oh, dude. Wait, is that a perfect Rustler's Long Rider? I think it might be. And I was like, man, this sucks, right? Tried some other... I think I've tried some of the latex mattresses, and I'm like, these are pretty nice. And then I tried there was the purple... One of the purple mattresses I tried, and I was like, this literally is genuinely probably the most comfortable I've ever been laying down on something. And that one, too... I didn't realize it had an adjustable base. I already felt like it was the most comfortable thing I'd ever laid on. And then I realized it had an adjustable base, and I was like, this is genuinely the most comfortable thing on earth. If I could replace my couch with that, I would, right? But then I'm looking at it, and so many people, I think they've got a quality issue, because half the people that review purples, or not that review purples, but like people on Reddit and stuff. So like the people you can trust more, you can trust Reddit for opinions, that they'll be honest about their opinion. You can't trust them for actually good advice though. And especially not like, guys, if you've ever seen people on Reddit try to give relationship advice, it's always like, hey, my boyfriend, like, he kind of smells bad and I don't know what to do about that. Every time it's like, dump him, girly. You need to dump him. Like, that's a little extreme, I feel. But you can trust that they'll give honest opinions. And there are so many people that are like, this is literally the most comfortable mattress I've ever slept on in my life, and we've had it for 11 years. The other half are, we had it for a year, and now it's horrible, and it sags, and you should avoid it at all costs. And I'm like, it's so hard. It's the same thing, if you guys know, where it's like, every time you purchase something, you like purchase a speaker, right? And then while you're waiting for it to arrive, you're seeing all the reviews where it's like, this killed my entire family. But this speaker single-handedly killed my parents and cut off their skin and wore it to taunt me. And it's like, did I make a mistake here? But I feel like with mattresses, one, there seems to be a quality assurance thing, or a quality issue. And then on top of that, it's so subjective. It is so subjective. It's like headphones, right? Headphones are the exact same thing. They have like the worst and best reviews of all things because it's so subjective how you listen to music. Also, Man of Low Moral Fiber Easter egg. But yeah, it's just so subjective. And so I'm like, honestly, I really want the purple mattress. And I was looking, they've got it on sale, and I'm like, oh man, and they've got the adjustable base on sale. So it's like almost $500 off for everything. But then at the same time, I'm getting bombarded with like seeing so many people that are like, avoid at all costs. It breaks after 2 years. Their customer service is bad. So sometimes they won't live up to like refunding it. I'm like, what do I do, man? What do I do? But I'm like, maybe I just take the leap. I don't know. But Reddit is really good for giving their unfiltered opinions about things, and also for when you need tech support from a 15-year-old Reddit page. And it's always the one thing that solved your problem. Level 70, Sawbar from farming a midget. Congratulations. I love the Sawbar. It is a very, very good weapon. A little niche, not niche, a little hard to use, but so good. Yeah, do the Key and Peele sketch. I was thinking, also Italian Pride, welcome, hi. How you doing today? I was thinking, chat, go up to a mattress store. You're like, hey, you mind if I test this out? It's like, oh, no problem. And then you go to the end of the bed and pull up the chair. Hmm.
Pressure the pipeline so high, a little force will pop it like a blister. Get back to the pipeline and bring your vehicle.
Then play BL4 Cultist.
You there? Good. Now,
So the joke is, chat. So the joke I was making there.
all the way back in sanctuary.
Sure, we'll run through the pipe. You don't normally run through the pipe. Your mom, your...
Jack's got the warrior.
You win. I can't. The game since update crashed on splash screen. Dude, I don't know what you're talking about. I never had any issues with BL4 optimization or performance. Covering how the mattress industry is basically all a scam. I think I was watching part of that video. The guy with the long hair. With each company having their own unique beds, you literally can't buy anywhere else, but they're all named so specifically and nobody else makes the exact same thing. That's the trouble I've been finding. I'm like, what do I do? And then like, literally I'm seeing ones that are like, it's so perfect. It's the perfect mattress, 10 out of 10 in every category. And then I look it up and everyone's like, PSA, avoid. I wake up every day in writhing pain. It's so bad. It's so bad. So I'm like, I think I just gotta take a leap. But then with the purple ones specifically, because I really want them. But I guess like the original mattress, which is kind of the one I want the most, has horrible edge support, like absolutely horrible. And I'm like, that is kind of important. And then on top of that, it's got
For my secret, punch you in the face until you die, fighting style.
they have like the lowest trial time. Most mattresses have like a full year or so of trial, or at least like 120 days. It's got 100 days, so I'm like, I don't know. And then only a 10-year warranty instead of like a lifetime. Because a lot of mattresses are like lifetime warranty. I don't know. Hello, Ivan. Yeah, no issues with BL4. Don't worry, bro. The game runs perfect. I don't know what you're talking about. Because I only live within my own way of thinking. I've never gone outside the experiences of my own. Chat, remember when we farmed Saturn for a hive and we got 6 or 7 invaders, and then on run 67 we finally got our hive? Who remembers that? He's resistant to grenade splash, right? Yep, he absolutely is. He definitely absolutely is. So, thinking we just shouldn't even kill him, honestly. Run away! Yeah, you know, I never really thought about that. Why does Saturn not have a cutscene? Oh boy. You know, we can kill him. He's not too bad. He's pretty bad. Bruh. Thankfully, Uranus was made significantly better. I'm hitting like a Rainbow Six Siege angle right now, by the way. I got the pixel peak on this guy. Best designed enemy? I don't know. Batasaurus is pretty good too.
You know he's not Batasaurus, right? You know what he's called, right?
I know. Wow. That's what it is. I just don't know how to pronounce it. Thank you so much for trapping me in the corner. That was really epic. Alright, as long as he sends out some Valkyries, like, I should be fine. Hello, Criddle. What does Allegiance stand for in these challenge runs? It's essentially just like runs where you can only use that type of thing. So this is a Tediore Allegiance, so we're only using Tediore guns, only using Tediore shields, only using Tediore grenades, only using Tediore relic. The only exception is in this one specifically, we are using Tediore class mods, because I just think it'll be a lot more fun that way. Why Uranus have a cutscene and not Saturn? Don't know. I guess because it's not required. Ranking aside, I recently played through BL3 and the movement and gameplay are super fun. Wish it had more variety or more rarities though. DLC is genuinely a highlight of the game. Yeah, I do. I feel like I'm always saying it. I'm not a huge fan of BL3. Okay, this is not my favorite game by any means in the series. It's my least favorite in the series. That said, if there was a gun to my head and I had to delete a game, or I had to delete all but one game from the franchise, thinking beyond myself here, okay, because this would delete it for everyone else too, I would probably keep Borderlands 3. I think that I would say that it's technically the best game in the series. I would probably be willing to say that. Even though it's my least favorite, I feel like it's arguably the best. There is the most content in it, the most to do, the most longevity, the most possibilities with builds, the most possibilities per character. So, what kind of build? We are doing a full chucking build right now, so we're spec'd fully for grenade damage with steady, do or die. We could go more with Battlefront, but I'm really trying to get down to Able and Grenadier for more fastballing and more to have some form of healing. Though granted, I could totally just, if I wanted, I could get another 30% more damage out of my Tediore chucks as well. But I don't know. I need some sort of slag weapon. I guess I have this rocket, but I know, no pearls in 3. I wish that there was seraphs and pearls and such. I think that making everything legendary kind of like bloats it a little bit. I was so upset that you don't use your footage of 3 in your vid. It's the reason I don't use my footage is because I don't play a ton of BL3 endgame because I don't really like it, and I know that I'd make it look bad because I don't really play BL3. So I'd rather show. I asked Stereo Lotus for the footage because I was like, I trust Stereo Lotus to get footage that is either interesting or like actually doing something that I wouldn't necessarily be able to get myself. So I had Stereo Lotus do that for me. See, this is the thing with BL2. You can get really over-leveled, and then within 2 missions, you're back to being on level or under-leveled.
Lock the entrance to Heroes Pass. Get back to Claptrap. You need him to open the way for you.
Did you knock out a grenade?
Win or lose,
I'm sorry, I don't know you.
finish this together.
Are you asking? I'm sorry.
For Rollins, for Pandora.
Gonna try and get some sleep. The weather is killing me. Hey, good night, Astolfo. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate you, as always. Wait, we are 28. We're 28. Should we go to get our Grendel class mod? Because 28 is when plus 4 class mod spawn, right? Or is that plus 3? He knew. He knew. He was like, hey. He said it. He said, thought you could use this. Thank you, man. Ooh, that rate is kind of bad. Maybe I should have been speccing into rate. 28 is one of the thresholds, right? I'm sure that Rokaris or Hello knows. BL3 had too many legendaries and was bloated. BL4 actually has it worse. I'm telling you, in BL4, take one legendary off of everyone that has a third drop and move it to mission rewards. Mission rewards for the main quest and mission rewards for side quests. And there you go. It debloats the game and adds a reason for the mission replay that they introduced. Zed was a blue all along. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, we've got our grenade. Okay, we've got our fastball, so we can just full on blow everyone's heads off right now. I'm gonna assume it's 28 because they're not responding to me. So you know what I would really like? Because there's the wildcard missions in BL3, and they make zero sense to do. I'm telling you, they wanted to be Destiny because a lot of the loop of Destiny is replaying missions for the ultra rare legendaries and stuff that you can only, or exotics that you can only get from certain missions. But in BL4, it's like the weekly wildcard could be a lead balloon, right? And it's like, which would you rather do? A 15-minute mission that can't be sped up in any way for a guaranteed chance at a lead balloon that could be the worst lead balloon you've ever seen, or kill Splash Zone in one shot and have it be a 1 in 10. I would rather just kill Splash Zone, right? Every time. I would rather just kill Splash Zone. And I think that's the problem with BL4. So what I think they should do, let me know what you guys think. I think that the wildcard missions should guaranteed come with maxed out other manufacturer accessories. So if, I don't know what it is for the lead balloon, but let's say that the lead balloon could spawn with 2 other manufacturer accessories, right? Which I know, I'm pretty sure the lead balloon is specific about what it can have, but this is just an example. Let's say that the lead balloon could have any manufacturer's accessories in the entire game, right? And let's say that it capped out at 2, so you could have, you know, a Jacobs accessory, or a Jacobs branded part, and a Tediore branded part. Make it so the wildcard mission always gives you one with maxed out parts. That way there's a reason to do it, because otherwise it can take forever to farm those. And then it gives an actual reason to farm the mission, because you have a pretty high likelihood of getting the one that you want. I could be wrong. Maybe that wouldn't work. But in my mind, that seems like that would be a really great way to fix that issue. Oh! He just deleted. He's gone. He's gone. The question was, what level are class mods skilled at, Hellord? It's, I think it's, what, 28, 35, and 50?
I'm Captain Scarlet, and so
The answer is always Splash Zone, true. Hello, AZ.
same as I am. So, we've got 2 options. We can work together.
Does that sound like a crazy idea, chat? Or does that sound like I'm cooking? Let me know. Drop it in the comment section down below.
Come find me in
Don't drop it
March.
on the video, just drop it in the comment section down below. That's actually a really good Tediore rocket. I'm not going to get it, though.
I am Shade, and you
Yeah, the gunner ring goes crazy, Void. 50k non-elemental. You don't know TBH? Alright, I'm never taking advice from you again. How dare you not know? You know, chat, I hate to admit this. I really do. I kind of play like the games that everyone hates, right? I have a lot of games on League of Legends, and I have like 13 hours on Dead by Daylight. But it seems like games have kind of been locking in recently. Because, like, Dead by Daylight, I didn't even watch the 10-year anniversary thing because I'm so used to every anniversary. They're like, hey, big news for the game. We're ruining it again. We're buffing Nurse again. It's like, we're nerfing Trapper this patch. And then that's all for the event. But I watched a 10-year. They've got like 80 different things coming out. Like 3 DLCs that are crazy on the way. Like entire reworks of like the systems, like multiple brand new game modes. And I'm like, what the heck? Are they cooking? What are they doing? Takedown and Zane Bounty was fun. Oh, wait. Wait, is the Zane Bounty out today? Is the Zane Bounty pack out? I thought it was just a takedown. Or does your dad work for Gearbox so he got it for you early? Oh, it is? The flip? Pretty sure +4 for class mods is 25. Okay. Okay. Well, I think what all can spawn on veteran? It can be steady and pressure. Okay, chat. Do we go for a blue veteran comm, which will give higher max potential, or do we go for a grenadier, which will give the most ammo potential? I think we gotta go for a veteran, right? And just go for max overkill. Essentially, running a veteran comm is like pseudo Krieg, right? Because it's like the much higher damage, but you use a lot more.
Oh, he is a cut-up. Oh, gosh, Jocko borrowed one of my pressure regulators for one of his comedy bits the other day. Find it, and it is yours.
This is what Tediore site looks like. Yeah, I won't be using that ever again. This is my own volition. This is not the site I'm going to use. Chat, I do love BL4. I actually do. I just don't ever care to play it, you know? Because what I find the most fun on all games, all Borderlands games, all Souls games, all everything, I'm not really an endgame player in any game I play. I love the work up to endgame, right? Up till, you know, OP10, I love playing BL2. And then once I hit OP10, you guys can see it. I think Krieg's the only character we... Oh, wait, no. Krieg and Maya, we both got to OP10. And both times, you hit OP10, and it's just like, why am I playing? Why am I... with Krieg specifically, we finally got OP10 after so long. It was very hard to get OP10 on Krieg. Because I'm not that good. And because the peak is a little ridiculous, and Krieg is not built for the peak at all. He's built for mobbing, and the peak has a lot of areas with no mobbing and just bosses. Afterwards, we were farming the fastball, and I was like, oh yeah, man, we're going to do another stream of this, so then we like get everything, do the raid bosses. And then I was thinking about it, I was like, the raid bosses are so broken that like they're not even fun to do in my opinion at OP10, and I don't get anything from them that I would want on this character. And then I was like, why am I low-key playing? Why am I getting any gear? I've already played I already beat everything. Why am I getting gear? And BL4, this is all tying into BL4. With BL4, it's the same thing. I really like making a new character, but the replay playthroughs of that game are probably my least favorite in the series. My favorite first playthrough, but probably my least favorite replays. So I'm like, stuck in this spot. It's like, what do I do? Oh my goodness, Grandma Slop, how you doing? We are on a new run. Last one, I've also been on vacation, so last one was just the Molly 1 gauge. And it was Molly 1 gauge. It was definitely, I would definitely agree with myself in saying that we played Molly 1 gauge. I think we only hit level 80. I don't think we did peak. I was gonna do peak, but man, playing gauge fatigues me. It's like BL3. I think it's the fact that like every single playthrough of BL4 feels the same to me. And I love BL4, I really do. I think it's a great game. But every playthrough of BL4 feels pretty much exactly the same. I think because one, the Vault Hunters feel very samey to me. You guys heard me talk about it on newest video, but like when all the characters can do everything, it makes characters no longer stand out, in my opinion. Added on top of the fact, I really don't like pretty much any of the action skills in BL4. I like Onslaughter. I like the cards and the totems. And every other action skill is either I don't like it or it's just sort of there, right? I would say that I don't like both of Amon's other action skills. With Rafa, it's like Apophis Lance and shoulder cannons kind of exist. I don't know, like I'm not eager to use them. His blades I actively dislike, right? And just that sort of thing. But I feel like action skills feel a lot less unique. Like in all the other games, the action skill kind of defines the character in a lot of ways, as where the character defines the action skill more so in the newer games. Same thing with like It's like if every character in BL4 was Zane. I mean, BL3, the characters do it other than Zane, but their class mod, or sorry, their action skill doesn't really... Let me restart from the beginning here. What I like in the BL games is for an action skill to complement the skill, or the skill tree to complement the action skill. I want the action skill to be a big part of why you play a certain character. In BL3, and especially in BL4, it feels like the skill trees complement the action skill, not the other way around, right? And like the biggest example of it is actually a character I like, being Zane, right? Where his action skills are just there. His action skills are just there, so then his skill tree is better. And a lot of BL4 feels like that. So the characters all feel like they're doing the same thing of just like doing a lot of damage and throwing out a mostly passive action skill. Pretty much all the action skills, with a few exceptions in BL4, feel very much just press the button and a thing happens, versus press the button and then you're interacting with it in some way. And so there's that to it, and then every character has a way to survive. Every character has a way to do infinite damage. Not literally infinite, but like infinite damage. Every character has a way to get utility. Every character has a way to do this and that. And you compare it to a game like BL2, and in BL2, like I know I used this as the example on my other video, but it's so true, and I think a lot of people don't realize how true it is. Like, raid bossing on characters in this game is so wildly different. It's not even in the same ballpark. You'd think you're looking at a different game, right? Because in BL4, it's like a lot of characters, what they'll do, right, is they'll have some variation of insta-killing a boss in 10 seconds, right? Some of them are a little more unique than others, but a lot of them boil down to, like, you know, Harlow spends 5 seconds doing like buffs and debuffs, and then 5 seconds actually killing the boss. That, like, Rafa will just shred down the boss over a course of 10 seconds. Amon spends 8 seconds getting all his buffs up, and then 2 seconds actually one-shotting the boss. And it's like a 10-second kill is a 10-second kill. Compare that to a game like BL2, and you look at Terramorphous. Terramorphous is like the #1 example. The way that you kill Terramorphous on each character could not be more different than one another, right? Like, Salvador's optimal kill, his optimal kill, not including glitches, so not including Pimper having, is like, it's pulling out a lead storm with like inconceivable money shot chaining and swapping offhand constantly, and you can just shred the boss, right? Zero, it's all about critical ascension with Lyudas and trying to hit every single shot and just having to play really optimally. Maya's kill, which that Zero sniping is entirely different than just like full-on ammo shredding on Salvador. Maya's is a 7-second kill where you Sandhawk down yourself with you have a Sandhawk and a B shield, swap to your Lady Fist, then down yourself to get more damage from Immolate. You get Immolate bonus to insta-kill Terramorphous. Krieg's kill either is a blood explosion or it's like conference call with constant flame of the Firehawk, constantly super fast pace, super high action. And it's like that for pretty much every raid boss. Everyone has their definitive strengths. They have their bosses that they are best at and bosses that they are worst at. BL4 to me feels like every character can deal with every threat. Every character can deal with every boss. And if you really want, there are such broken pieces of equipment and stuff that... There's a chest up there for anyone that didn't know. There's such broken pieces of equipment that you could just use literally the same exact gear on every character and come out with really good kills. But when you're doing the more specific kills, specific to your character, it still just feels really samey to me. It doesn't feel like there's like a very drastic difference in what you're doing. And for a game that's entire endgame is just farming, I feel like that really, really hurts it, and especially to me. I'm not on read-only, right? Read-only enabled. Read-only disabled. And so that doesn't help. Then another reason why I don't like doing a new playthrough of the game is because the open world was... I think open world Borderlands could literally be the best thing we've ever had, but it was not executed well at all. It really was not executed in any good way, in my opinion. And I don't know. It's like, it makes it feel, this is part of what I was getting at, it makes it feel like every playthrough is the same, because it doesn't matter if you go to Fadefields, then Carcadia, then Terminus, or you go Terminus, Carcadia, Fadefield, or Terminus, Fadefield, Carcadia, or Carcadia, Terminus, Fadefield, or Terminus... Or sorry, Carcadia, Fadefield, Terminus, or Fadefield, Terminus, Carcadia, right? Doesn't matter what you choose.
You don't have to help me staple Jess's
Okay.
face back on because
I think pressure would be better, but like, we'll take that because we're not going down that skill tree anyway. But it's like, it doesn't change your playthrough. Your playthrough really doesn't change because there's no amount of like difficulty scaling per area. There's a little bit like the easier areas in the game have lower level enemies and harder areas have higher level enemies, but you really don't tell. And with the infamy system, it doesn't feel like it even matters regardless. Pretty much every area feels the same, and it just feels like I'm changing the order I do it. It feels like if in BL2 you could choose to like do Train to Catch before Bright Lights Flying City. It's like, yeah, I guess it would slightly add to the experience because I could go for a Logan's gun or like afterwards and go for like the fridge early, but in reality it's not going to like change up the way that the game is played. And that's how I feel with BL4, and it makes it so I don't want to keep doing playthroughs, because when I do a playthrough, the actual playthrough experience feels almost exactly the same. There's only like 2 action skills that I enjoy using, and then if I play a different character, it all just feels like the same character, you know? So that was very long-winded, but that is hopefully to answer your question as to why I'm not a huge fan of doing replays of BL4, even though it was probably my #1 favorite first playthrough of any of the games. Regardless of the performance issues, regardless of the bugs, regardless of everything, I had such a good time on it. It did help that I guess it was the first one I streamed. It was also probably the one I was most hyped for. I was pretty hyped for BL3, and then I played it for like 15 hours, and I was like, wow, I don't like this at all. I went to the wrong place. But you guys know. Also, Evergreen, welcome. Just farm. And if you're the type that just farms or just plays endgame, BL4 is a great experience. But that's just not what I'm about. And unfortunately, it's not hitting the mark. But that's why I'm really excited for when they release all the DLC, when we get Story Pack 2, get all the bounty packs, all the takedowns, raid bosses. It adds so much more to a playthrough because there's so much more to do in it before I started in character. And I'm excited for the new character. I think that Cash was a really good step in the right direction, where he does feel really unique. I feel like all of his action skills feel very unique. You can't get those action skills anywhere else. And I was having a really good time on Cash. So I'm hoping that the next character is also like that. And then once there's more to do in the game, there's more places to branch out, more things I can do to adapt. But even then, I feel like with BL4 and BL3, I think because there's so much good loot. Because if there's not a meta, okay, if there's not a definitive meta of like good and bad items, everything fades into one, right? So with BL3 and BL4, unless you're going for a very specific build, it's like, I could enter the DLC and get X and Y item, or I could just skip out on the DLC and get something equally as good, right? And you could count this as a good or bad thing. How much damage does this do versus the corrosive one? This does 57,000. And the corrosive one that is arguably worse does 62. So this does do more. But the other one will be more versatile, so we'll just use the other one. But it's like the only reason that you'd go into the DLCs is if you were looking for a specific thing. As we're in Borderlands 2, I feel like the fact that there are such good weapons and such bad weapons really gives incentive to do things, right? Because it's like the Sandhawk and Pimpernel exist, or the Rapier exists. Although that would be more like a BL3 thing, where it's like, I want a very specific build, so I'll go for the Rapier. Or the Grog Nozzle is so powerful, or the, like, Tina Nades are so powerful, or the, you know, X and Y is so good that it gives me a reason to go look for those things and a reason to go do those things. Where I feel like in Borderlands 3, especially because I don't know every weapon in Borderlands 3, part of it comes from the fact that I just don't know every weapon. But in Borderlands 3, every time I'm doing the DLCs, I'm like, what is the purpose of me doing this? I feel like I'm not really gaining anything out of this other than the experience of doing the DLC. But like, what's the point? Because nothing I'm getting is like particularly crazy or particularly like super good or anything. Which is funny because the thing I don't like about like BO4 is that it's super easy because so much gear is broken. But I think that it's good. In my opinion, I think BL2 hit it perfect. And again, I think everything BL2 did was an accident. I don't think Gearbox intended to make it as good as they did. I think the existence of such good weapons and such bad weapons, and then a lot of mid weapons, makes it so if you get to create your own experience, right? If you want to do it as like something that's difficult and a challenge run, or not like a challenge run, but more difficult, more casual, I could just choose to not go get the really broken weapons, and I could be rocking around with, you know, like the more mid-tier guns that people don't use. And it gives something where it's like, oh, these weapons are quote-unquote bad, but you can make them work in some way. Things like the Wonderlust. And then at the same time, if I just want easy mode, I'll just go grab a Bee Shield and a Sandhawk, or I'll go grab a Pimpernel, or I'll go grab this and that. And I feel like with BL4, it's like everything is so good just by default that I'm not looking for new things to get. I'm not looking to try new things because every new thing I get just feels the same. And BL3 and BL4 both have this where a lot of legendaries could have just been a blue, honestly. And especially with BL4 because they got rid of blue uniques. Half the legendaries in BL4 either overlap with other ones, do the same thing as other ones, or are just like not worthy of being called a legendary. One thing I always think is with the disc jockey and the... What's the Bloom Reaper rocket called? I can't think of the name of it. But with those, they're the same thing. It's just slightly different in how they shoot, right? But like with that, they could have easily been like the disc jockey is a blue. In fact, they have the same red text, by the way. But they could have easily been like, all right, the disc jockey is a blue. And then if you want the legendary variant, you have to kill Bloom Reaper. And you get whatever that rocket's called. And I would have much preferred that. I feel like that would have been a better way. I don't know. I can't fully articulate the things that I feel about like the gear and like the loot system, but they are things that I definitely feel. And I don't think I'm alone on it, but I might be. That tried to kill me so hard. That midnight starred me right there. Linus, welcome. Hydrate. I got you, Linus. So hi, Mdu. I didn't even see your message. I'm so sorry. Hi. What kind of allegiance should you do? Krieg Tediore. Gave up after the Nemvader dream. Might go for a Phosphine in 4. It'll be significantly easier to go get that Phosphine. Reduce the bloat. Yeah, I really, really wish that they would take one of the legendary drops from every boss that has 3 and just move it into a mission reward. I think that would be better. I think that I would prefer that. It would debloat the game. It would add... You could make all the underwhelming legendaries that kind of feel like they don't really do anything special. Take all of them, make them blues instead. So then you don't feel disappointed. And, like, I don't know. There's just something, even though it doesn't really change it, there's something about everything being one. Everything being unified into Legendary instead of having these different tiers. Because in BL2, the tiers mean nothing, right? Blue means nothing in comparison to a Legendary or a Seraph or a Pearl. And yet, I wish, like... Or, sorry, not I wish, but... It's like, it really means nothing because a blue can be way more powerful than a pearl. And yet, it feels like it adds diversity to it. It adds, you know, I'm using all sorts of things in my build. I'm using blues, I'm using purples, I'm using legendaries, I'm using seraphs, and I'm using pearls. But in BL3 and BL4, it's like, I'm using legendaries. Even though half of these aren't really a legendary. I must say, though, I think BL2 did pearls my favorite, where... like half the pearls. The other half of the pearls definitely did them the worst in the series. Things like... they had this whole wave of like Godfinger, Bearcat, Seeker, or not Seeker, sorry, that's not a pearl. Bearcat, Godfinger, Wonderlust, where it's like, let's take an existing weapon type and hard nerf it, but give it a unique effect. And I don't like those ones. I think those ones were done very poorly. But the other ones, things like the Butcher, Bearcat, Becca, not Bearcat, sorry, Butcher, Sawbar, Becca, things like that, entirely changed the way that you play with it comparative to any other weapon in that type, right? They just have an entirely different playstyle and an entirely different feel. Actually, we will keep that. And yeah, I feel like it was done really well there, but like, I don't know, because I think I've gotten all but one pearl in BL4. Seems like this next wave of, or this new wave of pearls was better. As in, like, once the raid boss released, the new wave of pearls in that felt better. But a lot of the pearls just kind of feel like it's just a legendary, but they auto swap elements, which is a thing I don't like, because that's like the #1 thing I dislike about TPS and BL3 endgame, is that you could literally just play without ever swapping weapons and you'd be fine, right? Especially TPS. I think TPS endgame, chat, TPS endgame might be my least favorite endgame. I don't know, but it certainly could be, because TPS endgame is literally just, I'm swapping weapons simply because I want to use a different weapon. No other reason than that. I could rock the exact same thing for 4 full areas and it, like, I would have no trouble killing things. And yeah, so it's like the fact that the BL4 pearls just kind of do it innately. It does the, oh, never swap off this thing. It's that good. I don't like that, personally. Krieg Tediore. Evergrim. Got Witcher 3 on my PC. Gonna be addicted for 2 weeks straight. Remember when The Witcher 3 was the game to benchmark? It was like, can it run Witcher 3? And everything could, because they used to optimize games back then. So even if you're on a piece of junk, you could still run the game. Unlike nowadays, where if you're on a piece of junk, you cannot play Borderlands 4. It's impossible. BL3 has like 260 legendary guns, and most couldn't. TLWL. I think he's typoed. Couldn't tell you what 30% are or do. BL4, literally 10% of them have usage on more than one character, and out of all 119, 20 are widely used. Yeah, I don't like it. Including build-specific ones. Claptrap, Wilhelm, and Aurelia have have good diversity. The characters have great. Characters are great. But, you know. Luckily, TPS was still in a time when the action skills meant something. And so you do get to enjoy the action skills. What's the defining feature between a pearl and a legendary? Should it be super unique or stronger? I don't think it should be stronger. Personally, there's a lot of different debate about this. In my opinion, a pearl should be just a very unique, very fun weapon, which is why I think BL2 did a lot of the pearls really well. Like, half the pearls I think are really great and are the best pearls in the series. They're like my favorite pearls in the series. The other half are done really bad, okay? But in my opinion, like, a perfect pearl is the Sawbar, is the Carnage, is the Butcher, is the Becca, is the Avenger. They're things that aren't necessarily the best. Well, aside from the Butcher's really good. But, like, the Carnage isn't the best shotgun by any means in the game, but it's unique. It's the only shotgun that can do that. It's sought after, and it still does have value. It is a very, very powerful weapon, assuming you're kind of building around it a bit. And the Sawbar isn't by any means the best weapon in the game, and it's harder to use than other weapons because you do have to be specific about how you're using it. Also, I'd like to mention the Baby Maker does 90 damage, and it's still killing most mobs. The Sawbar, it's harder to use, and you have to play around it. You have to play around that pearl, and yet it's very powerful, and it's a thing that no other weapon has an effect even like it, right? Nothing else is like that, other than, I guess, the Herald is kind of like it in a way. Or honestly, even the Storm. The Storm was poorly executed, but I see what they're going for with that. Or the Butcher. You can't get that effect on any other gun other than the Overcompensator, right? The Becca, you play different than any other Jacobs AR, regardless of the fact that it is built directly off the DNA of a Jacobs AR, but it doesn't play like the other Jacobs ARs, and it is very good, but you don't need it. Like, you could use the Thompson instead, and you'd be totally fine off. Where is this guy? I see him on the mini-map. There he is. And that is what I'm looking for in a pearl. If you make a pearl be just really good, like BL1 pearls, for instance, are really good, and it means that if you want, like, the best character, you have to farm the pearls if you want, like, maximum possible character. As where BL2, you could make a maxed out character on any of the characters and just never use a pearl on the character at all, and it would be pretty much as good as if you did, right? They just provide something different, and you get a different experience out of them. And that's what I like. BL1, they were very rare, and it adds to the end game, so I wouldn't change it in BL1 because BL1 doesn't have end game in the first place, so there's a reason to do it. Also, welcome Plate and Cowboy Dano. BL4 pearls, I don't know how I feel about them. I don't really like any of them because they don't feel unique enough to be a whole different rarity. They don't feel powerful enough to be a whole different rarity like in BL1, and they're not even rare. Sword Explosion, honestly, yeah, if the Sword Explosion was a pearl, that would work perfectly as a pearl. That would be my ideal pearl right there. Claptrap requires you to use multiple guns or even Boom Trap, and there are several good weapons. I haven't played Claptrap at endgame, so I don't know how that is. I like that on Athena, you get Storm Weaving if you swap weapons, so that's good. But a lot of times when I'm swapping weapons in TPS, it feels like I'm just swapping for the sake of swapping. Occasionally, I'm swapping for Cryo. We might, you know what? I need ammo. I'm gonna bleed out right now. Should pearls be good for all characters, or should they be really good for more niche cases? Again, I think I would look at BL2 pearls for it, where, like the Carnage, I wouldn't use on every character. But I would use on, like, half the characters. Like, half the characters would work really well with it. Obviously, Krieg. Krieg is by far the best character for it. Axton can be very good for it. Salvador can be very good for it. But you're not going to use it on Gage. You could use it on Zero, but you're probably not going to use it on Zero. You're probably not going to use it on Maya. You certainly could use it on all those characters. I like that the pearls in this game, the good pearls, are like, they're good on all characters, but they're really good on about half of them. Pretty consistently, they're really good on about half. Like, the Sawbar is really good on Maya. Really good on... I'd say really good on Maya, Krieg, and Axton. And pretty good on the other characters. It's definitely a good weapon for Gage. It's definitely a good weapon on Zero. It's definitely a good weapon on whatever else. But it doesn't feel like... It doesn't feel like the gun is the main thing making it be good, if that makes sense. In BL3 and BL4, it feels like, hey, this gun is really powerful, so now I'm powerful. As where BL2, this happens with the legendaries too, but especially the pearls are like, I'm making the gun be good. And I like that. I prefer that, personally. Oh, chat, there is a warrior drop prediction. I didn't even realize. Go all in. You've got the prediction up. Go all in. The most you could possibly lose is what? 100%? And the most you could gain is close to 250,000%. I mean, depending on all things, you know? I would recommend going all in on this Gamba. I think that would be very good. Laxes, welcome. Fed Ice. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate you. I hope you're enjoying the stream today. Guys, go all in. Your honest to God opinion on BL3 Krieg DLC. Honest to God opinion, I like the DLC. I think it's a good, fun DLC. That seems like it's the most controversial DLC in BL3. I'm not super in the BL3 space, but what I've collected is that half the people are like, man, it's my favorite DLC, and the other half are like, man, I hate that DLC. I like it because I like the direction it took. I think that it's the right length for a DLC. I found that with the other DLCs, especially... Actually, there's like 1 or 2 DLCs I've never done. But I found at least with Bounty and Blood and the Handsome Jack DLC, whatever it's called, don't end the prediction early. Oh, there we go. It ended on its own. I found that with both of those, they're too long, in my opinion. And that's what I'm always saying with BL2. BL2 is packed with side content, and the DLCs are packed with side content, and yet the main content isn't particularly, like, super, super long. And I think that's a good thing, because, for instance... If you don't like a DLC, but you like a weapon you get from the DLC, it's like, do I want to sit through a 6-hour DLC in order to get what I want? And especially in BL3, where things are built in a way that you... Let me load up River Tuna. Things are built up in a way where you can't go faster than the game will let you go due to all the dialogue and such. And so, 30 FPS, we love it. So with... like BL2, right? A lot of people hate the Hammerlock DLC, but they love the Rough Rider. And especially for a lot of characters, they really like the Rough Rider. Well, you have to beat about half the DLC to get to the Rough Rider, which is only like 45 minutes. And if you like the DLC, if you're the person who's like, I love the Hammerlock DLC, I love the enemies in it, I love the guys I'm killing in it, I love all the loot in it because I love Jacobs. then after you beat it, you've got so much side content to do. You've got a lot of things that you can farm in it. You've got a lot of side quests in it. Same thing with, let's say that you really like the Pimpernel or the Sandhawk. You only have to go like halfway through the Oasis DLC in order to get that. If you really like killing Hyperius, it's only going to take, if you're experienced, probably like an hour and a half to beat the DLC before you can get to the thing that you want to do. It's where if BL3 had Hyperius behind the handsome jackpot, it's like, all right, here goes 7 hours of my day, you know? At least in my experience. I'm sure you can speedrun it quicker, but in the times that I've done the DLC, it always drags on. It feels very long. And I noticed the BL3 DLCs have this habit of just introducing characters that aren't iconic and nobody really cares for, and I always forget about after I've done them. Oh, speaking of the Juliet Sparkle cultist, I see that you were talking about that earlier. The Grant, what's his name? Grant? His wife joined the stream during the hunt, and she said that he made that for their daughter. So I thought that was pretty cute. I honestly agree with the writers who put it out there, because unlike Borderlands free writers, they actually knew how to write a story that was genuinely like that signed Krieg choice about it. I think that you're using voice to text, so it's coming out weird. Came to actually somewhat understand the more insane version of himself and doesn't want to separate. Yeah, I thought that the story of it was really good. I thought that that's what I was getting on that whole rant about. It's a little bit shorter. Chat, we're going to do this. Hopefully you predicted well. It's shorter than the other DLCs. I feel like it can be done in a reasonable time, which is nice, because if you want to just beat the DLC for the loot, it's perfect for that. And I think we might have gotten a blue relic. 90% sure we got a blue relic, but don't call the Gambit yet. We'll search around. We'll even use the Be Gone Out of Bounds loot mod for this. And yeah, I don't know. It feels like a good DLC to me. I really like the DLC. I like all of the combat in the DLC. I like the aesthetic of the DLC because it's doing something entirely different than the rest of the game, and it doesn't just look like the same thing again. The items in it are pretty cool. The bosses in it are totally fine. I enjoy them, and it's also about my favorite character in the series. So, you know, I really like the DLC. I don't know why other people don't. There's probably issues with it. I don't personally know why people don't like it, but you know. Yeah, we definitely got a relic, by the way. It definitely is not a legendary here. I don't know. Do I have to call this? That's fine if I do. But yeah, no, I do like the DLC, to answer your question fully. Choose prediction outcome. So who voted on that? Who got all the money? 9,000 to Saren 1v1. And how many did you originally put in? How many did you put in versus how much you got out? Saren. OMG, that's you. I'm glad that we're now under-leveled. Oh! I think I picked that up. I got it. Okay, is there anything we want to do before hitting up TVHM? Is there any reason we would not go into TVHM right now? Don't think so. Don't think so. What's the highest level for fastball? Is it 38? Because maybe we should go into one of the DLCs or something and go get some XP on the way. Is there any DLC we'd want to do in TVHM? I don't think so, because Tediore, does Tediore have the least uniques in the game? Feels like they definitely do, but I could be wrong. Tediore, we've got Infection Cleaner, not going to get that. Not going to get Avenger, not going to get the Retcher, not going to get the Omen. Well, we could get an Omen, I guess. We'd do Dragon Keep if we really wanted. Gunnerang, Deliverance. Bunny, Babymaker, Octo, Blockhead. Yeah, we kind of have no reason to enter any of the DLCs. Yeah, as in 38 is max for fastball, because I don't normally farm to max level on runs to like scale up, with the exception of this run, because the fastball is the only grenade we can use. So, oh yeah, why didn't I not Tediore check? Yeah. One thing I think we can all agree: F the train, F the train, F the train. True.
I'm here to help you.
We could do the Torque DLC. Why would we... Would we have a reason to do it? I feel like if we're going to do any DLC, I guess we could do Tina DLC and then... I don't know. I just feel like we have no reason to do... Yeah, maybe just Snowman. We'll do Snowman. We'll do Snowman to 38. We did get the Octo, yeah, we've got it right here. Which is one of my least favorite items in the game. For sure. See Saurus die before he becomes unkillable. That is true. This would be the time to kill Saurus and Piston's Blimp. With our Corrosive Gunner Rings. I'm so sorry, Blade. Oh, you put in 1K, came out with 9K? Yeah, 9 times gain on that. That's why we always vote on that, chat. We could... I don't know what we do. I guess we'll go do Snowman. Octo's it's a decent weapon. I just don't like it. It feels like the the Omen, but just like worse in every way. It's totally fine though. It's like not bad. And that's why I love him, Void. That swap speed. We do need a blockhead. I think the only two things we'll map reload for, farm-wise, are probably the blockhead and the gunner ring. Because those are so bad. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah. Since we're going to end at 38, we could kill the turkey until... Because I feel like turkey gets really good XP. We could kill turkey until, like, 34? Assuming we're still getting XP at 34. Kill him to 34 and then go do... Christmas after that? Oh, wait. Infection Cleaner. We could have a chance at that. And... Tubby chances don't go up in UVHM, right? Because if we want to crack sash, we're doing Fight for Sanctuary. If we want to crack sash at any point, we are going to want to do that not in UVHM. Because in UVHM, it's going to have a considerably lower drop rate. In normal mode, what's the cradle, or not the cradle, the crack sash drop rate? It would be like a 1 in 4 or something like that. And the bunny, too. I forgot that they have 2 of my pieces of gear. And if there's any time to use the bunny, it will be now. And luckily, I can tap out and look up that info I want. Yeah, Blockade is Minecraft Shotgun. I like it a lot more than the Omen, but the Omen is just a better weapon. Cracked sash. Chat, I want to do a BL1 playthrough. I've really been craving one recently. Oh, what? We are not going to do this. Chubbies only have a 5% chance to drop it. But Tubbies, between level 50 and 61, have a 25% chance. And then Tubbies at 62 plus have a 5. So we need to do it after... We need to do it in UVHM, early UVHM. Full-time Dark Souls PvP streamer, probably pretty soon. Just do BL4 now? Yeah, maybe. I know you want your hit, bro, but... I want to do a Mordecai playthrough. I love BL1. I love it to death. It's my second favorite in the series, but... Why am I going back here? It's my second favorite in the series. However, it definitely has the most one-dimensional combat in the series. Because things are so good and weapons are so good that... It is truly, I am only swapping weapons to swap weapons. Oh, you meant BL1. Oh, okay. What am I doing? Turkey. I had so many people, by the way, tell me, because on my worst things video, I was talking about how the worst thing in BL2, in my opinion, is the fact that... Sorry, I'm turning down my brightness. The worst thing, in my opinion, is the fact that it takes so long to hit max level. And I had a lot of people, or at least a few people, that were like, I'm calling BS on that. There's no way that after doing all DLCs you hit level 60. That's not true. You can watch. I went back and looked to double check. I believe on our Krieg playthrough, our Ultimate Krieg, We did all of the DLCs, ended up Fight for Sanctuary as our last DLC. That was our last DLC. We didn't do all the Headhunters, I don't think, but we did all the other DLCs and all of main game. We ended at level 62. On Gauge, we did all DLCs and main game. We ended, I think, at, it was either 61 or 64. I don't know exactly where I ended the DLC, but it was around 61 to 64. On our Vladov Maya run, I believe it was again 60. It was 60 to 62, somewhere in that range. It's every playthrough, and so it's like people will speak out of just guessing, I guess. People speak a lot out of estimations and out of their own lived experience. So it was just so crazy that that would have been possible, that people were like, I'm calling bull on that, man. Like, you're lying. There's no way you're only level 60 after all of it. No, there is a way. There actually is a way that you're only level 60 after it. Multiple streams of like 12 hours of just like playing the game in order to hit, 65 or whatever. It really is that bad. And so I commented back and I was like, well, you can go watch all 3 of them where I end at the same level, at around the same level after doing all DLC. It's very consistent. And I can guarantee that he never went and looked. So, because people online aren't arguing to learn, they are arguing exclusively to be right. And they are not. I'd like to mention level 15 Baby Maker, and with the exception of these tankier enemies, like Rat in the Hat and Chef Gouda. Level 15 Baby Maker, by the way. Tediore sucks, bro. Do a roll and run. Maybe one day. I'm not a huge fan of roll. I do like his mag size, though. You're my drill sergeant. Thank you, bro. Thank you. I realized I've never gotten Mordecai to 69 on PC. He used to be my favorite character for a long time, and I've definitely hit max with him before, but I guess it was all when I used to play on console. I guess I've never done it again on PC. There's a lot of times when I'm like, man, I want to do X and Y run on Borderlands game, and then I'm like, but I can't do that off stream, so I have to stream it, and then I never end up streaming it, so I just never do the run. Especially because with some runs, it's like I can't trust that I'm going to stick to it and be consistent. I've already done that enough where you can go back, if you've watched for a long time, we've had at least I don't know, probably 4 runs that we started. We're like, we're taking this all the way, and then we never took it all the way. Most prominent is, have we done 2 0 playthroughs now that have both just ended? Definitely when we were doing Ultimate Zero some months ago, I was like, we're going to take this all the way. And then the same thing, every time I play Zero, he's fun in bursts, but he's kind of like Gage to me, where I enjoy him for, the first part of a playthrough, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm done with him. I don't need to play him anymore. Watch this. Throw it over there, then it comes back, hits him. Boom. Dang, that guy has a lot of HP. Tediore, you are failing me right now, and got a rank specific. Luckily, level 17 Tediore launcher is more than good enough. Vex Vladov. How are BL4 Allegiance runs? Those fun? Good luck on your craw kill. I was in a craw tournament that was never uploaded. But I was in a Cromerax tournament, and I'll give you a hint as to how I did. Fishman was in it. So, yeah, Slag Quest. Luckily, we do have Slag. So we should be fine. I think Roland just isn't the most fun cultist. to me. He doesn't really have much that makes him feel unique. He's kind of like Axton, but I like Axton more. But it is... He does make the guns better, but it's in a game where you don't really need to make the guns better in the first place. So I think that's the difference. Because, like, Axton, that's always my argument with him is... Yeah, all he does is, like, make guns better, but it's a game about guns. With Roland, it's like he makes guns better in a game where guns are already good enough on their own that they don't need to be made better. Yeah, Rafa, I love Tediore on my Rafa. I really, really love that. The Chuck specifically is probably my favorite weapon in all of BL2. Or, sorry, BL4. Big mag is fun. I think that's the best part of him, especially with, like, shotguns. Because with combat rifles, they've already got big enough mags that a lot of times it's kind of overkill. But that's what I always feel whenever I play Brick. I'm like, man, this is great. But if I had, like, Roland mag size right now, it would be greater. Push what? Oh, no. Diversification. I totally saw that wrong. I love Brick. I love my guy Brick. He's like Krieg, but with actual movement speed. I want to do another BL1 bingo. That's what I want to do, but I don't know who would do it with me, because we all know the Fishman situation. And Spow is retired, and I've already done one against him. And I don't know if Gas wants to do one. I feel like I've asked him before. I don't remember. He'd probably do it. He's always looking for things to do. I really need these guys to get slagged. But the problem is our slag chance is pretty low right now. Alright. I don't have any slag weapon other than that, right? Nope. Gas has nothing better to do. Exactly. He's unemployed, so... Now, guys, remember, there's a distinction. Low Gas Mask is unemployed. I am self-employed. There is a distinction. Low-key, the Borderlands 1 class mods were kind of legit. Dang, we're out of money again. Tediore is the anti-money. I would imagine that will get better in UVHM once we have full SDUs, along with... Oh my goodness, this thing's accuracy. Once we have more SDUs, along with more things dropping. More ammo dropping. That's what I was trying to say. Ooh. Okay, let's try this guy. Oh, he slagged. He slagged. Get him! Get him! What are you doing, man? You scumbag. You worthless scumbag. There we go. Yeah, Gas is finally getting the cup. So I wonder what design he's going to go for that. You think he's going to be modest or not? Distinction. Gas Mask, Bum, TX, Chum. That's right, baby. Cheaper to farm a Tediore than buy ammo. Exactly. That's the current issue. Yeah, I keep on current issues, such as my ammo. Goodbye, level 12 fastball. You served us very well. What does that mean? What does that mean? Gas mask naturals on the tub. What does that mean? Surely if he ever gets a flavor, it's going to be the stinky, right? The conveyor of cuckery? What the heck? Wait, true, Hellord. That's actually so true. Every time that I'm like, oh, let me change my build, it's just changing the class mod.
Today's meal is canceled. Chefs, shut down that oven. We can't stop now. Protect the oven.
Yeah, I feel like Gas Mask already has enough, no offense, freaks in his community that he's had to put in place. I think if he freaks out the cup, people will freak the cup. You know what I'm saying? And so he might be a little modest with it. He might hold back as to not encourage that in his community. Luckily, you guys have de-freaked a little bit. I think mostly due to the fact that we had to put some rules in place. Sipping on Stinky here. I sipped the Stinky on him. Though he only has the cup. I mean, is he even a real YouTuber if he only has the cup? He doesn't even have a flavor, really, bro? Speaking of which, I've got 2 flavors on the way, chat. And he got me. He got me. I fell for it. I was pre-watching Gas's BL4 video with him. And we got to the ad part, and I was like, I should buy some more. And so I've got BBL and Red 40. I wanted to get Red 40 when it had the caffeine, but it sold out. So I had to get caffeine free. I'll tell you guys how it is once it shows up. Give you guys my review. I love that Tediore will often do so much damage that they just disappear. Conveyor of Kukri's coming along pretty well. Imagine being that guy in a relationship who's like, babe, here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking we should do. And like, they're like, no. There's forever going to be like a divide there, you know? And especially like if it was like, hey babe, I'm thinking that you should let me see other people and you get to watch. Like if you're not down with that, that's gotta like, I feel like there's no coming back after that. There's no amount of, oh, JK, that'll make that work, you know? I'm just sipping on the Stinky right now. What are you doing? Alright, the real question is how much XP do we get from this? Oh, hey, Hexy. That's why you pull up the chair at the mattress store, exactly. Hey, you mind if I test the mattress? Yeah, sure. Alright. Get like the wooden chair. Chat, what's your favorite way? Are you more of a like a spectator or commentator? Like there's like the spectator look, you know, of like, or there's like a commentator. Yeah, slurping that steak. What do I do to your mom? So anyways, chat. I am a cat lover, and I love to run. You sit in the command center. You're up in the booth. It's like a Disneyland ride or something. Great technique coming in, John. What are they doing to John? All right, sorry, I'll freak back. Sorry. I definitely die here. You're the cameraman? Well, you'll never die, so definitely commentator. Yeah, your form is a little rough. My ex was talking about being with other women while I watch. I'm like, nah. Well, is that X like an old X, or is that X like? Because I know you were talking about your girlfriend recently. This is like a past X, I assume. The most recent X, like, have you broken up in the past month? Because I thought you were with your girl. Not meaning to pry. My bad, bro. We are starting to lose some damage. Who would have guessed that when your weapon is 8 levels under against a boss, it's a little less powerful. And yet, it's still pretty darn good. No! No! Please! Octo! This is the best weapon in the game.
So scared. I know you can't tell because the tone of my voice, but that was sarcastic. Anyway, come on back.
Okay, okay. That girl. I was like, dang, that was quick. Eric, what are you doing? We need more motion, dude. More motion, more fluidity. What are you? You're like a Minecraft character.
Well, hello there.
That is an upgrade. That is an upgrade. We love the baby maker, but baby has to be unmade right now. Speaking of which, we get a new baby maker. Oop, speaking of which, I almost just banned cultist by tabbing out. My bad. My bad, Brodette. Brodade. Give me a number between 1 and 20. Norwegian hooked me up with a lot of tea. 1 and 20? 17. What is the least common number between 1 and 10? Because the most commons are what? 3 and 7? What is the least common number in a 1 to 10? Get the team to the Pro League, yeah. The Cuck Olympics. About 6 or 7. Alright, we can stop talking about it though, chat. Sorry. We'll cut it out. Dang. We need another level. Four? As an honest answer. So like the real scientific is 4. Chat, do I just like go for it with a mattress? Do I just go for one? Goal will be OP10, yeah. That is the end goal for this. We'll see how far that gets. I expect that Dukino's mom may change up our opinion on how far we want to take this. It's always Dukino's mom. Wow, I do love the gunnerang, but it did low-key miss 90% of those. Chuck a few of those out over there. Get another one. I think they're all going for Dukino's or for Turkey right now, which is actually not optimal. Need them to go for the second wins. Who's whistling in my ear? Shut up. Boom! Nuke! I'm missing every single shot. Nuke! That TX guy really fell off after that Zane playthrough. You guys think I'll ever finish that? Whispering Sunshine. Ooh, sounds delectable. Just buy it. Don't let Reddit stop you. Yeah, definitely think about it. But then I'm like, I had laid on the default one, which is the cheapest option. I was like, dang, this is pretty comfortable. But then I went on the hybrid one, and it was even more comfortable, but I'm wondering if the comfort was because of the adjustable base. So I'm like, if I got the original with an adjustable base. Adjustable, based? Based? You responding to the worst opinion I've ever dropped? 90-day returns? There is 100-day returns, so there is testing. I think it's perfect for me. I hear that specifically with purple, you need to try it before you buy it, because it's so different from anything else. And every time I've tried it, I'm like, this is it. Meanwhile, Gasmask had tried it one time. We hadn't even talked about it in a long time. He tried it at a store and just sent me a picture of him sending the middle finger to the purple mattress. And he said, this is so mid. Like, dang, he doesn't get it, chat. He does not get it. Wonderland's worth trying at least once. I think Wonderlands is the most overhated game in the franchise. Someone told me that Wonderlands was the most overrated game in the franchise, and I was like, everyone hates it. How is it possibly overrated? I guess you must extra hate it. but I think it's the most overhated in the franchise, and it is the one most worth dropping one playthrough on, in my opinion. Don't listen to the opinions of it until you played it, because I know a lot of people that hate Wonderlands have literally never played it. I love Fishman, chat. I love Fishman. He's great, but he's one of those people. He always trashes on Wonderlands and notoriously hates it. And then finally I had someone do some undercover work and ask him, hey, have you ever played Wonderlands? And he's like, nope, and I never will. So how do you know that you don't like it if you've never once tried it in your life? I could be getting more damage right now, especially for like the kill. Does Ranger give grenade damage? That's why it's bad. If it gave grenade damage, it would be better. I think we are going to respec, then we'll just respec at like 40, probably. Back to where we were. Where did what to the mattress? Huh? What? Don't ask what I did to the Labubu to make Cody, okay? It's definitely worth $15. Yeah, if it's on sale right now, it is definitely worth that. Oh yeah, because summer sale, chat. No, chat. New DBD event, new Steam summer sale, new BL4 stuff, and here I am slaving away at my 9 to 5 work, by the way, harder than a 9 to 5, infinitely. Recently, my girlfriend's been editing the Halloween streams, and she's like, wait, I get it. This is literally a full-time job. I'm like, yeah, I know. It actually is, okay? Is it harder than a 9 to 5? No, but yes, it is, first of all. Streaming's harder than a 9 to 5, okay? It's not the editing. But it's like, no, it really is a full-time job. Because for anyone that hasn't edited, it's so sad that overload only affects assault rifles, especially because they're the ones that kind of need it the least. But for anyone that's never edited, editing down like an hour of footage minimum is going to take like 2 hours if you're doing absolutely nothing to it. And if you're doing other stuff, what did you just say, cultist? What did you just say? I saw that retracted. It's still on screen. What did you just say to me, bro? You're getting permit. Get out of here. Steam codes for summer gift. Holy moly. Okay, so now full Battlefront, and then what else would be good? Is there anything else that would apply that would be good in the current moment? Yes, now we go for ready. Okay, so we're going to get an extra 30% gun damage out of this, and then some class mods don't work immediately, so you just take it off and put it back on. The reason that people, if you ever see people say take it off and put back on, and then you watch them do this, that's just because it's quicker than changing it, and then changing back. Especially if you've got a full inventory. I tell my friend to hurry up with talking with his cousin. I've been waiting 20 minutes now. Are you trying to play Night Ram with him? I'll hop on, bro. DBD Diablo Cross thing? Yeah, so DBD, who notoriously every, like, event they do is, like, literally, they're like, here's a collab nobody asked for, and here's a bunch of other random stuff. They just came out with Jason, and then they're doing a Terrifier collab, or they're doing Terrifier. They're bringing in Terrifier. Then they're doing Scooby-Doo collab, Diablo collab. What's the other? There's like some other big name collab that they're doing, which are like mostly cosmetic collabs. They're bringing Glenn from The Walking Dead, which I never watched The Walking Dead. Low-key want to, but I'm telling you, when shows are like, oh, it's really good until X season, it makes me not want to watch it because I'm like, I know at Endgame it's gonna be disappointing, but like until then, it'll probably be pretty good. And then they're adding dynamic weather effects. They're overhauling the graphics of pretty much everything. Probably not the licensed stuff because they are kind of never able to do that. They're coming out with new game modes. There's like a zombie survival game mode they're intending to make. They're coming out with new characters and some other overhaul stuff. And I was kind of blown away. And then more news on the movie that's coming out. They're doing another Iron Maiden collab on top of the many they've already done, which is so weird. Why is Iron Maiden just like, yo, DBD, this is my stuff right here. Thank you, bro. Put us in your game. Okay. Wait, but is that going to be better than my Gunnerang? 43,000. No, Gunnerang is crazy. What? 43,000 versus Gunnerang. 51,000. Dude, even against shields, Gunnerang is crazy. Level 22 Gunnerang? Is that what this is? Versus on level Tediore that does almost double base damage. This does almost double base damage, and this still is outperforming. For whoever wants to redeem them. So what are those for? Those are, we get like free stuff. Remember when I finished listening to all the Iron Maiden albums? The final albums was really bad. You know, Iron Maiden is, I've said it before, most of the time when I listen to music, like almost every artist on my playlist, which my playlist is all over the place. Oh, you're gonna play Minecraft? Rip. Hey, if you want to play Minecraft, join the realm. Join the realm. We've got a realm. It was very active, but then I took a vacation. I don't know if it's still active, but we had like, I don't know, 10 players that would consistently play on it. Yeah, almost every playlist or like artist on my playlist, I listen to like 3 of their songs. So like Run to the Hills, which I first heard on SSX on tour, and Number of the Beast and The Trooper, all bangers. Beyond that, not gone into it at all. It's very, very rare for me to hear more of a band's discography, but if I have, it means I really like the band. I really do. Because 90% of music that I listen to, I know 3 or 4 of their songs, occasionally more. Okay? And then there's a lot of bands that I'm like, nah, I'm not even a big fan. I'm not even like that big of a fan. Like Daft Punk, I've always liked Daft Punk, but I'm like, no, am I even really like a fan? Like, I don't listen to them that much. Turns out they're my most listened to on Spotify. What was it, 6,500 streams of their music? So I was like, I guess I am a fan, I guess. I do the same thing with games too, like with Halo. Halo's one of those ones, for sure, every time, where I'm like, yeah, I mean, I like Halo, but am I like would I be like, oh, I play Halo? And then I remember that I have like an insane amount of time on every single one of the games, and I'm like, maybe I am. Maybe I am. I think I undershoot myself. I just stay humble, you know. Just stay humble. Can I use Vault Hunter in Allegiance? Most people do. Most people do. I mean, you make all your own rules, but yeah, most people do. I would say yeah. Until you get your Tediore Allegiance com. Realms are Bedrock only? No, that's a Java realm. That realm is on Java. Water parks? I've never heard of them. But shout out. Wish I could replay SSX 3, but now my controllers are broken. Did any of you play the 2012 SSX reboot? It was very different from the other SSX games, but it was very fun. It was very fun. You would like ride through like glaciers and had to have like ice picks and stuff. I loved that and On Tour, which are like the 2 that nobody liked. I noticed there's a lot of things that nobody likes, and I'm like the only person that likes them, and that's my favorite. I don't know why. I don't know if I'm just like, I think I was just born a contrarian, because like a lot of it, I don't even realize people don't like it until after I watch it, or after I play it, or after I whatever it. Granted, I do think I'm a contrarian to an extent. I definitely think that people not liking a thing will make me like it more, and people liking a thing will give me an inherent bias against it. But like, I don't know, it happens so much with the Hellraiser movies. 4, like, it seems like everyone hates 4, which is Bloodlines. It seems like everyone hates Hellraiser 4. That was like probably my second favorite. I was like, wait, this is kind of good. This is good media. And then I was looking at it and everyone was like, that movie freaking blows. It's like, did we watch the same one? And then, as you guys know, I've been watching the Friday the 13th movies, which low-key, I think all kind of suck. Not gonna lie. I will take that. They all kind of suck to an extent, but I heard 5 was the one that's like consistently, a lot of people are like, this is like the worst one. This movie sucks. Or at least a lot of the like lists I was seeing, it's very poorly reviewed. And I was like, this is the first good one. Honestly, this is the first of the good ones since like the first one. So I don't know. There's just, I guess, and like Wonderlands, I'm like, this is the best game they've ever made. Okay. Got Reaper from Craw? Let's go. No, you do not see that. You do not see those often. And you play on original, right? #1 streamed artist is more than 3 years was Mastodon. I am very aware of the band. I don't know if I've heard their music. Waterparks is a pop rock band. I've seen them live twice and they're great. And good. It's always good when like you go see a band live and they're actually good. I love Chevelle. Probably the worst concert I've ever been to. They're part of it specifically. I think that with 5, you don't It's not what you expect, and also, I won't spoil the chat. It's not what you expect, but also, I'm wondering if it got a worse score because there's significantly less nudity, and yet it's still thrown in. All of the Friday the 13th movies, I'm not gonna lie, if you just took the nudity out of it, I don't think it would be a worse movie in any capacity. I genuinely don't think it adds to the plot in any of them. Like, but sex sells. There are times in movies when a scene like that adds to it, or like it can add to the plot, add to the lore. I don't think those are them. I genuinely think if you took it out, they might be better movies. But as is, it feels like, I don't know that people will like this. Let's just throw this in. And then on top of that, it's like, it was from older times when this was more normal. But it's like all of the movies, all the Friday the 13th movies are like packed to the brim with sex scenes and nudity, which is one thing. And then you remember that in every single one of the movies, they're all supposed to be teenagers. You're like, so it makes me wonder with the director a little bit. Do I trust this guy? Want to test 2012, but I only have a Wii. 2012, the movie that scarred me for life. They are slashers, true. And the more that movies start focusing on like, well, it needs to be a kill movie, the worse they tend to get. I think that's why I love Hellraiser so much, because Hellraiser 1 is like, you could kind of classify it as a slasher. There's like a lot of like gore and guts in it. Oh, SSX 2012. Yes. It was great. I love that game. But like with Hellraiser, it's like you could probably classify it as a slasher. There is a decent amount of death and gore and blood, but they focus definitely more on the story than anything. And I think out of all of the like old time horror movies that I've watched, it's definitely my favorite. It's so good. I love it. And so that's why I hate that in Hellraiser 2, they do the thing where like in Hellraiser 1, you're like, man, I wonder where these guys are actually from. I wonder what like they're actually doing. And then Hellraiser 2 really just like shows you everything, you know? And it's like, leave a little to the imagination. It's the same thing as a lot of horror movies will do the thing where like you end up seeing the monster in full frame and all of a sudden it's significantly less scary than not knowing, you know? It's like turning on the lights. Because like, you know, most people will be like, oh, I'm not scared of the dark. I'm afraid of what's in it, right? But if you turn on the lights, then you realize, oh, there's nothing to be afraid of. And it's the same thing with horror movies where it's like, oh man, this is kind of freaky. And then they like show it full frame, or like they take away the imagination part of it where it's like, oh man, what is this like? And a lot of times it reduces the scare. It reduces like, or like even just the intrigue. And that's how I feel about Hellraiser 2. If you guys haven't seen it, go watch it. Hellraiser 1 and 2 are good. Hellraiser 3 is one of the worst movies I've probably ever watched. And yeah, that's what I was going to say. It is like a true slasher, which is probably why it sucks. One of the worst horror movies I've watched, in my opinion. Though there are... It's crazy. It's literally... That's so true. The more a movie focuses on slashing and killing, the worse the movie is. The more it focuses on the story, the better the horror movie is. Because Hellraiser 3 is split into two parts. The slasher part and the... Did I say two? Hellraiser 3 is split into slasher parts and lore parts. And the lore parts are genuinely like, wait, this is peak. And then the slasher parts are like, this is the worst I've ever seen. I really don't. Yeah, no. Hellraiser 1 is definitely not like a slasher. I wouldn't call it a slasher, but it's definitely like, you could be like, oh, hey, I love slasher movies. What should I watch? And you'd be like, go watch Hellraiser. What kind of accent Marcus have in English, actually? I don't know. I don't know. Soundgarden's your second most listened to? I think that's probably my girlfriend's most listened to. She's a Soundgarden aficionado. I love Audioslave. I know like everything that they've ever done. And yet, I love Soundgarden too, but not to the same extent. I think because I really like Rage Against the Machine too. And so it's like, I really like Rage Against the Machine. And I like the things that Chris Cornell does. So then you mix the two. Because literally Rage Against the Machine is or Audioslave is literally just Rage Against the Machine, but with instead of Zach De La Roca, it's Chris Cornell. Maybe we go to Snowman now, because this is starting to fall off for XP. We got 2 full levels out of it, and I don't really get much along the way. So maybe we go do Marcus until 34, 35. And then swap? I don't know. I find Audioslave inferior, an inferior Rage Against the Machine plus Soundgarden. That's fine. That's fine. I will say that I think the first album, the Audioslave titled album, is the best one, and then the other ones I like less. But that first album specifically is so good. So good. I gotta watch Freddy vs. Jason, but first I gotta finish watching the Friday the 13th, and I need to watch Nightmare on Elm Street because I've never seen them. And I've heard YouTube chat, a few people on YouTube chat said that Nightmare on Elm Street is the worst of the horror movies, but then upon doing actual research, it seems like people agree it's the best of them. So we'll have to wait and see. You'd skin them alive? Oh, perfect. Like Hellraiser. Yeah, Void. I guess the mystery would just eat them up.
Stick close to the robot. He will help you get off this glacier and
You don't need to know the lore. Is it in any way canon?
you will be safe.
I heard that the reboot of Nightmare on Elm Street was really bad. It seems like every horror movie that comes out with a reboot misses what made the originals likable. Because I don't know, because I don't watch most of the movies. But to my understanding, the Nightmare on Elm Street reboot is really bad and nobody likes it. The Friday the 13th reboot they done, I heard is bad and nobody likes it. The like 5 Texas Chainsaw Massacre reboots, I hear aren't that good and nobody likes them. The Alien reboots, actually those kind of have worked. All the newer Prometheus and whatnot, I think those do well, right? Yeah, I don't know. It seems like reboots are just like not what you do. Friday the 13th one and some Texas Chainsaw ones. So the Friday isn't completely awful.
And the only place you'll be truly safe. Get to Sanctuary.
I like when you can tell that they wrote themselves into a hole, like in horror movies, when they'll do the thing where like they kill the main villain and like then in the next movie, it's like the most BS excuse as to why they came back. And you can just tell that they didn't realize how big of an impact it would make that they decided to kill off the main character of their thing. I also totally forgot that I needed to do Snowman DLC, so I guess we're doing this real quick. Hold on.
Hey kiddo, Jack here, president of Hyperion. Let me explain how things work here. Vault Hunters show up, Vault Hunter looks for the new vault, Vault Hunter...
I feel like most movies, period, that ever do a reboot, the reboot misses what made the original good.
So if you could just do me a favor and off yourself, that'd be great. Thanks, Pumpkin.
Came down to like actually watching a reboot, I would always recommend the Friday one. It's like the first 3 movies condensed. Oh, okay. The remaster. Same for video games most of the time. I feel like reboots just don't get it. They just don't get it. Reboots are like, we gotta modernize, we gotta be more modern, we gotta use CGI. Like, no. Boom boom for a level or 2. What is max level fastball? What level do I need to be before I hit 3 Horns Divide? Because we will only get 1 fastball for the entirety of... Unless we get lucky, we will only have 1 fastball for the entirety of True Vault Hunter. Is this TVHM? We are now in a speedrun contest, Evergrim. The Thief series? The Thief reboot. I hear that that's one of those ones where like they almost got it. Like, it's good. It's still good, but, like, not as good. From what I've heard. I don't know. I've never played them. So, I will never give a hard opinion on something I have not watched, or have not played, or have not experienced for myself firsthand. Because, I don't know. There are experiences out of my own, believe it or not. BL4 has no issues. What are you talking about? I run it fine.
Intruders detected.
YouTube chat. If you're lurking in YouTube chat right now, what's your favorite movie?
Let me get that for you.
That's true, Evergreen.
Executing phase
That is
6.
true. 38 for fastball. Okay, so you're thinking I get like 2 levels from Boom Boom since I already scaled it up? Or will this scale up after I turn this in? If I... Hell Lord, I need you to talk right now. If I were to leave this... I'm on Blindsided. If I were to leave this, go get 2 levels from Snowman, because... Or... Got 3 or 4 levels from Snowman. Then I come back and I'm 36. Would Boom Boom be scaled up to 36? Because if so, I will save quit right now and go do that instead. DVHM scaling is always really weird, so I never know. Meatball is with the tier 1. Thank you. Who got the gifted sub? To Mdo, my goat. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Already played all the games because one friend gave me the bundle on GOG. Nacho Libre. Nacho Libre is such a classic. I feel like everything Jack Black's in... see, I feel like a lot of movies are like, let's just put Jack Black in it, it'll be good. And it's like, it's kind of true. Because Jack Black brings his full energy every time, you know? Jack Black is in it to win it with everything he does. Nacho Libre, I grew up watching, and then I went back and rewatched it as an adult, and I was like, this still holds up. Getting Snowman a bit higher is probably good. So you're thinking get Snowman higher. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Because then I get, like, better loot. Alright, we'll do this. Favorite movie ever is too hard. Can you pick a genre? Favorite... Okay, how about this? What's your favorite movie made within the last 16 years, since 2010? Brutal Legend? Oh my gosh, what a good game. But it's just such a niche game that, like, people didn't really play it. Because you have to be interested in the world of rock or metal, and you have to be interested in the world of hack and slash combat. And if you're not interested in either, Minions movie. Someone commented about the Minions movie today on my... Was that you? Did you do that? Maybe the Labyrinth? Is that post 2010? Isn't there multiple of those? Because that's the one with, like, the demons and trolls and gremlins and stuff, right? Let me know. You did not. So that's just a coincidence that today I got a comment about the Minions movie on a Borderlands video, and then you happened to say that your favorite movie was the Minions movie. Maybe I'm misremembering what someone commented. Let me look. Came out in 1986. Did they not do a reboot? Let's see. Am I crazy? Like, I think someone did that today. Another bad part, blah, blah, blah.
I don't have any... What's up with your BL1? It plays great.
I'm sure that your enhanced BL1 does play great. That doesn't mean it doesn't work for other people. Oh, I heard him watching the Minions. On a... That was actually on a short about Gage. I need this for Maya and Hatterax. This guy does not know. This guy plays with a 5080 Ti 9800 X3D and game frequently crashes. Yeah, that's what it's all about.
What were they smoking with the end screen quiz? This is a lie because it's capped at 60 on PS5.
Now I'm just checking my comments. It's more active than chat right now. Ooh, roasted. Last 16 years, maybe Exit 8 or Rise of the Planet of the Apes. That was a movie reboot that actually was better than the originals. Right? I feel like most people would agree that the current Planet of the Apes are better than the old Planet of the Apes. Jack Black isn't a lot of my childhood favorites, but unfortunately he gets cast in so much slop now. Like the Pedro Pascal of comedy family movies. That's kind of true. That is kind of true. But am I ever going to say no to Jack Black as Steve? No. Who would have brought that Steve energy? Who would have brought the Bowser energy? I'm like, okay, yeah. A lot of animated movies will do the thing where they're like, let's just voice cast big name actors instead of voice actors. And it's like, man, that doesn't make the movie any better. But there is an exception, and his name is Jack Black. Tediore shield? Ooh. Wait, 4K capacity? 4K resolution? The white shield is given 4K? What does special, like plus special do on a Tediore? Like if I had all Molly 1 parts, what would that do? The original Planet of the Apes is equal to Rise and Conquest. Is the Planet of the Apes reboot in 2001 the same? Is that connected to the current franchise, or was that a different thing? Did they go for the reboot in 2001 and they're like, let's reboot it again? I don't know. I don't remember. I watched like 3 of them originally. You're gonna watch the VOD. Don't watch the VOD, bro. Don't ask what bro did to the boo-boo. Yeah, honestly, Jack Black Claptrap. That's a tongue twister. What a heat, bro. Absolute heat. 2001 is completely different and also really bad. Okay. It does nothing, especially on Tediores. What was the question? Oh, Molly 1. Special is worthless. Not especially. Special is worthless on Tediore. So you're one in full just stats. Whatever gives like -2 special and plus everything else. That's what you're looking for. Am I wrong in thinking that Vladoff is just kind of like middle of the road? Like it's equivalent to like a Molly 1 grip on a gun? Where it's like there's no downsides, but it's not a particular upside either? Is that correct? Or am I just a noob? Because I don't know anything about shield parts. That's like the place in this game that I have the least knowledge is shields. Can my level 17 rocket save me? Yeah, it can when my gunner ring hits him. Chat, the no ammo run is coming along pretty well. I'd still like to mention gunner ring, 10 levels under, still putting in major work because it is the gunner ring, and anyone who says it's bad is wrong. Claptrap's line in the Borderlands movie is intergalactic ninja assassin mode activated. Yeah, they kind of hit it. They had Jack Black hit that. Claptrap was the best character in the movie. A lot of people really complain about the casting of the movie. I felt like that was the least of the movie's problems. Let me know what you guys think, but watching the movie, I was like, you know what? There's a lot about this movie I don't like, but it's not the casting. I feel like the casting was fine. Personally. But let me know. Let me know. Yeah, what gas do to the mattress?
Light the fuses, bitches!
You want Bandit, Pangolin, Doll on Tediore shields. as in any of those three, or like you specifically want that combination for a perfect Tediore? Alright, chat, it is time to farm XP yet again. Borderlands 2. I wouldn't mind if they made it so missions would scale to your level a bit better in normal than True Vault Hunter mode, but also you got like 20% more XP across the board in this game. I think that'd be fine, honestly. Hyperion's good too for the delay, but they already got such low delay. I think people forget how many one-liners BL1 Roland cracks, and Kevin was just rather serious. It wasn't super duper jokey performance. You know, I was noticing that when I was playing the game too, because I was literally thinking about that. I was like, everyone complained when Kevin Hart was Roland, because they're like, Roland's a serious character, blah blah blah. Not in BL1. In BL1 he wasn't. In BL1 he was just as unserious as every other character in the game. That was actually specifically a BL2 thing. So it's not like, oh, he's always been serious. Any of those three, okay. Ooh, nuke that guy. Chat, so I pre-ordered the Steam controller, or like I got on the queue for the Steam controller back in June or May. Oh my gosh, was it May? May 8th. It was May 8th, so literally the day it's available. And recently they changed how they're doing it, so now they're showing like expected deadlines, and I'm expected to have my controller in September. So that does suck because I really wanted it, and I was there from the literal first minute it was available, spamming to buy it, but the store was overloaded with the amount of people wanting to buy it that I couldn't. And that's a bummer. I actually really want that controller. I don't know if it's good though or not. I haven't watched too much about it. I've just always been really interested in it. And I've heard mostly good things, but it seems like they are the mattresses of the controller industry, because to my understanding, they're having some quality assurance things where a lot of people are having issues that other people are not having. So, you know, there's obviously no issues with the controller because mine works fine. And yeah, but I really want it. I really do want it. Steam controller, Steam controller. Steam machine was also just announced. So sad. It's so sad what they did to it. But I mean, it's because they can't afford to make it any cheaper because, you know, prices of storage and RAM due to AI. Yeah, once he became the leader, he had to like gain some more responsibility or something. I don't know. More money than a car in Brazil. Thank you, Steam Machine. Thank you. It's so sad too, because at their original pricing of like 700 to 800, that is so good. That's such a good deal. Because it's like, yeah, you're paying before PlayStation upped their prices. They were what, a $600 system? Is that right? So it's like, yeah, you pay 100 to 200 more, but you get so much out of it. But now it's like, yeah, you pay like 400 more. Its value proposition is definitely worse now. GameStore makes some good controllers. I mean, I'm totally happy with my current controller. I have a Xbox One Series X controller. I don't have the Series X, but I have the Series X controller. It's probably my favorite controller I've used. Xbox, see, that's the one thing I've always noticed. PlayStation has gone through like 15 iterations of controller. Xbox, their controller is pretty much the same every year, but just like more ergonomic and the buttons feel better throughout the years. But like the Duke is not far off from the like Xbox 360 controller aside from aesthetics. And then the Xbox 360 controller and Xbox One controller, pretty much just the same controller. It's just like, hey, we made the buttons feel a little better. The analog sticks are a little better, and it's a bit more ergonomic. The Series X was, hey, we did all the same stuff, but it just feels a little better and is slightly more ergonomic, and the D-pad's better. PlayStation is like, the PlayStation 1 to PlayStation 2 is a big difference. PS2 to PS3, I think the PS3 controller is just a downgrade, dude. I think it really is. At least every PS3 controller I've ever used feels just worse than PS2 controllers. And then then there's the PS4 controller, which is just so different from the PS3 controller, but way better. And then the DualShock 5, which is different from the PS4 controller. And I feel like worse as well. I feel like the PS4 controller was where they peaked. And I mean, I don't play a ton on PlayStation, so I don't have a ton of experience, but in my short experience with them, it felt that way. And I kind of have heard the same things from other people as well. So I should have gone Sentry, because that's more time with Battlefront up. It is not possible for Tediore shotgun from Bad for Day. It is always a torque. People are complaining about the price. Xbox increased all their prices today, and not a console, but so did Apple. Yeah, I saw Apple raise their prices. Xbox price increase. Why would they raise the prices again, dude? Nobody buys Xbox. I think if you're getting into gaming, Xbox is literally the worst possible option. From someone who played Xbox exclusively from the release of the Xbox 360 all the way to probably like, I think until 2016. That was like the thing I played. And then I had a Wii, but like Nintendo was its whole own thing. It wasn't even competing. Xbox Series S, so like the baby mode, for a 1 terabyte is $600. For a 1 terabyte Xbox Series X, it's now $800. All of a sudden, no, dude, I'm telling you, PlayStation has won since PS4 came out. PS5 price, did PS5 have a price increase, or is it still? So PS5 jumped up to $700, with the PS5 Pro being $900. Dude, the PS5 is just where it's at. How is... That's crazy. That's actually crazy. So you're telling me that PlayStation or Xbox already was losing everything. They already... Nobody plays on Xbox anymore, okay? Unless they were, like, grandfathered into it. Nobody plays on Xbox in the first place now. And they're more expensive than a PlayStation 5. PS3 controller is worst controller I've ever used. Dude, the D-pad is horrible, and the triggers are the worst triggers of all triggers. Okay, raise the prices. Sir, we're not even selling in Costco anymore. Shut down a game studio. What? Nobody's buying it. Raise the prices. Now, I know that it says I'm farming thing. What I'm farming by thing is XP. I just realized I'm not even paying attention to how much XP I'm getting. Is this even worth it right now? I knew that Apple did that, which, for the fact that they kind of stuck around the same price for a long time, like, you know. But then the question with companies like that, I'd really like to know, like, how much companies like that actually make. Because it's like, did they raise their prices because they actually can't afford to keep it what it was? Or is it that they're not, like, breaking records anymore? I don't know. If PlayStation gets another price hike, then all of a sudden, the Steam machine looks better. If PS5 went up to $800 or $900, then all of a sudden Steam machine might be worth it. But they already raised their prices just a couple months ago, so it would be surprising to me if they re-raised their prices. I heard my friend was telling me the other day that apparently Game Pass on Xbox also raised their prices, and then everyone just unsubscribed from it because they're like, this is too expensive. I'm not paying for this. I really wonder how much of it is like they just want more money versus how much of it is, you know, we actually can't afford this. With subscriptions, I feel like that's just we want more. I could be wrong. Like Netflix charging $27 if you want to watch in 4K. $27 for Netflix, which I would argue Netflix is probably the worst of all the options at this point. I think Hulu is better for TV. I think, and you can get it with Disney Plus bundled. I think Hulu plus Disney Plus is cheaper than Netflix, right? Or is it like $30? And then HBO is better if you want to watch movies. Heck, YouTube Premium is a better choice than Netflix. Luckily, I'm still living off all my parents' subscriptions, so that's nice. But like, if I was fully paying my own subscriptions, I don't think I get Netflix. I think that'd be the one that I'm like, I'll just skip on that. Game Pass Ultimate is $30, but actually the value... But actually has value, but it's still overpriced. Yeah, Game Pass, the times that I had it, I was like, wait, this is actually kind of crazy how good it is. But it's like, does it really, is it costing them, is it costing Netflix so much money to run their servers that they gotta charge $28 per account? And then, like, I didn't realize that there's, like, the starter Netflix account, which is $10, but you can only watch in 1080p, and only two things can watch at one time, and there's still ads. Oh, dude, once the Switch 2 raises the prices, I already never bought a Switch 2 because I was like, that's a lot of money to spend for 3 games, you know? Because let's be honest, if you're buying a Switch or something, you're probably, it's kind of specific what you're buying it for, you know? I could be wrong, but especially with it being newer, it's like, what are people buying the Switch 2 for? Mario Kart? Donkey Kong? Is there anything else that people play on Switch 2? I don't know anyone that unironically owns a Switch 2, by the way. Can I mention that? Again, is that because it's a bad console with no games, or is that just like, I just happen to not know people that play on that? What's our XP? Oh, we're getting good XP. Oh, we're getting good XP, chat. Scene, I just don't see as an option for console players. It's 880 for the 512, no controller. I think that it's overpriced. But that said, if PlayStation were to raise their prices again, and PlayStation was closer to $800 to $900, so $100 less than the Steam Machine, I would then recommend the Steam Machine, but I'd probably recommend waiting. But there is always that fear with waiting, where it's like, with the RAM situation right now, I'm like, do I wait to buy more RAM? Because what happens if, like, a year from now, it's just worse? It's like, oh, you want 32 gigabytes of RAM? Yeah, it's going to be about $2,000. I saw someone on my most recent flight. He was playing his 3DS the whole way, and I was like, man, this guy knows how to live. I never had a 3DS, though. I did have a Game Boy and a Game Boy Color and a Game Boy Advance. Well, I didn't have the original Game Boy. I had a Game Boy Color and the Game Boy Advance. I also had... This is probably the most niche thing I've ever talked about on here, but... You guys remember how on GameCube, there was this thing you could get where you put... It was like, the GameCube was built to do this, pretty much. You put in this disc. And what the disc would do is it allowed the GameCube to read Game Boy Advanced games. So you could play Game Boy Advanced games on the GameCube. I played Donkey Kong King of Swing on my GameCube. I remember Christmas, getting that GameCube on Christmas with Donkey Kong Jungle Beat and Donkey Konga 2, because my parents knew how much I loved Donkey Kong. We got, and because my mom loved Donkey Kong, we got Donkey Konga 2 and Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Go into the like citrus planet or whatever. What do they call it in that game? It's not like planet, but like world. But the citrus one and going through the like ice caves with the big caterpillar is just like the most iconic memory in my life. That is true too. If you're moving from console, that's actually a really good point. Saying like, oh, well, if you're going from PlayStation to Xbox and you want to buy a Steam machine, you get no controller. That is kind of not a very good point. If you were starting from scratch, that'd be a good point, but you could literally use any controller on your... you could genuinely use any controller. Like, Xbox and PlayStation controllers are just native now. If you're using an older controller, you might need, like, an adapter or something. I'm so hungry out of nowhere, chat. I think I need to eat food. You guys like sardines? I like sardines. I'm a sardiner. I think it's a Scandinavian in me. There's a who in you? Yeah, the One Life Big Bertha moment, it still flashes through my mind sometimes. Kirby Tilt and Trouble with a GameCube in hands. It was just the way. Animal Crossing had a thing where you attach your game to the Game Boy, to the GameCube, and you got to a secret island. See, I miss when there was cool, like, third-party things like that. Or, like, the ice key that they were going to do in Banjo-Kazooie. You actually had one of those adapters? I did, yeah. I had a Batman game on the Advance. I don't remember what it was, and I played a lot of Donkey Kong King of Swing on there, which was not the best game ever, but it was fun. I enjoyed it. I didn't actually have many Advance games, though. Oh my gosh, what was the other games I had? There's like some other game that I played a lot, but I can't think of what it was. That definitely would like unlock a memory for me if I figured that out. I have no clue where that is. My Advance. Hey, we got a double drop that time. Pretty good one, too. Alright, one more kill on this, and then we'll go to Snowman, and I think we will also go to grab a snack real quick. I'm thinking, I mentioned the sardines because low-key sardines are sounding fire. But I prefer them skinless and boneless. That make me a fake fan. What tree should I focus for Tediore run? Definitely your left tree, because blood-filled guns is going to make you do crazy damage. And fuel the blood is going to make you do crazy damage. Only been using 360 controllers to get off eBay for PC for the last 10 years. For $15. Anyone can do this, TBH. Yeah, no, they really can. Though I do prefer the Xbox One controllers. I feel like they feel better. But, you know, that is a good point. That is a good point. I think that charging that much without the controller is kind of crazy, but you probably already have a controller. But yeah, if PlayStation goes up to $800 or $900, I definitely think it actually makes sense to buy a Steam machine. I think that at that point it's back to the baseline of what it was for a while of, you know, it's $100 to $200 more for a Steam machine, but you get so much more out of it. And I definitely think it would go back to being that way, with the downside of being slightly worse than a PlayStation. And you don't get the PlayStation exclusives, which are pretty much the only reason to play on console nowadays, is specifically PlayStation exclusives. Reset that. Go Snowman. Are all PS5s 1 terabyte? I mean, the goal of the Steam machine is to be to people that want a console-like experience on PC. The only thing is the price. But if it was priced at a PlayStation, I think it would absolutely be worth over a PlayStation. Like, if it was the same price as a PS5, it would be a no-brainer to me. It would be absolutely anyone who's like, hey, I'm thinking about getting a PS5 Steam machine or Xbox. what do I get? And I'd say, not an Xbox. Then I would follow that with absolutely the Steam Machine. By far, it makes the most sense in all capacity, right? Even if it was the same price for the 512 and no controller, I would still say that. But if it's like in the current state where it's $300 more, absolutely not. If it was $100 more, I would say, yeah, get the Steam Machine. And then that $200 mark is like, yeah, it's up to you. That's up to you. Unless, of course, you're the type of person where you like building PCs, in which case you wouldn't be in the predicament in the first place. Yeah, Xbox 360 sticks felt like they lasted a long time, too. That's one thing I've noticed with Xbox One controllers. I don't know if it's made of a different polyurethane or something, but the sticks wear out quicker, in my experience. We need more ammo really bad. More ammo upgrades, specifically. You know, I will say this Tediore does comparable damage, the E-Tech, as this, but I didn't realize it's using so much less ammo. So per bullet, this is doing a lot more. Except everything here is kind of shock resistant, yeah? Yeah, well that's the thing. If you're seriously considering like which one to use, and if it was $100 more for a Steam Machine, you would pay that off within 1 year because you didn't have to pay for online. You know? Even at $200, I feel like you'd save money. I know that the PlayStation Store actually has good deals a lot of the times, but let's be honest, it's not as good as Steam. And the fact that it is just a full PC, so I think people are forgetting that through different means that can be done legally, for the record, you could play any PlayStation 3 game that's ever existed on the Steam Machine, any N64 game that's ever existed, any Super Nintendo game that's ever existed, any NES game that's ever existed, any Game Boy game that's ever existed, any Xbox 360 game that's ever existed, any Xbox original game that's ever existed, any, you know, like all of that is certainly doable on the Steam Machine and not on PlayStation. So you would just have so many more options and so many more possibilities on a Steam Machine without it being like horribly bad. It would still, that would take a little bit of work, you know, to do versus just like natively loading up PlayStation. It would be a little more complicated, but if you're willing to put in minimal effort, you could get all those things on a Steam Machine. So we'll see. I feel like I could be wrong. Steam tends to be, you know, the good guy. So I wouldn't be surprised if RAM prices ever lowered, that they would lower the Steam Machine price. And if they did do that, then if they did lower the Steam Machine price, I feel like PlayStation and Xbox would keep their new high prices, and then the Steam Machine could potentially actually be a cheaper option, but I don't know. Take apart my Xbox One controllers to mod the sticks myself. Yeah, I've replaced my sticks, and it's pretty darn good. Dude, and here's the worst part. I play a lot of FromSoft games, and you gotta claw grip the controller for that. And PlayStation games on a claw grip just doesn't. It doesn't work. That doesn't exist. Oh, Mr. Brilliant, I'm so sorry I didn't see your message. At this point, I don't think that either Xbox or PlayStation should have to people pay for online. No, I agree with you. Exclusives is the big issue. If there's no exclusives you're interested in PlayStation, it isn't worth it. Hey, at least PlayStation has exclusives, though. That's what I'm saying. Xbox has nothing. Do PlayStations have bad backwards compatibility? Coded on my Steam Deck before, it will just be a PC. Exactly, yeah. It's just a PC that, if you don't want to get into it, will be really, really simple. And then if you want to get a little more in depth, if you want to start emulating or anything, you can do that and just watch a tutorial online. Like, I bet you could find a tutorial where even, you know, your 67-year-old mom would be able to figure out how to get Super Mario Bros. On there, you know? I think the thing is, right now it's kind of hitting a certain niche, because a lot of people that already own a PC probably aren't going to buy a Steam Machine. So it's for people that are swapping from console or just getting into gaming, and yet it's not priced like that. It's priced like a PC. So that's where it sort of becomes a little bit of a hard bargain. Or, I mean, there is also the group of people who, like me, would be like, oh yeah, I'll get one for the living room. Although, I mean, I realistically probably wouldn't, but where it's like, oh, I already have a PC, I wouldn't mind having a worse PC than my current one to play games, like, out in the living room as, like, a family attraction, you know? Like, hey, Dad, can I play on the Steam machine? It's like, sure, son, I love you. But it is sad how they had to price it. At their original pricing, I think it would have been good.
Back to town where it'll be safe. You gotta lower the bridge, but I think the gears underneath it might
So that is
be
based off damage dealt, not bullets fired.
Tracks clear? Good. Now convince the conductor to get the train moving. Once the guns are back in Gingerton, we can take them home before the town.
Well, yeah, and a couple years ago, it'll be weaker because in the current, it's weaker.
Stole the guns and
I don't think it's... Is it weaker than a Series X? But, okay, the thing is... Yes, it is slightly weaker. But the things that you can do on it are so... You can do so much more on it than anything that you can do on a PlayStation, you know? You can just do so much more with it. So it's for the people that are, like, kind of scared of PC, but still want to do PC. Or the people that aren't tech savvy, but would love the benefits of playing on PC. Like, if you want to play Borderlands with mods, you can't do that on PlayStation. You can't do that on Xbox unless you really know how, and even then, the mods are just like modded weapons. It's upgradable, Cultist, but it's only upgradable in RAM and storage, unfortunately. So that is one thing to consider. It is... I'm wondering, like, if people will somehow, like, make a way to upgrade it. But it is pretty much like a console where you get what you get, and then, you know, in 7 years, you'll buy a new one. Doesn't this guy know BL4 is out and updated?
Don't you know BL3 is released, bro? Why are you on this?
I'm waiting for Gas Mask. Me and Gas are going to do the takedown together. I didn't realize the Zane Bounty Pack came out today, too. Is it good? Jewish-fi? Like, okay, people are saying it's weaker than a PlayStation. To my understanding, it's not that much weaker than the PlayStation. It's not like, you know, the difference of playable and unplayable. To my understanding, at least from what I've seen on it, it appears to be, like, I don't know, 10 to 15% worse. But with a lot of upsides. I think it's literally just a matter of price. If PlayStation raises their prices by $100 to $200, I think all of a sudden it is worth the Steam machine again. But as is, it's just too expensive comparative to the competition. If it lowered its prices by $200, it would be the option to go for. It's all just kind of price right now. Or, of course, you could just buy an actual pre-build. Or build your own, but that's a lot to ask for someone that's never done it before. Unless, like, they're really enthusiastic about it. It was really bad. Ooh. Chat, is this a Jew-fi thing? Because, guys, to remember, Jew-fi likes OP. It likes having to grind OP 10. Okay, Jew-fi likes OP 8 through 10. You got to keep that in mind. Anyone else in chat, do they agree? Because I do trust Jew-fi more than I trust myself most of the time. Is the Zane Bounty Pack good? Yes or no? Drop it in the comment section below. Obviously, I'll try it before coming to my own conclusion, but... Okay, whoa. There's about to be a fight. Rokaris is saying the Zane stuff is cool, the takedown is eh. This guy's saying... But then Jew-fi is saying takedown's good, Zane's eh. I wonder if Steam will create, like, their ecosystem. I'm still just waiting for the Steam frame. That's all I'm... Well, I'm waiting to buy the controller, too. I want the controller. But I I don't plan on buying a Steam machine because it doesn't appeal to me. But that's the Steam frame. I've been waiting for a long time. I'm like, what do I want to upgrade to? And it's the Steam frame, bro. It's the Steam frame. I just wish that they would find a way to make it so your current base stations work with the Steam frame. I didn't press the button. I just wish that they would make it so then your current base stations would work with it. Because to my understanding, it does not at all. And it's like, surely you guys could figure out some way to make that work. You know, guys, I have the Index. I have the Valve Index. I'm not going to lie. It's a good headset. But it's not the greatest headset, okay? It is not.
All right, now let's get out of here before the townsfolk wake up.
I guess if you're a sucker for Zane nostalgia. Well, Zane did release, what, like 7 years ago or something? I guess it's time for nostalgia, potentially. People are super against the Steam machine anyway. Probably weren't going to buy it anyway. Because it's completely sold out everywhere, regardless people want that bad boy. Is it sold out already? Like, are there things full? Their, like, queue? Hello, Buck. Oh, yeah, you've been lurking the whole time. Hi. How you doing? Thank you for the 2-month streak. I do appreciate you. Yeah, you've been here for a whole 2 months. No, you've been here for longer than that, though. And you keep the Discord alive. You help with that. This would do more damage. Wait, is this really worse? Because I feel like in this current moment, the 2 for Gunnerang would do way more, right? Especially because the mag size is higher, too. The new headset got the Astro A50s, and I regret it. Is that a VR headset or like a headset? Because it sounds like a headset. I love VR chat. I've been in the VR space since the original Oculus Rift, the CV1. And I'm telling you guys, like, the Index is nice, and at the time especially it was nice because it had a decent resolution with really good refresh rate and really great knuckles. But here's what I'm gonna say. I own the Index. It's all I've used for a long time now. It is... The headset part is in no means the most comfortable headset. It is actually quite uncomfortable, and I get a lot of headaches with it. And I've tried so many different configurations. And the controllers are very nice. However... Hello, Brick. However... The controllers also are... It's like there's this very specific sweet spot where if you don't have them in the perfect sweet spot, they're kind of not that comfortable and are kind of annoying to use. But then you get it to that sweet spot and they're perfect.
He's weakened. Quickly, take his magic. The source of his power.
Why do you just tweak out right there? I don't have the courage to talk in your Discord. My anxiety attack really had when I tried to talk there. Just talk in there. You're good, bro. Nobody's gonna, like, judge you for trying to talk. Just chit chat. It's just people online. Send an ironic GIF, you know? Send a GIF, see how the response is, and then, depending on the response, you know, either choose to not continue and it's no problem because you send an ironic GIF, or, you know, start a little conversation. Yeah, I'd say late 20s is Unk. I'm 25, so I can pull off both Neff and Unk depending on who I'm with, you know? I call Spout Neff and little lowbrow because he's like 19 or something. So, little old for Leonardo DiCaprio, fortunately. Happy birthday, Puck. Happy freaking birthday. And for your birthday present, I let you sub to me. Is it your birthday? Or are you just being funny? If it is your birthday, happy birthday.
Marcus, bless us.
Marcus, bless us, everyone. You really idolize Marcus in this friggin' game. That's better. I like that. We are looking for items once again. Just be on the lookout. Probably will only take class mods if they are blue. Kill the blues. And that's will definitely not do more damage, but the damage proposition, the amount of damage for the amount spent might be good. 27 in a month and a half. Ooh, yeah, that's definite unk. Unk or ant. At what hit do we... chat, are unk and ant status at the same point? Or is it a different threshold? Pretty much every headset's like that, Evergrim. I've never found a headset where, like, you get the vision perfect and it stays perfect. But the Steam frame, I'm so excited for it, because it's got the same resolution as the Quest 3. Honestly, I think the Quest 3 is probably going to be the one that most people still go for. Unless you're really just a PC VR person, which I am. But the Steam frame is lighter than the Quest 3, and it splits the weight from just the front to the front and the back, which I think is going to be the biggest thing. If you guys play VR and have ever, like, bent down, when you bend down in VR, everything goes horrible. And, like, your headset gets messed up, you got to readjust it every single time. And it's rough. Turning 28. Yeah, you're unk for sure, by the way. Anti-status is 40, so women kind of get it good there. If you think about it, Marcus is the Borderlands universe's Claptrap. The face of Pandora. Hello, Will. No, I'm not doing the Zane DLC or the takedown because me and Gas Mask are going to do it together once he's back from his trip. Going to get your free birthday ice cream from McDonald's. You got to abuse that. You got to go to every place that offers a free birthday thing. Only time I used VR in my life was on a school trip, and it was just to see a video about dance. Well, at least you tried it, you know? When I first got VR, it was like every single... I'm not kidding. It would be... Because I was a NEET at the time, not in education, employment, or training. And every single day of my life was wake up, put on the headset, play all day until the late hours, and then go to bed. I was also depressed, so that contributed. Man, if I mess up the gunner ring right now... We mentioned the music is so iconic, and in BL4 DLC, it's just not at all. None of the BL4 music is iconic, other than like the Splash Zone music, because you hear it so much. Which is just like Combat A or whatever. Yeah, if I miss any of these due to him going underground, I cannot kill him, so. But imagine an on-level gunner rank. This is done, he's level 36. This is a 25 gunner rank, putting in this work, by the way. And people will tell you, people will straight face to you, one, that BL4 runs perfectly and that there's no issues, and because they can't live outside of their own experience, and B, they will tell you unironically that the gunnerang is a bad weapon, or that it's too hard to use, or something like that. Just get good. We got a crack sash, pretty much. We'll try that. See, I feel like it's almost never worth it for Tediore shields, because it's like, yeah, it recharges fast, but it breaks in one shot, so... Does late 20s start at 6 or 7? Something like that. Will you do Circle of Slaughter, though? On which? On what? What are you talking about? Is there a Circle of Slaughter on BL4 now? Only got it open and literally trying to load shaders cause your entire PC to freeze. You know what's funny, Cultist? BL4 doesn't have any issues for me, so I don't know what you're talking about with that whole crashing thing, because that doesn't happen to me. So therefore, it probably doesn't happen at all. Yeah. That's probably about right. This all sells for money, so we will take all the money. Imagine we get a new gunner ring from this, by the way. I'm not on read-only, right? Read-only enabled. Read-only disabled. I could see with all pangolin, but then with all pangolin, wouldn't it have a larger delay? Or does pangolin have short delay? Gone. Do we really? We don't need that. There's no way we would actually need that. Nope, I just sold the shock trooper. It was probably bad anyway. Okay, let's favorite the things we actually want to favorite, which is that, because these are collector's items. We got to put them in the bank, which we could do right now, but we're not going to do because I'm lazy. That for onslaughts, and that. Yeah, thank you, Brooke, for that. No, Brooke, it's so bad. I've got so many people that are like, they tell me, I don't know what you're talking about with the BO4 performance. I don't have any issues. Live outside of your own world, buddy, okay? Just because you're not experiencing something doesn't mean it doesn't happen, okay? Imagine, like... Maybe I shouldn't get into that. Imagine, like, a pro player in a video game being like, wow, this character is really broken because they have a 100% pick rate in every match of, like, high-level play, and all their stats are broken. And then someone down in silver elo is like, I don't know what you're talking about. This character is totally balanced. Like, well, believe it or not, when you're not horrible at the game, is actually very good. You gotta worry about that. You gotta live outside of your own experiences. Just because you haven't experienced the character being good doesn't mean the character isn't good. Just because you haven't experienced crashing doesn't mean crashing doesn't exist. Just because you can run the game at a solid 30 FPS and think that that's good doesn't mean that that's good. But as I was saying earlier, it's also an expectation thing where people... I think games are just so much harder to run now for absolutely no reason because DLSS and FrameGen exists, so it's like it'll do the heavy lifting, that people have gone used to games just not running well. But it's like, throughout all my life PC gaming, it was always, wow, games run on the hardware that you buy for it. Massively reduced delays as a baseline, so it won't hurt as much as usual. I guess that makes sense. My BO4 won't open because you don't own it. Well, yeah, you gotta go get that checked out, bro. My mag size is just barely high enough that I can't get an 11th mag out. Just hoping BL4's performance gets good enough for my old PC to run. I'm giving my old PC to my GF once we get a place and she wants to play it, but we have to upgrade the entire PC to just to run it. You know, I was on a 4070 Ti and a Ryzen 7 5800X, I think. And I had to upgrade when it came out, so yeah, I wish you luck on that. Okay, here's what I do know about BL4. All the updates that have come out, I feel like my performance is low-key worse than it was on release. But, to my understanding, they have improved the performance for lower-end PCs. To my understanding, low-end PCs have gotten a pretty major performance difference. I could be wrong, because I don't know. I don't play on a low-end PC. I don't play on a peasant PC. Okay? Get that straight out of the bat. So I don't fully know. It's not my lived experience. But...
Oh my gosh, we're just like Jolts, dude. The curse. The curse. The curse.
I kind of feel like that's better. 1,000 more... no, because the rate on mine is kind of crazy. Did they ever properly fix BL3's performance? No. I think that... Well, okay, they did versus release. I must say, guys, I saw someone say that BL3 hands down has the best, like, UI and menus. That's wrong. There's no way. Am I the only one here? Because there's no way that's true. It's so bad. And do you guys remember on release, opening your inventory would crash your game? And even now, when you open your inventory, there's a significant hitch. To my understanding, BL3 has constant stuttering due to the fact that it like doesn't save the shaders or something. And so every time you play it, reloads it again and again and again. Which, if that's true, it's really bad, but that would make sense why BL3 and Wonderlands, they hitch all the time for me. all the time they hitch, and it makes me really not want to play BL3 or Wonderlands. Mixed with the constant visual pollution that causes genuine headaches and just everything else with the game, I think it really pushes me from wanting to play it. First started playing on my new laptop, the biggest issue I was having was occasional big lag spike, 2 or 3 seconds of frozen screen. Now it just gets low frame rate more often. Well, then it's slightly better, I guess. Should I just map reload so I don't have to run back? Would you guys hate me? Would you guys stop watching me forever and make an expose on me, like a twit longer? BL2 and TPS have the best. Are we talking optimization? Or the best what? I'm sorry. I forgot. I forgot. We would not? No, you probably would. You say that now, but you probably would. You don't have a Twitter? Alright, perfect. Yeah, Twitter's pretty rough. I feel like all social media platforms are pretty rough, honestly. I don't necessarily feel like it's one being particularly worse than the other. They're all just bad in different ways. Oh, UI. Yeah. Sorry. BL1... they, like, fixed, quote-unquote, the UI in the enhanced version. I really can't tell which one I like more because they both... neither of them have good UI. I feel like Borderlands 2 and TPS got the closest. But it has issues, definitely has issues, and I think it could be better. I mean, honestly, BL4 is kind of ugly and is pretty buggy and glitchy. But I've been saying for a long time that just a grid style... Oops. I've been saying for a long time that just a grid style of inventory is probably the way that Borderlands should go. And that's exactly what they did with BL4. And I think that the BL4 inventory is pretty good, but it is quite buggy, quite laggy, and, well, they actually have fixed that a little bit, but buggy, and you can't, okay, if you were right now to code a sorting system for a list of things, right, and you're creating it so you can sort by rarity, sort by type, whatever, what would be the number one first thing that you would sort by? What would be the number one first thing you would build? Because for me, it would be alphabetical. That's the only one that doesn't exist in Borderlands 4. Why does sort by alphabetical not exist? Unless I'm missing it. Maybe I'm missing it. But from everything I've ever looked for, does not look like there's any sort by alphabetical. So if you want to look specifically for the Unkept Herald, you would just have to sort by, like, type, then go to pistols, and then go through to the Herald, which will then be sorted probably arbitrarily through that. So, slag grenade, I guess it's better than no slag at all, but... I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but that I would think alphabetical. I would think that. Yeah, and Krieg's Buzz Axe is banned at Evergrim, so you can't use that either. I think BL1's original UI, it was kind of ugly and like the colors were kind of ugly. But I do think that BL1's original UI was better than the enhanced. I think the enhanced is worse because the enhanced is like, it's still BL1, but trying to be like BL2 and not, it's not as good as either of them. I like that BL1 original just has like a big list of just the names of the weapons. So you can see like 1,000 weapons per screen. And the enhanced UI is really buggy too. Item score doesn't make sense. I appreciate that I'm out of ammo. I appreciate that with BL4, they were like, instead, does it still have item score? I don't know, but it's got like just straight up DPS numbers. That's one of my favorite things that they did. But yeah, item score in like BL3 and Wonderlands, it's like, this is the most arbitrary number. This means absolutely nothing, because you can have an item score of 1,300 and a weapon that's better than that with an item score of 800. It's uplifted from the charm for me. Yeah, there is a charm to it. I was also surprised how many people actually disagreed with me. They're like, the movement doesn't feel bad in BL1. Chat, one in the chat right now, even if you're lurking. One in the chat if you think BL1 movement feels suboptimal and if you would want it changed in a remaster. One in the chat, if that's you. Because I'm starting to feel like I'm the only one, quite frankly. Does Gutrang just go for biggest target or what? Or is it just RNG? See, that's a lot of ones. That's a lot of ones, which is what I would expect. Like, at the very least, like, I'm like, I don't get it. And then I think these people have also never played co-op. Genuinely, it is the only game that I know of in the series where your jumping gets delayed on off-host to where it'll literally hit like a 1 to 2 second delay sometimes. Movement's the main reason you can't play it. Yeah, it just feels bad. Like, it's fine. It's serviceable. Once you're used to it, it's fine. But if you were like, people have trouble going from BL3 to BL2. Imagine going from BL3 to BL1. Yeah, it's like it's the 4-directional DS1. Oh yeah, thank you, cultist. Yeah, you just don't have that issue. I think that's just a me thing. And the aim punch, chat. The aim punch. The fact that, like, if you get shot, your screen goes absolutely insane. And I think what people don't mention when talking about aim punch is it affects your movement too and slows you down. I was having it while I was recording footage, saying how bad the movement was. While I was recording footage, there's a section in it, which I don't remember if I left that part in the video, but there's a section in it when I'm trying to climb a staircase, and the aim punch is so bad that I physically can't go up the rungs of the staircases, or the stairs of the staircase. I physically can't go up because I'm being shot. It's like, oh yeah, bro, the movement, it's not an issue. It's just me. Sorry. It still messes up movement, but it doesn't mess it up as bad. It mostly just messes up your jumps. It'll eat your jump inputs. But luckily, like, if I'm going up the staircase and get shot, I'm probably going to be fine. I'm going to make it up the staircase. BL1, I don't know what it is. But it's like everything bad about the movement in every one of the games was combined into that. Yeah, a little miserable at times. See, it's so bad. There's literally no best way to play Borderlands 1. There really is no best way. All I know is that the best way is on... No, because it's like, okay, the console ports of Borderlands are pretty much always better. I don't feel like that's controversial. They almost always run better and run smoother. The PC versions always have issues in one way or another. Typically worse than the console versions. But with BL1, that one's extra bad because it's like, do I want to deal with the enhanced version, which has a lot of changes that a lot of people don't like, and a lot like balance changes that people don't like, for instance, with like the loot system. And I don't, does it have any sort of like performance or crashing on console? Does anyone know? Has anyone ever played on console and had performance crashing? I don't know. Maybe that's just a PC thing. But even if it wasn't, it's like, okay, so on PC, like, it's very divided, where it's like, well, I can play on the original and just mod it out. It does have that? Okay, well, everyone in the comments tells me, I haven't had that issue, so it doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. Look at the hundreds of thousands of players who have played it and gone, wow, there's an issue here. But you don't have it, so... Significantly less than PC, though. Okay, so it's like, do I deal with the new... Like, on PC, we can mod out the original. If you prefer the original, mod out the original. There you go. With that said, I play on Enhanced. I'm sorry. There, I said it. Or you can play on Enhanced and fix all the crashing. But it's stupid that you have to go into, like, third party or into the game's files just to play either of the versions of the game in a way that's even, like, playable, right? But then, if you're on console, bro, I feel bad for you because it's like, do I deal with the performance and crashing on Game of the Year Enhanced and the new awesome level and the other, like the inferior UI and all of that? Or do I play on the original where I don't even get to change the FOV, right? The best way is while lurking on a stream. True. Or for the first time in 2009. True. You guys have heard about this, but Borderlands 1 was one of the first games that has ever put me into a crying fit of rage. I was bawling my eyes out to my mom because Crom's Canyon was so difficult. And she was like, maybe you should just quit playing the game. I was like, no! No! We're talking about BL1, MDU, and the fact that Game of the Year and Enhanced both have such bad issues that it makes you not want to play on either of them. And like, in order to... It's so bad. It's so bad. Because like, a lot of people play on Game of the Year original and then just have like 12 mods that make it pretty much enhanced, but without the enhanced issues. And it's like... So my options are to play enhanced, deal with the crashing, deal with the new Gearbox legendaries, which are always fixed parts. Some people don't like them. I don't feel like it detracts from my experience. New awesome level where everything's like way easier to get. Worse UI. Or I play with the worst FOV of all time unless I config it. And I feel like I'm the only person that experiences this. I think me and Spout talked about it one time, but every time I brought it up to people, they have no clue what I'm talking about. Enhanced looks better than the original. It definitely does. It definitely looks better than the original, okay? And I'm tired of pretending that it doesn't, because it definitely does. I mean, obviously graphically it's a little better, but also it's so much more colorful. The original is like, even when I play Enhanced, I'm like, man, this game is so drab and like low saturation and colorless. It's worse on the original, bro. And like, even on high resolution and stuff, everything in BL1 original has like jagged edges and like, it's as if there's no anti-aliasing in the game or something. And so then I go back and try that and I'm like, man, this is so bad. And then like somewhere along the line, my config files got messed up. So now if I want to play on the original, I have to redo my, my like FOV and stuff. Though, if I'm not mistaken, you can bind the FOV key to W and then you never have to worry about pressing the key bind, right? Which is good. But I don't know, bro. I don't know. The BL games are all... They're all rough in their own ways. And almost every time, PC and console is different in some way. Crom's Canyon was actually designed by Satan. It feels like it was, right? And the fact that Crom will just like laser beam you at all times. Do you remember having problems in Enhanced when playing in co-op? Non-hosts could not play at a high refresh rate. That exists in, I think, all the games, though. To be fair. Figuring out I can just use a sniper on Crom's turret. Yeah, no, that was definitely a moment for me as an adult learning that. I was like, what? Enhanced clears, true. U1 came out during Big Brown era. I agree. Oh, yes! We got a Whiskey Tango, thank goodness. It's our doll class mod, and I was like, oh, you're doing doll allegiance now? No, we ain't doing stupid odd doll allegiance. I kind of don't want to get the fastball. Ooh, my goodness. I kind of don't want to get the fastball to 38. That sounds like a lot of farming. On top of the fact that today's just been farming. You got looted in Frostburn, and I assume he dropped nothing. Oh, wait. What do you get on it? Because remember when we were doing Vladov... Or no, when we were doing Molly 1 Gauge. When we were doing Molly 1 Gauge, we got a Lyuda at level 9. Doc Striker, I'm so sorry. We got a Lyuda at level 9, and then in Wildlife... Not even from the loot dudes. I got a corrosive baby maker, and then from the loot dudes got a corrosive fastball. That was really sad, knowing full well that I was going to do this run afterwards. Dude, off-host on all the games. For the games being marketed as co-op, not a single one is a good co-op experience. I'm not going to lie. Didn't see a problem with the movement, and that's because I play a lot of old games. See, I do too, but like, it's weird because BL2's in that like space where... With really old games like Morrowind, it's like I can deal with the movement because that's just what it was at the time. And games like BL2 are refined enough where it doesn't feel bad. BL1 is like, it's mostly good, And it makes the bad stand out more. Because if the whole movement system of your game isn't very good, then it's like the whole thing is like that, and it doesn't stand out. But when it's pretty good, but then has just so many things that make it feel really bad, it just gets worse. I don't know. It just doesn't feel smooth at all. It's like anti-smooth. Oh, we can probably get like 2 more. If I get him to a longer range. No. Yeah, sometimes it just resets configs, which is really cool. And then, no, and then on PC, both versions are just like half the time you have to do so much troubleshooting to run them, man. And like they don't even run well at all. Both of them have performance issues. Like, I'm always amazed. Enhanced version, sometimes when I put it on unlimited, sometimes I'm dropping below like 200 FPS. Which for the system that I have on Borderlands 1 should never happen. Never had problems with co-op, even in the 360 era. How much of that, though, was like... You might be right, maybe you didn't have any issues. But was any of that you were a kid, so you didn't care? Because when I was a kid, I kind of didn't care, but I noticed it. But I didn't care that bad. Now, I actively avoid doing co-op on BL1. Because I'm like, it's so bad. But maybe I'm just a baby. Which is very possible. Alright, let's see how much we get from this next kill. Currently, we're half a bar through. If we're still getting good XP, we'll do another kill or another level, even though I kind of don't want to. I feel like we've been farming more on this playthrough than we normally do, and normally I avoid farming. Saying about Thief, I have to download an unpatch for the GOG version and then install newer and better patch. Thank you. Thank you, game. I love when the game requires setup. Runs way better with dynamic shadows off. See, but then it's like, I'm playing the enhanced because it looks better. So then if I have to make it ugly, why am I playing enhanced? I will say that the awesome loot level, I get why people don't like it and like collectors, but I also think that with enhanced, they were probably trying to get people like a better way to play it in the current day. So for people that hadn't played it before. And I think for that, it's kind of better to have the higher awesome loot because a BL1 playthrough is not that long. So getting more cool weapons throughout the course of that playthrough, I feel is pretty good. You guys know what I'm saying? Voice chat problems as well kept us crashing and eventually I had to fiddle and turn it off. I forgot about that. Yeah, no, Borderlands 1 has an issue where voice chat will destroy the game. For whatever reason. If you ask me, probably shouldn't happen, but what's the intended way to kill this guy and like dodge his attacks? I'm not gonna lie, BL2 feels like it has a lot of moves in it where it's like I'm just supposed to tank this one. There's no way to dodge it. Let me know if you guys feel that way. Leave it in the comment section down below. I purposely saved a little bit of ammo. There we go. Bruh. High school for BL2 and main person I play co-op with live maybe 10 minutes away. BL2 off host is fine. It's not great. There's definitely a significant delay, but it doesn't affect you nearly as much as BL1 did. Because with BL1, like, I'm not kidding. Okay, chat. Unless you are literally on like 5 ping, there will be a delay on your jumps, which I don't know if you guys have ever played a game with your jumps being delayed. It's so bad. It is so bad. BL2 is totally fine. I've played off-host all my life on BL2, and it's fine. BL4 off-host is unironically worse. But that said, BL2 could be significantly better off-host. But it's serviceable. It's serviceable. Yeah, pretty much Evergreen. It doesn't help that on Krieg has a lot higher highs in Tediore than Axton does, but if you're running blood-filled guns, it means that your magazine is huge, which means you're chucking out more ammo per thing. So you could consider skipping it until later and heading down the main tree instead for, like, feed the meat. I'll pick it up. I don't know if I'm going to use that. I will pick it up. Look at that blister. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. We got, what, 1.5 bars? Okay, we'll go to 37. I don't like farming in Borderlands games that much. I'm not gonna lie. Which is funny. Someone had brought it up somewhat recently, where they're like, it might have been Gas Mask, where it's like, why do you even play Borderlands? Because I don't like endgame. I don't like farming. I don't like, a lot of things in the Borderlands games. Here's a War in Parsec with really bad delay. I don't think you guys will want that experience. No, I don't think I would. I don't think I would. Chat, Gears of War 3. I don't think we'll ever hit that peak again. Was it the best campaign of all Gears of War? No, probably not. Was it the best multiplayer of all Gears of War? Yes, it was, actually. So. And it had Beast Mode, the single best alternate game mode that's ever released, and then they never brought it back. They like kind of brought it back in Judgment, but nobody liked Judgment in the first place, and it was just so much worse than Beast Mode ever was. The Horde mode was refined, the movement was refined, because Gears of War is a game similar to Borderlands where you can tell that there was a refining of the movement at some point. Like Gears 1 and both of its remakes, both the Ultimate Edition and Gears of War Reloaded. He's gonna jump down. I just wasted all my ammo for that. Oh no, he still got hit. Okay, we're fine. But all like the Gears 1 versions are like, movement does not feel great. It doesn't feel like current Gears in any capacity. And then Gears 2 felt a lot better, but not perfect. And I think Gears 3 refined it to where it wasn't just like, it had its issues and you could abuse it. You could exploit really hard. But I feel like to a more casual player, it was perfect. And then the newer games just feel, I don't know. They don't feel like Gears of War. I think the fact that they felt kind of restrictive and heavy in the originals was good. And I think that Gears 3 hit the perfect in-between, in my opinion. Whereas like heavy and you don't really have a ton of like choice in what you do, almost in a way, while still feeling good and smooth. So Gears 3 is my favorite. I think that might have also been the first game I ever purchased a microtransaction for, being the Tiger skin. I won't spoil anything, but I like the story of 3 the most. And what I like in like Gears 1, right? The game all kind of looks the same. Gears 2, the game looks more diverse, but more or less the same. Gears 3 will be like, it's essentially like, hey man, we're now in like, it's like you're playing Minecraft or something. You're like swapping through biomes, and I really, really, really appreciate games that are very like diverse in terms of location and in terms of like, ooh, that's perfect. That is perfect. That is perfect. In terms of scenery, that gets me about BL1 a lot, where it's like it's all the same, bro. It's all the same. The only places the game looks different is like at the end of the game and Jacob's Cove. One of the reasons I enjoy playing Borderlands is as an ARPG, thinking like Diablo or Path of Exile, it's massively easy to get into a new run of the game. Yeah, I feel like that kind of went down with the games, but very good for Borderlands as a whole, at least until 4. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was gonna say. I would say that they've gradually gone down, but 4 is the one, in my opinion, that is the least. I want to replay it the least out of the games, even though I love BL4. The one that I want to replay least. Borderlands 2 was perfect. I'm not gonna lie. So good in terms of like replayability and stuff. And then TPS got worse. Definitely it was a downgrade in replayability by a significant amount. Even just aside from, like, even if you're just taking the base game of all of them, it was still a downgrade. Not because, like, the quality wasn't good, but it just didn't feel good for subsequent playthroughs because there is a lot of standing around, a lot of listen to character talk, a lot of places where you can't really skip dialogue through save quitting to, like, save time. Like, you could skip it, but it wouldn't save time. And all of that. And then... yeah, then obviously BL3 made that so much worse. Where it's like... everything is stand around for a while and no way to skip it. Wonderlands was fine. And then BL4 somehow went back to being just as bad as BL3 for how much you have to stand around and just listen. And then people are like, well, it's not their fault that you can't handle, like, not being in combat. And it's like, it's not that we can't handle not being in combat. It's that we don't like being forced into it on our 15th repeat playthrough, man. Like, I don't want to be forced to listen to Roland's exposition for the 100th time on this game. So you skip it. Hello, Cosmic. It really does, Zayla. Pretty much every time I'm getting footage for each of the Borderlands games, Borderlands 1 is like, alright, this isn't so bad. Borderlands 2, I'm like, yeah, can't wait to get some footage. Wonderlands, I'm like, man, I can't wait to get some footage. Borderlands 4, I'm like, I don't really want to get it. Borderlands 3, I don't really want to get it. And TPS is actively, I'm fighting against it at all times. I'm like, I really don't want to hop on TPS, dude. But we were talking about that last stream, and I think Jufai's right. I think I like TPS less than I claim to like it. I think that's like a realization that's coming into my life. Sorry. Where we already have a better Grenadier. I didn't need that one. Where it's like I think what I like about it is I like the Claptastic Voyage and I like the story, like in terms of the actual story, not playing it. And I like the Vault Hunters. But outside of that, how much do I really like the game? Completely different game studio took over the games. Every Xbox game did that. They were like, Halo? Hey, Bungie, you're doing a great job. So we're getting rid of you. Here's the new guys. It's like, Gears of War? Hey, everyone loves your games, man. Everyone loves it. That's why we're getting rid of you. It's like, okay. 25, 4 steady, 3 Grenadier. 4 steady, 3 Grenadier, 29. Alright, that's the better one. Tactician, I'm realistically not going to use that. Whiskey Tango, bye-bye. So far from this chest, we've got a Whiskey Tango and a Gub. So, pretty good TX luck, chat. Pretty good TX luck. I feel like one issue is not being able to skip dialogue, at least in TPS 3 and 4. It isn't so much the I can't skip, more the this dialogue could be deleted and nothing would be lost. Yeah, there's a lot of that, and then TPS really started it. Think about like the Gladstone part in TPS. It's so bad. Oh, there's also a Hydrate. Also, hi, CISO. I don't know. How do you guys feel about TPS? Like, there's so much that I really like about it. I think it's a great game, but I genuinely have no desire to play it. Ah, man, wait. This is hard. If I had to permanently remove one game from the series, which would I remove? Chat, if you had to permanently remove, for Twitch chat and YouTube chat, you had to permanently remove one game from the series for the rest of all eternity. Just for you, not for everyone, but just for you. You can never play one of the games again. Which game is it? I feel like for me, it's a toss-up between... Low-key, I want to like 3. So I don't know that I get rid of it, because I want to like it. For me, I'd probably say like 3. It's either like Wonderlands 4 or TPS, but I like all of them. But like, I could live... If I was in a saw trap right now, here's how I'd put it. If I was in a saw trap right this second, and Jigsaw was like, you must delete TPS and you never play it again, or I remove all of your limbs, I'd be like, alright man, I don't really care, too bad. See, I never have the urge to replay 3 either. But I'm like, I know that it has the most possible out of the series that you can do. The most content, the most potential content, the most potential builds, the most potential build diversity. So I'm like, I feel like it's just like endless replayability. And yet I don't like replaying. The one playthrough with no Cradle World Drop. We'll see. We'll see. We just got to check the lockers because we've gotten multiple. No, that's crazy. All my Cradle World Drops, I've gotten 2 from lockers and 1 from a pot in the Tina DLC. I think Epic Games was just stupid. They made the judgment in a way that catered to COD fans, and it did awful. So they're like, oh, no one likes the games anymore, and stopped. They do that every time for every game. They'll change up the formula, and it doesn't work well, and they're like, oh, it doesn't work well because X and Y. And it's like, that's not why it didn't work well. It didn't work well because what you did wasn't what people wanted out of the game. I think a 37 fastball should be fine, right, chat? Surely there's no reason we truly need to farm all the way. Oh my gosh! Chat! 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 We got it! Thumbnail? Someone take a screenshot? Did anyone say TPS easily? Ooh, this guy didn't even have to think about it. It's one of those. All right, so a dude asked $1,000. I didn't even ask the question yet. $1,000. I'm sucking it. If dialogue changed depending on the mode from normal to endgame, it could be so much more enjoyable. No, literally, I think with all the games, I've thought that. And TPS almost had that, where they're like, tell the story again, right? And like in the Holodome specifically, it's like, just speed up all these parts. Just speed this up. It's like, imagine if that was through the whole game. Right? Ooh, it could be huge. Tall Boys cooking. I delete 3's base game. They cook with DLCs. True. True. Don't have urge to replay 3, but at least the gameplay itself is very fun. TPS gameplay doesn't have much replayability because of all the bug bosses that never respawn. Okay, have you played since release? Because the bosses do respawn nowadays. And I was looking, 35 out of 150 weapons cannot be farmed, or items in the game. So that's a fifth. You know, a fifth of the items can't be gotten through farming. But that still means 4/5 of the weapons can be done through farming. I feel like it's not as bad as a lot of people say. I hate playing with all the characters of TPS. Oh. BL1, never played it before and won't be bothered if I couldn't. That's fair. But BL1, you should be bothered. You should play it. TPS, but listen to every dialogue. I'll skip, bro. Someone in my video was like, just put on dialogue skip. And it's like, yeah, for all the console players. That's what I'm saying, bro. People cannot see outside of their own worldview. The console players will be like, I don't have any issues with Borderlands 4 because it runs 30 FPS. Perfectly smooth. And then at the same time, the PC players will be like, I don't have a problem with the dialogue in TPS. Just use dialogue skip. But I'm telling you, I think it's just like a loud minority of people that are like, I have no issues with BL4. Because when I ran the poll of 4,000 people, 80% of them all voted on they are not happy with the performance. The performance is not good. Do you guys think the game would have been any worse if they would have just not made it in Unreal Engine 5? Because, like, I know that it's more an optimization thing, and that they definitely could have optimized within Unreal Engine 5. That is absolutely true. But if they were putting in this level of optimization into a better engine that worked better and ran smoother, it wouldn't have been an issue in the first place, because even if they didn't work on optimization, it would have just defaulted to be better. How tall? What? Mick, what are you asking right now? I'd say about 6'7". I think that the Vault Hunters in TPS are the best we've ever gotten. That said, that doesn't mean I like playing as them all. But that's what I really like about the older Borderlands games. If, for instance, you don't like... We finally got a new rocket launcher. And it's going from 2,000 damage to 18,000 damage. If, for instance, you do not like the vault, like, sorry, not for instance, restart from the beginning. With BL2 and TPS, the characters are so specific that a lot of people will not like certain characters, but it will mean that the characters are specific enough that if you fit the playstyle of X character, it's going to be your favorite character. I think the prime example of this is Gage. Almost everyone hates Gage. However, tell me a single character in the Borderlands series that has more of a loyal cult following than Gage, okay? The people that play Gage will not play anything else. It is the perfect character and the perfect playstyle for them. As where in the newer games, it's like, well, if you don't like this, then just change up the build, just change up the action skill, just change up this, and look, you'll like it. But none of them really feel specific enough to where it's like, yeah, like BL3 characters are Axton. You'll never hit the full BL3 and BL4. You'll never hit like the max dopamine that you get on a Krieg, but you'll never drop below to like a Gage. You know what I mean? You'll always be somewhere in the middle where it's like, yeah, this is a pretty good Vault Hunter. This is pretty fun. With the exception, there are some builds in BL3 that are like pretty good dopamine. But as a whole, I would say like 90%. As we're in this game, it's like all the characters are so different that likely you'll only find like 2 or 3 that you really like, and the rest are kind of whatever. You don't like their playstyles. You can't trust Gearbox to do anything. I'm telling you guys, everything they do is an accident. It's the game company that has consistently had the worst games of all time. Like, look up a top 10 worst games of all time list, and they're on there. They are definitely on there. They're on there for Duke Nukem Forever. If they're not on there for that, they're on there for Alien Colonial Marines. If they're not on there for that, they're on there for BL3 base game. If they're not on there for that, they're on there for something. Half-Life 1, I never had any problems when on like my first playthrough of that many years ago. I only started having problems and crashing and corrupted save files when I started playing Blue Shift, which was made by Gearbox. So, I'm just saying. Gearbox sometimes cooks, but they've got to be the least consistent, like, they've got to be the least consistent developers of all time, right? Like I feel like most companies will have like if they're bad nowadays, it's because they had like a gradual decline, like Activision with Call of Duty, right? It's like they used to be peak, but they've had a gradual decline where it's like, it's still, you know, comparative to the last one, it's not, you know, horrific or anything. Borderlands is like randomly, they'll release Borderlands 2 and then like a year, well, when was Duke Nukem Forever? Was that 2010? So they released like Duke Nukem Forever and then drop BL2 on us. And it's like, wow, this is like not even the same developers because one of these is good. How much XP do we get per kill? I really don't want to keep leveling up. But like, what if I did though? We'll do one last kill. If this doesn't get me to 2 bars of XP, I'm not even going to think about it. Gearbox is massively inconsistent for base games. They almost universally cook for DLC with the exception of that DLC for Wonderlands. That was definitely the worst DLC we've ever seen in the entire series. I don't think many people would disagree with that, honestly. Maybe 37's enough, chat. Duke Nukem Forever is 2011. So they made Duke Nukem Forever. Then next year, they made Borderlands 2. Chat, a little bit of quality of life real quick. We're just testing real quick. I do like Zane and Mouse. Those are also my 2 favorites. And my first playthrough was Flak. Normally my first playthrough ends up being my favorite character. But not with BL3. BL3 was not like that at all. In fact, my first playthrough of BL3 might have been my least favorite playthrough of BL3. Chat, Half-Life 1 or Half-Life 2? I'm a Half-Life 1 person. Like, Half-Life's great, Half-Life 2's great, but Half-Life 1's just so fun. It's just so fun, I could replay it forever.
Why are you using Tediore? You know Torg exists, right? Why are you playing BL2? You know Dead by Daylight exists, right? And they're in their event, and yet here you are, slaving away at work, by the way.
Yeah, I know. It's messed up, it's sick, and it's twisted. But Can't just clock out, can't just call out for work when you're self-employed, you know? You gotta toughen up. Tank it. Half-Life 3 probably. Chat, Half-Life Alyx. For those of you that have played all the Half-Life games, including Half-Life X, Toxic Cave. I don't even know. Toxic Cave, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate you. I hope you're enjoying stream. For those of you that have played all the Half-Life games, including Half-Life Alyx, what's your opinion on Half-Life Alyx? I feel like it's... A lot of people are like, this is worth buying an index for. No. In fact, I always felt like Boneworks, not Bone Lab, I never completed Bone Lab. I always felt like Boneworks was kind of a better VR Half-Life game than Half-Life Alyx. Can't kill Badma? Ooh. I feel about Half-Life 1 the way everyone feels about Half-Life 1. Or BL1. Yeah, you're permanently banned, by the way. We did get a bar and a half. It's not worth it. I don't need it. It's a fastball. It'll be good. Yeah, it's certainly a thing, tall boy. The thing about Dead by Daylight is it's like, it literally does have the worst community of all time. But man, it's a fun game. It is a very fun game. And they're coming out with a bunch of stuff right now. Alright, that is it for this farm. I'm so sorry I subjected you guys to that. Can't wait to do it again in UVHM. Toxic Avenger. Toxic Avenger. I see. I didn't want to try and pronounce it. I was like, am I being baited or something? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. You do have a typo. Yeah, yeah. Well, thank you, Toxic Avenger. I do appreciate the follow. I hope you're having a good time. And a good day. Alyx is a good game. Don't get me wrong. It's a good game. And they paid so much attention to detail. But the thing is, what they did was, since it was going to be a lot of people's first time ever playing VR, they wanted to play it really, really safe, right? They didn't want to take any chances. They didn't want anyone to have a bad time in VR or a bad time on Half-Life Alyx. And in my opinion, it leads to the game just feeling like you can tell it didn't take any chances, you know? And I would say that's a bit of an issue. So, for instance, I think most people that have played Half-Life games know that the most iconic thing of Half-Life is, like, Gordon Freeman's crowbar. There's no melee combat and no, like literally nothing like that within Half-Life Alyx. You can't punch an enemy. You can't melee an enemy. You can't, you know, hurt an enemy by, you know, using the environment or anything. It is pretty much exclusively gunplay. And... like, that really hurt it for me. Especially because I had already played Boneworks, and I'm telling you guys, Boneworks is more of a Half-Life game than Half-Life. Because in Boneworks, you know, they've got, like, head crabs and stuff. You can just pick it up and, like, put it on an enemy's head. Or you could, like, pull over a shelf and collapse it on someone and then beat them to death with a box or something. Right? Assuming the box doesn't shatter on their head, and then if it does, you pick up a wooden plank and beat them to death, right? But you can't do anything like that in Half-Life Alyx. And they just refined it to make sure you would have a good experience, and everyone's experience was very similar on it. And I think that's the thing that ended up having me, as a person that played a lot of VR, not like it. That said, if it was your first VR game, you'd be like, this is amazing. But the worst VR game of all time goes to Borderlands 2 VR. Wanted to get VR a while ago when the Metro VR game came out, then I heard it was pretty short, so I didn't get one. A lot of VR experiences have always been described as this, but they really are like it's like a demo, pretty much, or like just to show off what's possible. So many games are just like either a sandbox, it's either a sandbox VR game, things like VR Chat, Blade and Sorcery, etc., or they end up being a very short-lived game focusing on one thing, which is what made Boneworks so good. A lot of people don't like Boneworks. It's very nauseating. But Boneworks, I haven't played Bone Lab all the way through. I haven't enjoyed it quite as much as Boneworks. But Boneworks was the first game that was like, this is a full campaign with a full story, with melee combat and gun combat and puzzle combat and all of that. And it was so good. But tech demos, that's what I was trying to say. A lot of VR games are tech demos. So I don't know about the Metro game, but it was probably like a tech demo. Half-Life Alyx is a fully fledged game with a story. It is good. It is a good story. It does the gunplay well. It does the environmental stuff super well. Everything environmental is really good. It's just the fact that you can't interact with a lot of things. But then at the same time, like, the attention to detail is crazy. Half-Life Alyx is the only game I know of where, like, you can like get a pack of cigarettes, shake it, listen to them in the carton, crack it open, and pull out a cigarette, you know, and like crush the cigarette. Or if you're on the index knuckles that have pressure sensors, you can pick up a can. I think this is the only game I know that does this. You can like pick up a metal can and slowly squeeze it in your hand and watch it slowly get crushed in real time with all of your fingers like properly tracking. It's very immersive, but it is very disappointing to me. Like, I've played, even after having beat Boneworks however many years ago, I've continued to play it and have, you know, hopped on it many times. I really rarely ever get that urge with Alyx, though Alyx does have a big workshop community, so there's kind of endless content. Like, it's a great game. It's just, I've always been disappointed by it, unfortunately. I don't know. I feel like VR is already good, Hellord. It's mostly just that nobody makes anything for VR. Nobody makes VR games. And when they do, it's always failed. It's always failed. Like, there are some VR games that are just truly like, this is great, plenty of content, etc. Super Hot VR is amazing. It's so good. It's so fun. But it's like 2 hours long. Games like Gorn and Blade and Sorcery are really, really fun, but they're sandboxes. So it's exclusively a make-your-own fun type game. Borderlands 2 VR. Then you got this whole section of like Borderlands 2 VR, Doom VR, Skyrim VR, Fallout VR, of like, wow, this is just worse in every way comparative to just playing it on desktop, because they're like, it's just more of like, let's get it into the headset than it is let's get it onto the thing, right? So Skyrim and Fallout 4 especially are really big examples where a lot of people are like, this is one of the worst VR games of all time, but if you mod it, it's one of the best VR games of all time. And it's like, of course, leave it back up to the community, like always, to make a Bethesda game good. And, you know, very, very similar thing for BL2, except there's no mods for BL2. So it's like, it's the most bare bones VR experience of all time. Like, if you guys have not played it or seen it, if you play a VR game with guns, let's say you're playing Pavlov or Contractors or Boneworks or literally any VR game with guns, okay? And you're using an assault rifle and there's a lot of recoil. You do what the natural human instinct would be to control the recoil. You grab it with your left hand. In Borderlands 2 VR, if you want to increase or decrease recoil, you hold the left trigger on your hand while you point with this one, okay? If you want to aim down sights, like in every VR game ever, when you want to aim down sights, or like if you want to aim down a sniper rifle especially, you want to aim with a sniper rifle, you look through the scope. On Borderlands 2 VR, what you do is you hold the left trigger and a TV pops up next to the scope that shows what the scope is looking at. Really, really. And Half-Life or Borderlands 2 VR doesn't have all the DLC, and it's also not co-op. Not cooperative. Yeah. VR MMO that cost $30 and closed after only a month because they did a full reset of all the players with no warning and suddenly went free to play to prevent refunds. Oh my gosh. I never heard about that. Mod Skyrim VR is actually fire though. No, it is. Once you get it modded, it's great. Prior to the mods, it's really, it's like they just ported Skyrim and threw it in the headset and made it so controllers work with it, sort of. But if you mod it, it's great. It is great. But yeah, I love VR, so it always is sad how, like, little companies do with it. Because there was a period of time when VR had a lot of momentum and, like, a lot of people were buying VR headsets. Probably, like, 2017 through, like, 2020. A lot of people were buying VR because it was so cool. You're seeing clips everywhere. That's when, like, Beat Saber was, like, really, really big. Beat Saber was huge at the time. VR chat was huge at the time. Pavlov was still actually played by people, and it was like, this is Counter-Strike VR. And then it's like, It's like they just stopped developing games. And then on top of that, this bugs me so bad. There are so many exclusives, so many Quest exclusives and PlayStation VR exclusives. And it's like you are dividing an already divided like set of people. How many people in the world right now even have a VR headset on, right? There's probably more people playing BL2 than people with a VR headset on, okay? So it's like you're taking the already very small community of VR enthusiasts and you are dividing it by making it so then they can't play X game on X machine. And it's so disappointing. And like, I love the Resident Evil games. Resident Evil VR for the remasters and like the newer games is all on PlayStation. Resident Evil VR for Resident Evil 4 original is only on Quest.
Wait a moment while I hack the catch a ride.
And there's nothing for just desktop PC unless you mod it. And it's so bad. Fallout 4 VR is also really, yeah, no, it is really bad. It requires a lot of,
Cool. Try requesting an
the whole screen goes black. Yeah, that's the way to do it. It requires a lot of modding as well, unfortunately.
Now head to Sanctuary and find Roland. You'll want to meet the Vault Hunter who stared down Hanson.
You know what's one of my favorite VR experiences, though, of all time? And one of the VR games that I have the most time in is The Forest. Which is so amazing to me that the Sons of the Forest never got VR. Which I never understood because there was such a big community for the people that loved The Forest in VR. It's like genuinely one of the better... It's crazy. It's crazy because it was essentially just like it was implemented in, but it was equivalent to just like a mod for The Forest that made it VR, and it felt so good. Like it was so nice. I love that. The only thing that sucked was the performance was pretty bad, but I definitely have like at least 100 hours in it in VR specifically. And then Sons of the Forest, I was like, yes, yes, yes. And then I saw that it's desktop only, and I was like, what? This was like the biggest thing of The Forest. So many people bought The Forest because of VR. So that was sad. But maybe they'll add it. I don't know. I heard about The Forest 3. I never saw it. I was just thinking about that. Someone brought it up on stream many, many moons ago. And I just never looked into it at all. Does it look good? Does it look bad? Leave it in the comment section down below. I don't know. I love VR. I wish there was more people that played VR. But it's just, it's a dying thing because it's like kind of inaccessible to an extent because it's like it's pretty pricey, so you have to want it, right? And then once you get it, it's like, oh, what games do I get? And it's like VR Chat, Beat Saber. They're like, what other games should I get? VR Chat, Beat Saber. Because it's either the Skyrims and Fallouts of the world, where it's like if you want a good VR experience, you have to mod the heck out of it, or it is the it's the super hot VRs of the world, where it's like, yeah, it's really, really good, and they're like, oh, cool, and then you go, but it's only like an hour and a half. I remember I was able, chat, this is how bad it is. When I first played super hot VR, I had played it at a friend's house, but then I played it at my house. I bought it for like $30. VR games are also overpriced. Bought it for like $30, beat it, and refunded it. Because I was like, well, I'm not going to continue playing this. And why does Super Hot VR not have a workshop? If it had a community workshop, it literally just add a community workshop, and it's perfect. It's the perfect game. I have not played Subnautica. I know the second one came out, and I knew a lot of people were playing that. You're on a different planet in Forest 3, and tools and stuff look like something from Subnautica. Ooh. I don't know how I feel about that. Because what I liked about the original Forest was it was one of the very, very few games that did like the true survival game really well, in my opinion. A lot of survival games will like skip out on a bunch of stuff. And that was another thing. So Sons of the Forest wasn't VR, but then on top of that, they got rid of a lot of like the survival mechanics and really just simplified the game. And it almost felt like arcade survival. It felt like playing Minecraft, like in the way that Minecraft is a survival game, right? As where the original Forest was like, you have to clean your wounds or you'll get like diseases through blood. You got to clean the blood off your body because you'll get diseases. You have to cook your food properly or else you'll get like food poisoning. You can get sick, which will like harm your overall stamina and your performance, and things will just like be worse. Your vision will get like impaired. You had to drink water, but in order to drink water, you had to boil water. And Sons of the Forest really got rid of like the majority of that.
You gonna help us out with this rolling situation? I heard them Crimson Raider dudes talking about it.
Yeah, exactly, Meatballius. But it is great if you can afford it and have. I mean, when I first started, I had probably it was like an arm's reach length to be able to play games, and it was the time of my life. Okay, if you've got at least an arm's reach length and are willing to spend a few hundred on a VR headset, boy, it is a good experience. Oh yeah, Into the Radius as well. Into the Radius is one of those games that's really good because it's a fully fledged game and definitely one of the most immersive VR games of all time because you have to like manage your backpack, your gun. You have to clean your gun, otherwise it'll like start getting jammed and stuff. Really good game. Oh, but anyway, I was gonna say, like, I already didn't like that with Sons of the Forest. It was straying so far from like the original forest while still staying like the original forest. And so the fact that the third one is just like, yeah, bro, we're on a different planet. I don't know how I feel about that. But it's sad. Nobody makes VR games anymore. Nobody makes VR games, and it's because nobody makes VR games, nobody plays VR games. So like there's a lot of VR games that could be really good. Like After the Fall, which is like Left 4 Dead in VR, but like nobody plays it. Green Hell is also pretty similar to The Forest with the realistic survival mechanics, but I've never played it. That's the same thing I'm thinking. But I don't know, because I've heard mixed things about Green Hell, so I don't fully understand what it is.
Hearing this, I'm in trouble. Right now, you're the only thing standing between this city, hell, the whole planet. This is the Firehawk. Cut the frostbite cannon or people will die.
Evergrim, if you don't pick up the mission from Marcus, it'll replay the mission every time. Same with Zed. If you play on PC, you can just turn them off. But I don't recall what you play on. We can save quit here, and then just teleport. Recently got Axton OP10. What would you suggest I get besides the meta of Peak Opener Fastball? Sword Explosion, casual Sword Explosion, specifically. Wait, do I have to double save quit, or can I not do this until you age him? There we go. Double save quit. Sword Explosion, casual Sword Explosion specifically. It needs to be casual. It needs to be casual. Casual Sword Explosion, Baby Maker, Gunnerang, pretty much anything Tediore I would get. Nirvana's fun to use. I mean, I have a whole guide, and in the guide I list like every weapon I would use on a max level Axton. He can use a lot of things, but mostly things that do Grenade Splash. If it's got Grenade Splash on it, go for that. Pimpernel. Well, I guess that's already meta, but Pimpernel on Axton is great because it's the Pimpernel. Ogre, but Ogre's kind of not worth the farm in any capacity. Could just get a good Spitter, Ravager. Yeah. My lived, welcome. Did I not scale this up properly? Or does... Oh, it probably just scales up after this one, huh? Oh, wait. So I could go kill... This scales up after this. So I could really quick go kill the 4 assassins, right? Stream is going pretty well. We've done a lot of farming today, which is unfortunate because I'm not the biggest fan of farming. I don't hate farming in these games. I like a decent amount of farming, but not like a crazy amount, you know. The Ogre, I mean, it is definitely good. It's like a Spitter, but just like power boosted a lot. You already got Sword Explosion. Is it casual though? If yes, then all right, cool. Level 22 Shock Fastball, by the way. I really think that the fastball could do like 75% of the current damage that it does, and it would still be meta, and I would actually prefer that. I was saying earlier, I actually appreciate that this game has a definitive like best weapons and definitive worst weapons. I think that that is a good thing in games, to an extent. But at the same time, I do think that the overall power level of the best thing should be brought down a little bit, and the fastball is a great exception, or a great example of that, where I would prefer it if the fastball wasn't so broken.
Official report says she died in New Haven, but I'm positive she's hiding out near Sanctuary.
That said, I'm absolutely gonna be using it. I don't know if we can even kill 1Y. Oh! See, I think the worst thing for me is when I'm farming XP. I don't like XP farming. Like, I like a little bit of an XP grind. I don't want to just be like BL4 has the opposite, where I remember when we first played BL4, it was pretty much straight off the bat. We were max level, like before the game even ended. And I don't like that. But I also don't like BL2 and TPS of like, hey, you need to farm XP for 8 hours. Fastball is literally Spread Launcher's grandfather. Yeah. And then the Spread Launcher was like the more refined version.
I can handle her. You can't. BS. You know.
With the downside that it recharges in just the amount of time it takes to respawn the boss.
Tediore's so bad. Tediores aren't good.
Is it worth farming, or should I just give it in? That's up to you. I find Gib to be a slippery slope. After I've gibbed like once on a character, it immediately feels like my character's not like really valid anymore. And then I start to get into that mindset of, well, why don't I just give everything in at this point? Why am I even playing? So I would recommend probably actually farming for the things, but same thing. If you've ever played Minecraft on survival and then like swapped to creative mode for one thing, like, nah, at this point, why am I playing? I actually think that I'm blowing through too much ammo, so I'm gonna swap to the Grenadier, because this will reduce my... Okay. This will reduce... Okay. This will increase my damage per ammo consumption and reduce wasted ammo. As you can see, we're still one-shotting, so the veteran was definitely just overkill. You like the Forest for co-op or just as a survival game? I prefer it in co-op. I think it's more fun in co-op. But I also partially think it's more fun in co-op because I get scared when I play solo, so... But it is a really great co-op experience. How does it have better off-hosts, by the way, than Borderlands? Great question.
Siren Lilith since the opening of the vault. She appears to be using iridium to enhance her natural phase-walking abilities. This naturally leads me to assume some unspoken connection between sirens, iridium, and the vault.
Minecraft stream when? Chat, I was thinking, should we do this since, like, you guys would be in on this at this point? Should I do, like, a normal Minecraft playthrough for, like, 4 episodes? Or, like, 4 days of just, like, normal Minecraft playthrough? And then just really subtly add, like, a Herobrine mod? With, like, AI set to 1 or whatever, so then it, like, barely ever shows up. But just, like, will be there every now and then. And then on, like, the 18th day, just have full-on Herobrine come out. What do we think? I remember as a kid, there were mines that I would not go in because I knew for a fact Herobrine was in those. I was like, yeah, we need a new mine. Bro is here. And then once Bedrock Fog came out, oh, that was a horror game, dude. Bedrock Fog, me and my friend played Disc 11 at Bedrock. Oh my goodness. BL3 has the best XP grind in the series. It seems better. I have I ever gone a character to 72 in that game, legitimately? I don't know that I have. Isn't it Scrap Trap? New chest just by watching your stream, and that's why we're here. We're always learning something new. I feel like that's not why you guys watch, low-key. I feel like nobody's like, oh man, you watch that TX guy? He's really good at Borderlands. It's probably, oh, that TX guy, that's a guy who's really bad at Borderlands, right? Yep, that's me. I'm gonna stay with my OP70 playthrough where I'm half debating if I should get peak opener set from Hatterax or continue farming Digipeak the way I've done it to grind to OP10. There's nothing wrong with using Digipeak set. Because think about this, right? If it was in the past, you pretty much would have beat the peak by now. But it's only because of Gearbox adding more to the peak and trying to make it even harder and more ridiculous while also coming out with the item specifically made for the peak. So, I feel like it's fine. They do it in one life. Gaslight everyone else? Yeah, gaslight them about the hairband. What are you guys talking about? I watched some, like, Minecraft... Like, it was a Minecraft creepypasta. I think I'll level up off of, the thing. There's, like, this channel that, like, takes, like, YouTube comment suggestions of what creepypastas there should be. And it was the worst... It was a video. It was a video for sure. It was, like, the worst acting of all time. And it was this, like... There's a virus that got distributed into the hosting services. Well, I won't do that then. But there's it was like this guy pretending to get stalked by Giant Alex. If you guys know the video I'm talking about, it was like, it was so bad. It was so bad. And it's like, there are people that, I think a lot of people were like in on it and were like, whoa, this was such a cool creepypasta. But I know that there are like kids watching this that are like, I can't believe this really happened. Giant Alex. And it was like, the way that Giant Alex like stalked you was setting your game to peaceful. Do I look like a caveman right now that like is a nerd? You like all these? Two times two tunnels in the nether and I legit thought it was Herobrine. I know that's not what you said, but that's how I'm gonna read it. It was probably Redstone. You know, I never associate Redstone Geek with Minecraft, regardless of the name Redstone Geek. So I'm always just, I was like a little surprised. I was like, oh wow, Redstone's playing Minecraft. Really? I'm surprised by that? I think I should be surprised by my intelligence more than anything. Yeah, chat, we do. I don't think I set up a command, but there is a second channel. There's a second YouTube channel. Maybe I set up something. I don't know. I might set up a second channel command. There is a second channel, chat. Will I ever upload on it? Who knows? I will eventually. I figure that probably I won't get any views on anything I do there, but that'll be for things that don't really fit my main channel. I'm like in this weird spot with my main channel where I'm like, what do I put on it and what can I move? If it were up to me, I would move, like if there's a way on YouTube that you could move videos to a different channel without like losing like the, you know, views and like ad revenue and stuff from it, I would totally do that because like essentially the video stays the exact same. It just changes the ownership of the video, right? I would absolutely do that because there's like a lot of videos on my main channel that I kind of wish weren't there that I think would be better as a second channel. But yeah, second channel I imagine will be if there's anything non-Borderlands that I do aside from bingo, because I do intend on doing like a Terraria bingo and uploading it and seeing how that does on main channel. But if there's anything non-Borderlands related, or sometimes like with exclamation point Cody, drop it in the chat. Like I'm not gonna upload that on main, but I'd upload that on the side channel. In fact, I should do that. I should upload that to the second channel. Or like the Halloween subathon compilation is going to be on the second channel. Or like if I ever worked on the Dark Souls playthrough, it'd be on the second channel. Or if I ever did like edited down like Tediore Axton or something, which I'm not going to do, I'd do that on the second channel, right? If things like the speedruns, right? When I got speedrun record, I would only upload that to second channel, probably. The Duskblood playthrough. Also, hi Toasty, welcome back. I'm doing well. Toasty, I feel like at least 3 times per stream you join in and you're like, how are you doing, TX? How have you been? I'm like, I'm doing great. It's great to see you. And you'll like disappear for a while, 3 hours later. Hey man, how have you been recently? I'm like, dude, I'm doing good. How are you? It's so good to see you.
The bandits call me the Firehawk, but the name's Lilith.
I have to use some Fire Lady for Hatterax farming since I already have a Fire Lady Fist. Since apparently the Fire CC is like impossible to get. You can go to level 50 and get a Fire Interfacer. It doesn't matter what level it is. You don't even need the B shield. You can kill Hatterax. Thank you, Starry Lotus, for giving me this info. You can kill Hatterax with a level 1 Fire Interfacer, no B shield. So you know.
Will ya? I should have some in one of my strong boxes.
Yeah, I think it could be abused too, Hexy. I think that it would require like multiple factors of authentication in order to do that. Or like, if there was some way that they could like prove that it's you changing to a different channel. But I think it'd be really nice if there was a way to do that. But also at the same time, you're saying like it could be abused because someone could get hacked and they could change ownership of the viewed videos. One, they wouldn't get like the ad revenue because that's already gone to the other person. But if someone were to hack into your channel anyway, they can just delete the videos. Like what happened with Linus Tech Tips a while ago, right? How they got hacked and literally they deleted every single video on the channel. They were luckily able to get it back because they have like so many backups or whatever. Or like the servers or something. I don't know. I don't know how they got it back. But if it wasn't LTT, if that was like Joe Schmo, if that was Lil Gas Mask, it's like those videos are just permanently gone for the rest of his life. So tell me what you think. I would rather have a hacker get my channel and then just move my videos to a different channel where I can then get it moved back by YouTube than have them be deleted. Hi TX, how are you doing? Oh, hey Toasty, I'm doing great. How are you doing? Are you doing good? So good to see you, man. Chat, should we get a fastball Gamba up? Like first 3 or something?
Get some ammo. This ain't over yet.
Kind of late to do it though. Yeah, it's kind of late. But also Mimic's here, so we got a Gamba, right?
Another way in.
Chat, is streaming harder than a 9 to 5? Yes. Am I willing to put up with it for you guys? I'd say also yes, you know. I would call myself a generous soul, for sure.
Nice shot. Well done.
Chat, you guys like how Shock Gauge is already like the worst build of all time? And then Shock Dots are by far the shortest dot in the entire game, lasting 2 seconds. Imagine if Electrical Burn would reproc the Shock, though. Hold on. Get a dedicated external drive to save videos. I kind of want one of those, I've thought about getting one of those big towers. Right now I have all my videos saved. I never delete them, just in case, including my shorts. But yeah, I've thought about that because it's like a normal external drive I don't really trust with my files. And I don't want to take enough space on my internal drive. Problem with either system, TBH, is unless you have a large enough following to make a huge stink on something like Twitter, YouTube has a tendency to not do anything. Yeah, but I mean, again, I don't see it being worse in any way for them to be able to move your videos to their channel than it would be for them to just delete it.
Thanks.
First element, that could work. If only somebody would start the Gamba.
Yeah.
After all these playthroughs, do you find there's any enemy types you still dread or find frustrating? What's your most hated mob type from every single game? That's a lot to ask, honestly. To show up to stream and then ask me to think of a worst mob in every single game. And that's why I'm going to do it. Toxic Avenger. I would say that my least favorite mobs in each game. Borderlands 1. Borderlands 1's hard to say. Probably...
Teleport you into the Bloodshot stronghold.
Borderlands 1 doesn't really have many mobs in the first place.
You'll catch 'em by surprise and have a real advantage. It'll be great. Hold still.
I don't actually know. Maybe the Defiler zombies? Because they slow you down so hard. BL2, it's probably Goliath Blasters and Heavy Nomads, but probably primarily Goliath Blasters, because if you don't kill them quick enough and accidentally pop up their head, they just regen. One of the rocket launcher type enemies, probably my least favorite. Or, nah, maybe not though. Maybe not though, because all the DLCs have some of the worst combat of all time. Scorpions are pretty bad. I don't mind the savages too bad. The skeletons are really annoying, like cursed skeleton. Maybe cursed skeletons. Maybe like the crystal skeletons that teleport all around. The worst in BLTPS? I feel like none in TPS are that bad. What enemies are even in TPS, bro? They all die so quick you don't even get to see them. Probably like... No, wait, what's... There's one that I can't see. I don't know. Sugar Wrath or something? I don't know. BL3. They're all the same. I don't know. BL4. They're all the same.
Hey, I got a job for you.
I don't know. I genuinely couldn't tell you. Actually. But I give you 2 answers for this game. Kind of like 4 answers for this game.
He's gonna tell Hyperion what he knows, unless you take him out first.
Could see them using your move videos as a way to impersonate you and get your account deleted because YouTube moderation is almost entirely automated. Okay. Yes. But if they were to hack into your channel, they could delete your channel. No? Is that not a thing? Maybe YouTube has a way to counteract that. I don't know. I also don't think it's crazy that they could just, like, make it so then, like, whatever 2-factor stuff you use for your, you know, YouTube account, you have to use that in order to transfer over or something. Maybe, like, face card or something like that. Oh, the Eternals. The Eternals are rough. Chat, go for first element fastball. Just go ahead and put in all your channel points. If we get one on this one, it won't count for the poll, and we'll do another. But we have a mission to do, so just go ahead and go literally all in on this, Gamba. Or I'm looking away. Go literally all in on it. Most of you could lose, what, 100%? Most of you gain probably 200,000%, depending on pot pool, amount put in, etc. Did he just drop something? Not a fastball. Not a fastball. I'll tell you that much. I love that the level 22 gunner ring is still putting in work. Everybody, can we go all in on that, Gambo? Why is there 0 channel points, by the way? Mimic, go all in. Go all in. What's the most you could lose?
Find those echoes, killer. If Hyperion finds out I'm alive and working with the Crimson Raiders, it could be New Haven all over again.
It'll be New Haven all over again. What if you could? You can. Why can't you? Do you have 0 points? Oh, wait, Sweden. Ooh. Yikes, didn't mean to bring that up. Subtle foreshadowing to the New Haven DLC we got. Oh, wait, this is a... Oh, that's an interesting way to do the vote. A 50-50 split. Chat, there's so many points. I mean, think about how many fire and shock fastballs you see comparative to, like, corrosive and explosive. And so, like, if you were to put in points right now on fire and shock, it's a 6 times modifier to the bot. Granted, once you put it in, it'll lower that a little bit. But that's so many points. Just for voting on a 50-50. Fire and shock. Think about it. Think about it. Okay, another 1,300. Yeah, keep going, chat. Keep going. I mean, you've got just a little bit of time. Like, think about it. If you've only got, say, 1,000 channel points, you can earn that back in a stream, okay? Practically. So, it's not that much you'd be losing anyway. Just, use it, man. Just go all in. It's a 50-50. You have a 50-50 chance to earn big right now. If you were at home, or if you were at the casino and they went, hey, you've got a 50% chance to win $1 million. You wouldn't take that chance?
Jack just left them for dead in the snow, evidently. The raiders could use the help. You should track them down.
Another vault hunter, huh? I'll see if I
Like,
can
be
find
so for
something
real with me right now. That is interesting that you can't gamble channel points in other foreign countries. Did anyone else go in? Someone else went slightly in. Thank you. If you win, even though you put in like 80 points, if you win that, those 80 points are going up. Okay, let me tell you right now.
Thanks. The less Hyperion
Now,
knows
Mimic,
about me, the better.
did you Gamba? Am I going to have to close out this Gamba once we get it, or you got it? About a 67%. Yeah, about 6-7. It's a 67% chance for this drop. You either get it or you don't. So, wait, is that the new? Should we start using that in Borderlands? Should we start instead of, oh, it's a 50-50, you either get it or you don't? Should we be like, it's a 67% chance, you either get it or you don't? But why did they ban gambling on Twitch? What was the purpose of that? Because, like, it's not like it can be used for anything real. I guess unless you have a channel point redeem for, like, come out and see me. Alright. I think we're just gonna map reload. Listen, once we've hit the 5.5 hour mark in the stream, I no longer care, okay? In the beginning, I'm like, no, we can't use mods. By the end, every time I'm like, dude, I couldn't be bothered. Go on, get. Should I have the farm counter up? What is this, 3? This is 4. This is like, what, run 6 or 7? Right? He does give you more points, technically. It's gambling with your own money, but not... Oh. Oh, right, I forgot you get more with sub. So why not just make it so that in those countries you don't get more with your sub? Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Explosive. 37? Is that the lowest level that this can be? We'll go for another. But now, if you voted on explosive, shout out on your channel points. Can we one-shot him? Yeah, we can. Okay. Well, all of a sudden the farm's going to get a little bit quicker. Do I need the turret out to one-shot him? No. Oh my goodness. We look like Jolt's dude right now. Like, kill commanding this guy. But my kill command is a fastball. It's the I command you to die. Chat, okay, this is kind of efficient to the point where this does feel like cheating, and we will not do this next stream as much, but, you know. It is what it is. Can't help it. Can't help it. Can't help ourselves. You should get channel points for clipping. Sort of like when someone like kindles a bonfire. Well, that one's a little better. Grade 0. Why does that fastball do more than this fastball? I didn't realize the fastball can... Well, I guess I knew it had parts, but like... It looks exactly the same even in parts. Trigger 0, delivery fastball, blast radius small. Blast radius small, fastball, grade 0. I don't even see any difference in the physical model of it. Well, I'd like a 38. Or is 39 the most? Did we ever call that Gamba? Hold on. I got you. I got you. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got you. Choose prediction outcome. Oh. Oh. I almost just clicked the wrong one. Corrosive explosive. Complete prediction. With a measly 7.5k to Mimic Blade and Lambda. That's why you always vote, chat. That's why you always go all in. Oh, my computer is crashing right now. I don't know what you're talking about. I never heard that. Aquatic Introvert, welcome. Fastball doesn't have level variance? Is that true? Hold on. If that's true, that's actually insane. I like totally believe you though, is the thing. I kind of hate farming this way, but like I'm doing it because I'm already here. That's not true, side sweep. But thank you. What happened to quality of life? Oh, did I get rid of it? Let's pretend someone redeemed quality of life. So then we're doing this all in 2 times speed as well. I don't think there is variance. What the? I didn't know that. It's always on the level that you came into the area or what? I feel like we should get 1 into Able. And then we'll go into Onslaught. Alright, chat. Time to go farm Badmaw. Time to go farm Badmaw for 18 levels. I'm kidding, of course. I wouldn't be cut dead farming Badmaw. I would, though. It's kind of crazy that I just know this fastball is going to last us all the way till the end. But I guess it actually... I guess the fastball actually lasts longer on TVHM, doesn't it? Because on normal mode, you get like a level 13 fastball, and then normal mode goes roughly up to 30. So it's essentially 17 extra levels, as where if you get it here at 37, it goes up to 50. So it's 13 extra levels. Since TVHM sucks. Lake Jovi, welcome. Would you rather farm Badmaw or Ice Maw? Well, we got every Phosphine from Ice Maw. Or not every Phosphine, every legendary from Ice Maw. And I think I preferred the Badmaw farm. Are matriarchs worth a lot? Are they the rabbit of the Spider Ant community? I feel like Spider Ants in BL1 felt more satisfying to kill. You guys agree? Feels like their damage reduction to their face was higher, but like the damage to their crit was also higher. And they had like the like, they got rid of that like animation for when you're stunned, like the little swirlies. 37 to 50 is significantly more scaling than 13 to 15, so it actually falls off harder. I guess that makes sense. I hate TVHM. Can we mention that? Like, people are always like, oh, they gotta remove UVHM. No, they gotta remove TVHM. It should absolutely be normal mode, then... That's so weird. That is so weird. Yeah, no, I, do truly despise TVHM, and everything to do with scaling in TVHM, and everything having to do with XP in TVHM. It's so bad. It is so bad. All my homies hate TVHM, okay? And yet casuals enjoy it. Casuals think this is a better experience than UVHM. They just don't know. Today, BL4 got one of the only one XD best major patch. Was it more than just... So I didn't realize it was Zane and a takedown. Does the takedown have a raid boss at it? First of all. Second of all, did they also come out with like more stuff today? Matriarchs are worth like 4 to 5 BAs of XP. Like 4 to 5 or like 6 or 7? I'm hearing mixed things, okay? Because I'm hearing some people say, mostly Jufi, that all the new content's kind of like not that good. And then I'm hearing that like, or not all the new content, but that some of the new content's not that good. And then I'm hearing other people say it's really good. So maybe Jufi's just wrong? Jewish-fi? What is the optimal DVHM pathing, CISO? Circle, Slaughter are back, and free for everyone. Okay. Did they ever even mention they were going to do that? Someone had brought that up earlier, and then I said, wait, is that real? Is it really in? And then I forgot to look at their answer. UVHM better, but TVHM is fine? No. TVHM deserves to be hated because it scales so differently. It scales harder. Then there's things like the dust not scaling at all for probably a glitch. I feel like half the stuff in TVHM is like, I feel like that's a glitch. And I don't know. There's just so much. That is certainly a strategy, CISO. But the problem is, TVHM is when I want the DLCs the least. That is when I want the DLCs the least because I get rid of the gear so much quicker, and half the reason I do DLCs is for the gear. Doing takedown down, and I don't think it's bad, but I do have a big issue with the boss design. Ooh. GG, bro. UVHM hate is entirely because of the health regen and forced slag. Yeah, I don't agree with the hate, but, like, I get it. I get it. Didn't mention it. It was completely unexpected. Well, thank you, Gearbox. They actually came out... So they came out with, like, considerable content today, then. Chat, which had more XP? Today's patch? Or, sorry, which had more content? Today's patch or the entirety of Bounty Pack 1? Drop it in the comment. Which DLCs have Tediore? Exactly. Exactly. You've got the Retcher, the Omen, the Infection Cleaner. And I think that's it. Tediore only has one legendary shield, one legendary rocket, one legendary grenade. No legendary relics. Can you even believe that, by the way? Game is also running better. Hold on. Did they cook? They must have seen my video. They must have seen my video. UI and weapon card shows more info. Crit mod, splash ammo consumption, and cross save is a thing now too. What? Wait, did they actually cook today? Now I like want to play the game. I'll look through the patch notes. I didn't realize they did so much. I thought it was just all that. You know, it's crazy that your eyes adjust so much. My monitor, to most people, would look absolutely horrific. I've got my night light on, like, Windows set to 40%, so it cuts down blue light by 40%. And then I've got my brightness at 15 right now. But it looks great to me. It looks perfect. It looks absolutely perfect. But I'm sure if anyone else looked, they'd be like, why is your screen so dark and orange? Gearbox made their game better. Maybe all the things I've been complaining about are better now. I don't know. But after 10 months... Okay, I think that's what I should have put in my list of, like, the worst things about Borderlands 4. I should have put the fact that it's taken them 10 months to come out with anything at all. Like, I would have been totally fine if it took this long for double the amount of content. Like, Story Pack 1 was so long after the game came out for not that much content. If it was double the size, I'd be like, yeah, that was worth the wait. But that's great, actually. Maybe there's more stuff to do now. I'll look at all the patch notes after stream. Speaking of that, hold on. Wait, why is my game... Chat, we are done today, unfortunately. But you know what? I feel like today's stream went pretty well. You know, sometimes after stream, I'm like, dude, I wish I wasn't here. And sometimes, you know, it's just going poorly. There's issues. And you know what I think it is that made today a good day? I think we all know. Minimal changes to playable characters. I have no clue at this point how the playable characters are, honestly. I've got no clue. They've made so many changes that I'm like, I don't know. All right, so let's look at the patch notes real quick. I'm going to look at the patch notes real quick. So, Bounty Pack 3, a Zane to kill for. 6 pieces of legendaries. Cool. New vehicle. Cool. Pearl. Cool. Vault card 3. Don't care. Take on Hatter Axe, whatever. Sharkbait, Tediore shotgun. Hold on. Cool. 9 pieces of legendary. Cool. New firmware. Killing an enemy grants 10% damage dealt for 30 seconds. Can multiple stack. Don't think we need more damage dealt, but cool. 5 new class mods for each Vault Hunter. Cool, cool. Circle of Slaughter. Go to Wrath of Ripper Queen main story mission. Oh, it's after that. Head to the corner of Moxie's bottom up bar. Zane's arcade cabinets interact with the Silent Crisis Time Scope 5. Oh, I like that. It's a Time Crisis reference. Machine to teleport directly to the virtual arena. Cool. Cross-platform saves. Legit. That is cool. Subjugator Thol, the Invincible. Subjugator Thol, health reduced by 7%. I know people were complaining about him. Invincible healing behavior has been removed from elemental transfusion shifts. Reduced shield strikers health and shield health by 20% to give better second win opportunities. Hey, these all sound great. Gameplay changes. Bounty Pack 2 completion rewards only show once. New characters receive their Guns Blazing mission reward right away. Pearlescent gear sells for a higher price. These are good changes. Firing at the fuses reliably opens on story mission. Critical hits on Subjugator, don't care. Shields to Sentinels, don't care. Primordial Guardian Radix consistently unleashes his whole suit of attacks in the fight. Cool. Kraken Death projectile spawn. What? A Kraken's Death projectile spawns a new Kraken the second it hits the ground. They did it, chat. They could. They could. Wildcard missions for Ultimate Vault Hunter 4. Rank up challenges unlock smoothly. Blah, blah, blah. Wildcard challenges track your progress as intended. Nothing left to guard unlocks when guardians are killed. Heavy weapon ordnance successfully counts towards your thing. The vault card. Players start at a proper location when starting Mad LA DLC while offline. New grapple point in Heart of the Mountain has been added for smoother movement throughout the map. Okay. Cool. I wonder where specifically that is. Where's Heart of the Mountain? That's the Stone Demon or something? Smoother map boundaries keep you moving forward and prevent you from getting stuck. Cool. Playable characters, cash, crossfire, whatever. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Gear, King's Gambit. Don't care. Pandoran Memento grants reliable elemental resistance immediately. Don't care. Disc Jockey. What did they do to my goat? Successfully damages Vile Ordinite crystals. They cooked. I mean, this is the best update they've ever done. This is the best update they've ever done. Shammy Kablammy now does incendiary damage in multiplayer properly. Audio and visuals, hold on. Inconsistent visuals, fixed. Lights and speakeasy now illuminate Moxie and Ellie. Cool. Visual effects to sticky projectiles and lasers appear in the right places. And extra water clears out. Cash's card effects spin more naturally. Improved voiceover audio so you can better track dialogue. That's so good. I've been complaining. We'll see how that goes. I've been complaining about the audio dialogue for so long. Also, welcome, Dominic. Critical hits play their sound at correct levels. Phosphine pickup sounds effect only play once. Added sound effects when corrupted shards stick into the ground. UI and menus. Added secondary stat item for gear. This was a response to the request we saw often for the community. Now you'll be able to see information such as damage range of grenades, shots fired from shotguns, and more. Echolocation points you in the right direction when tracking Bloom Reaper. That's specifically that. Clearer prompts for you to engage with post-launch content. Good. Menus appear and respond as expected. The various texts are easier to read. Photo mode, update visual toggles to make sure everything turns on and off with the best shots. Improve stability and optimization. Chat, this might be the best update they've ever come out with. Let's see what Dominic said. I wouldn't say it runs stable. Lag galore and slow stuff. Also, I'd recommend playing in 30 FPS because this is so funny as the ragdolls are like flipbooks. All right. Well, is it more stable for that? Only thing to patch is, oh yeah. Scared the problems away. I think when I upload my video, they're like, hold on, let me cook. All right, well, that's all really cool. I'm actually like kind of bummed that I can't play it until gas is back now. Like at first I wasn't excited at all, but like that's really big. That's really good. So what, that DLC Zane to Kill is what, $15? Bounty Pack 3 and Vault Card 3. Whoa. Chat. Is the new... It does actually shoot discs, yes. Is the Zane to Kill... Is it a decent size? How, Dominic, how is it size-wise compared to Legend of the Stone Demon? Why does it say Stone Demon is Bounty Pack 2? That was the first Bounty Pack. Dominic, how long is Bounty Pack 3 versus Bounty Pack 2? AKA, how long is Zane versus Stone Demon? Yeah, disc jockey is the goat. I love the disc jockey. Haven't played it yet, but mostly busy with it. Okay, chat. Has anyone played it? How long is it? Has anyone seen anything about it? I ask because it's half price compared to The Legend of the Stone Demon. Legend of the Stone Demon is $12. This one is $5.99. Are they listening to the players right now? There's not a single user review. Nobody's reviewed it. Is it that they just made a worse DLC so they're like, is this they might have done well. Gearbox might be coming back. They might be back, chat. I hope that they continue updating the game for like a while to come, you know? Because that's always the thing with it. They always end up just giving up on the game after ruining it. It's about the same length, haven't finished it yet. So I wonder why they were like, you know what, this is fine if we'll change the price of this, but we're going to keep the old price the same. Don't know about that, but we'll just have to see. But yeah, I mean, that all said, chat, I think it's time for us to get out of here. 44k DPS, it's a crazy dragon. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's go ahead and raid. And you know who we're going to raid? I almost just started a prediction. We're going to raid Skill Issue Shines. For anyone that does not know, Skill Issue Shines participated in hosting the One Life events, and next year plans to be in the running for competition. So let's go ahead and start that. I want to thank you all for being here today. I feel like it was a good stream. I had a great time talking to you guys. I always appreciate when you guys are chanted up, and I feel like you guys were chanted up today. But I do appreciate you all. I'm sorry, Dominic, you just got to go watch the VOD back. Thank you all for being here. I do appreciate you. We'll hit him with a TX Luck raid and then a little Cody Play Boo Boo 6-7 in the chat. And yeah, thank you so much. I will be back on Saturday for probably more of this. And then actually, does Gas get back on Saturday? No. So probably next Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday will be when we do the BL4 content. And I'm actually low-key excited for it now. At first I wasn't, but now I am. Thank you all for being here. I do appreciate you. Let's skedaddle.